my lovely, 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 lovely imps. I have found the Elden Ring. My lovely, lovely imps, how are you doing today? Welcome to Somniostatic, Rogue Stella, Rhodes, Jaunty Horror, Louie Boy, Gayfesh, Thandria, Kubi Rels, Hissatir, Jaunty Horror, Crabe, Vermin, Punky Gal, Lady Hopium, NB Kitsune, Cotton D-Pad, Dank Catlord, Trevor, Herulian Hellhound, Louie Boy Possum, Twos, Comrade Dragon, Baphomet, Joe Cools, SP Jupiter, Silax, Holly Fox, Bromine Lucid, Jessica Metal, Queen Laura, Chronic Scene, and from the YouTube chat, Indicat, Ultraviolet, Lillian, Paula of John, Psychopax 360, David, Toatrika, Sofin, Ashton, Eldsmo, I am high, ooh-woo, and a little PogChamp, ooh. I can't remember how you used to have your name, but anyway, welcome to everyone. Please, if you are here, press the like on the stream. Yes, I did get my hair cut. I got it drastically cut, and it feels fucking great, actually. Yeah. Short-haired fags unite. Shit, wait, that's the first 5 minutes of stream, isn't it? Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. Well, everyone, good news. I have a lot of stuff to say today, so we've got a lot of cool stuff. Oh yeah, Doe just brought me some drink, which is fantastic. Let me show you my Hulk haircut. Look at that. It's short as fuck on the sides, short as fuck in the back. Looks good as fuck, doesn't it? Damn, doesn't it look good? I think it looks good. Yeah. I think it looks fucking good. So everyone, welcome back. It's been a little while since I've last streamed. It's been like, I don't know, like 2 weeks, give or take a couple days. Really sorry about the, long time in between the last time I streamed. For those who don't know, I was in the hospital. 2 weeks ago, I woke up with really, really bad abdominal pain. And I thought, and it wouldn't go away, it kept getting worse until the point I, like, couldn't even think anymore. Because the pain was really bad. And I ended up going to the hospital with suspicion of having appendicitis. And as it turns out, it wasn't appendicitis, but it was very similar. So I was almost correct. And they had to give me a bunch of medicine. I had to spend like 8 hours in the hospital. And then I was in pain for like 5 days afterwards. And then I was like nauseous for like a week afterwards. Basically, long story short, my large intestine got really fucked up, probably from an autoimmune thing. So my body got freaked out and attacked my my large intestine, which really sucked and it hurt a lot. But thankfully, I'm gonna have doctor's appointments. They're gonna figure out what the hell caused it. Could be I have like something like Crohn's disease. Could be something else. Could have been something that triggered it. Could be it could be an after effect from COVID. It really sucked. It took the wind out of me, and so I was just resting basically for a while. And I don't know. I was really low energy, and so I didn't have any inspiration to put together any episodes. But that's changed, and I'm back. The pain has been gone now. The pain is defeated. And while I am still a little bit tired, as you can probably tell just a little bit, I am still a little bit tired. The nausea's gone, and I feel a whole lot better. So, yeah, Vermin, it was so much fucking fun to hang out. Yeah, they did give me some painkillers, a very small amount, but honestly, weed helped a lot. Weed is an incredible painkiller. Yeah. And the cool thing was, so I took this downtime to enjoy a lot of media. Since I couldn't really do anything but sit down and bear the pain, I played the absolute hell out of Elden Ring, and I'm very, very proud to say that some of the achievements I got, I was getting them when they were, I think the rarest one I got, when I got it, it was 0.6%. I was on, I can't believe it, but I was literally on the cutting edge of this particular FromSoft game, which me going from being somebody who played Bloodborne like 4 years or 2 years after it came out, and then you know, playing Dark Souls like years after it came out. You know, I'm a huge FromSoft fan, but I was always late to the games until Sekiro, and then I played Sekiro when it came out, and then this time I played Elden Ring at launch, and I had such a goddamn good time. Did I beat Melania? Yes, you know I did. I beat every single boss in the game. Not a single boss remains. I defeated every single boss in the game. I unlocked every single potential ending. I don't have the achievements for every ending because you can only actually do one ending per playthrough, so I still have to go through and do speedruns to get the actual achievements, but I unlocked every ending. I got every legendary armament. I got every single legendary spell. I got every single legendary talisman. Bum! True order totality! It was fucking sick. Did I kill the turtle? No! Why the fuck would I do that? Fucking assholes. No. Oh, thank you very much, Metroplex Asylum. I appreciate that. Did I get the wizard's oil rig? I don't know what that is. Susie Clem says, BLM, I've been told repeatedly that your fights with Vaush were intense and don't tend to affect your friendship, but when Vaush compared you to Hassan during that argument, I thought the bridge was going to be burned for sure. We'll talk about that. Dono goal to cover doctor stuff? No need. We will be restarting the Dono goal next month once I'm settled in, and a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to talk about a lot of things. Don't you worry, okay? Oh, okay. Yes. Okay, that did. Okay, hold on. I look like the coolest 5th grader? Fuck yeah. Well, look, I wanted to be a little more non-binary, a little more openly non-binary, as if my flaming hair and painted on hypno swirl and devil feminine logo on the sides of my head wasn't enough to scream I am non-binary. Now can be no doubt about it. Okay? And yes, I am your 90s heartthrob. Bam! Take that. I'm bringing it back. And it's fucking hot. Now, yes, a couple things. First of all, am I going to talk about the Vaush conversation? Obviously. Obviously, I'm going to talk about the Vaush conversation. I haven't talked about it since it fucking happened, except for to my personal friends. And a little tiny bit on the Discord. By the way, if you're not a member of the Demon Mama Discord, you should be. It is a sick-ass place to hang out. We have really cool conversations. It is a very well-moderated community. Thank you to Silent and the rest of the mod team, including many of our wonderful purple names who are here in chat. You can see them by their cool purple name. They help keep the community really good. But yeah, you should join. You can easily join the Discord, discord.gg/Demon Mama. You will be brought into the general chat, and then our mods, as they do, they will verify you, okay? It'll be sick. Yeah, what was I gonna say? Yes. So, Elden Ring was the first thing that occupied a lot of my time while I was sick. The second thing that occupied a lot of my time while I was sick is Game of Thrones. Silent, Doe, Fawn, and I sat down and we were like, we should watch through Game of Thrones. And then Silent was like, yeah, but it gets really, really bad. And then I'm like, yeah, I know. I've heard that it gets really bad, but I like bailed out on the 4th season when Game of Thrones was like live. I was watching it. I would watch it live until season 4, at which point I bailed out and said, this is getting dumb. But then the prospect of having a social fun time of watching through the good and the bad seasons, like years afterwards, and then reviewing it all for you all on stream. That's right. After I'm done, I'm going to do a big fat Game of Thrones Ultimate Thoughts video, and it's going to be sick as fuck. So far, it has done exactly what I wanted, which is that me and my partners and my friend, we've been sitting down and having a good-ass time watching Game of Thrones, laughing about it, enjoying the good stuff, and we're about to start. We're, like, still at the peak of the show. We just got into the middle of the 2nd season, and it's like, ooh, oh, we still got quite a few more. You know, we got quite a few more good episodes to go. And then we're going to meme on the bad stuff as it comes. Game of Thrones final thoughts. Only what? 4 years too late? Hold on a second, Rhodes. Just remember, Game of Thrones, the actual book series that it's based off, isn't done. See, Game of Thrones works on Ent time. And I also kind of work on Ent time, which means 4 years is just in time. It's the perfect time. By the way, we have 304 viewers. Much love to you all. A lot of imps. Happy to see you all here today. Please press the like button, and if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. I have had, it's been a year. I have been away from stream more than I would like to this year because I've been sick twice. Not once, but twice. So please check out the stuff. I have a lot of cool stuff on my channel. Even if there's not been a video for a few weeks, there's old stuff that's awesome as hell, and there's new stuff that's going to be amazing. Yeah, Elak, how do you like it? See, it looks pretty good, huh? Looking fucking good, yeah? Very non-binary, yeah. I should do Lord of the Rings. We do want to do that. Oh, yeah, the tongue split was last year, though. I took time off for that because I had to. I couldn't talk. Yeah. Yeah. So, oh, thank you very much, Big Orange Jew. I appreciate that. When I first got it, I was like, oh no, am I going to hate this haircut? But then as it kind of like, you know, the new haircut effect faded, I was like, damn, this actually looks pretty good. And I find myself looking pretty good. So then there's the third thing, by the way, if you're all keeping track. The first thing that I spent a lot of time on was Elden Ring. The second thing that I spent a lot of time on was this Game of Thrones watch through, which has been a blast, and I can't wait to share my thoughts, but it's going to be a little while on that one. And the third thing I spent my time on was house shopping. And this is where our first little rant of the day, the proper rant of the day, is going to come in, which is talking about house shopping in America. Because holy fuck is it bad. Not even house shopping, apartment shopping, okay? We're not buying a house. We can't buy a house yet. Maybe someday. I don't know. Maybe not. But, oh, yeah. I will, absolutely. 100% vermin. Yes. I'm going to put those in my vision so I try to remember to do it. Thank you. So let me explain real quick the experience I've had, okay? Imagine that you want to look for a new apartment, and so you go to one of the many apartment apps, aka like Zillow, rent.com, apartments.com, you know, these type of apps that have like listings on them, you know, what everybody uses to list their apartments. The moment you step onto one of those apps, everything is garbage. First of all, half of the listings are from this new company, which I guess I have to say the name. I don't want to give them an advertisement, but it's called Loftium, and it's the stupidest shit you can imagine. It's basically Airbnb for renters. So it's only in houses. The Loftium people live in the landlords live with you, and then you rent the loft of their house from them. And half of the listings are Loftium listings. So when you click on it, it will say, the listing will say 3-bedroom house, 2-bathroom. And then you click on the listing to go look at it, and it says, this is a Loftium. You will be renting 1 room out of the 3-bedroom house. Actual trash. Actual motherfucking trash. And so many of the listings were exactly like this. It was making me go crazy. So then that's only the first thing, okay? The next thing you have to deal with is the ones that aren't Loftium, but are cross postings. So what that means is you'll sometimes click on an apartment and you're like, wow, this apartment looks cool. Let me check out more information about it. How do I set up a tour? And then it says, and then you go in and you're scrolling down and they say, please apply through our primary listing on X website. So you have to go from one website to another website that also wants you to make an account with that website and sign in with your email and sign in with a new password and have a profile with that website too. Okay? Fucking stupid. And then just when you thought it could get worse, it couldn't get any worse, it does. which is the third problem that occurs while you're trying to look for fucking houses. And that is that sometimes you just get scams. So this one that I tried to look at was like, hi, if you'd like to book a tour, please sign up on our our like realty website for a tour. I'm like, okay, all right. It's another website, but they're just going to send me to their personal contact form, right? That's what occurred in my mind. I'm like, oh, they're going to send me to their realty website, and it's going to be a contact form, and that'll just take it to their personal email. Wrong. No. It was a totally proprietary app that required for me to schedule a tour of an apartment to upload, that they wanted me to upload a selfie and a photo of my ID. Literally, what the fuck? So, as you can see, this is but the first. I'm not kidding you. That's what the IRS asks from you when you're verifying your identity as a tax-paying entity. The federal government, it had to be like a scam. It had to be an identity theft scam. So I just totally avoided it. It is right now, I'm not kidding you. The like pandemic era has given birth to so many scams. Just be careful out there, okay, everybody? Fucking be careful out there because everyone's fucking scamming right now. Not to mention, by the way, here's another thing. Oh, thank you very much, NPC Porky. I appreciate that. Here's another interesting thing. In a lot of states, it is illegal to, I know most people don't know this, but in a lot of states in America, not all of them, but in a number of them, it is illegal for apartment companies to charge you application fees, like random, they can't charge you just for wanting to apply to an apartment. This is a pro-tenant law that many states have passed. Now, you might notice that most places charge you anyway. They will say it's a $30 application fee. Well, the reason for this is because there's essentially no actual enforcement. So what companies do is they tell you there's an upfront fee, and then if you don't pay it, they just don't consider you. And if you make a huge stink about it, then they might take it off because they don't want to get caught or reported. But most people are ignorant to this law, so tons and tons and tons of renters make free money illegally charging you for application fees. Yo, thank you, Eli. I appreciate that. I hope you have a great time home for your birthday. So, yeah, if that makes me seem a little fucking angry at the whole process, I am. Landlords are scum and villainy. I fucking can't stand them. I hate the commodification of housing on a personal and visceral level. I have had to deal with landlords so much in my life. So much of my life has been dealing with landlords explicitly being in the wrong, explicitly, provably being in the wrong, and what are you going to do about it? It's terrible. Yeah, exactly. It's absurd, Vermin. Yeah, right? There you go. You just call around and annoy them. Yeah, that's the only way to get around it, is you annoy them personally. That is something that could be done, Cotton D-Pad. I don't have the time to organize something like that because I'm fucking making a TV show or an internet show or whatever. But yeah, Mal was not incorrect about landlords. Okay, sorry. I'm just gonna say that, you know? He was wrong about a lot of things, but the landlords thing, damn. Hey, thank you, Uncle Gumball. Deeply appreciate that. Indeed, I completed it weeks before the nearest competitor. Yeah, exactly. Clip me out of context. It wouldn't be the first time this week. Wouldn't be the first time today, probably. Yeah, exactly. If you call people directly, it's usually fine. So anyway, all of this was in service of explaining to you that I've been spending a lot of time, looking at houses and desperately trying to get tours. We have 2 tours completed. One was a wash. The other one was a nice place, but too small for us. We have a 3rd one scheduled for this week, but what are you going to do? Just not have a house? What are you going to do? Not have a fucking house? No, you have to have a house. That's how they got you. Oh my God. I know, Gay Fesh. Don't even, oh my God. Yeah, they were. It's really funny. They had to grab onto a small tweet of mine to even make content, Big Orange Jew. It is true. I am happy to be back as well. I have genuinely missed streaming. I have genuinely missed being able to do this. Look at you guys and go, what the fuck is wrong with you, chat? I have missed being able to do that. Yo, absolutely, Vermin. Yeah, we've been putting away some money so we could hire movers, because last time hiring a few local movers was like the best decision we ever made. But yeah, we will definitely recruit any help we can get. Yeah, so, but yeah, you've been out so long, I got an anime haircut. True. It's because I'm ready to embark on a journey to greatness, everyone. And I want you all to come with me. You understand? So before we get into all of the absurd topics that I have planned today, I want to talk about some stuff in general, okay? I always, listen, Jaunty Horror, I can always assure you, whenever I'm breaking, if ever I'm on a break, I'm either healing or evolving. Yeah, look, it's comfy, isn't it? Yeah, the chat's fucking comfy. When am I going to take you? You going to take us on a fields trip? Yes, perhaps a little one. I have been streaming a long time now. We actually missed my 2-year anniversary of being a streamer. And when I started streaming, I was streaming literally to 4 people that I knew IRL. 4 people were the first people that showed up to my stream, all people I knew IRL. Early on, a couple of people, you know who you are, showed up to my stream, and 2 years later, 2 years plus a month later, we are right now with fucking 400 viewers right now, which is so exciting, so incredible, and so awesome. And I've been out a lot this year, and it makes me feel a little bit sad to be out as much as I am. But I also have realized that, like, the general streamer quote-unquote work ethic is really not healthy. And I think it's killing a lot of people that we like. And so I'm not going to do it. Sorry, everybody. I'm not going to do it that way. I'm not going to die. I want to keep making stuff for you for the next 18 years. So I'm going to take a break when I need to, even if it hurts my finances, which it does, by the way. I am broke right now. Like, completely. I have no money in my account because I took 2 weeks off of stream. But I'm okay. I have a place. I'm not going to not make rent. All I'm saying is I'm just broke right now. But what I'm saying is I don't want to get churned up. And so I've been spending a lot of time. Some people, look, I've been spending a lot of time talking to a lot of people. I've been spending a lot of time thinking about this. When you're sick and you're really sick, like can't do anything sick, it can make you freak out. It can make you really freak out. And it did. When I got COVID, I was freaking the fuck out. I was not doing okay mentally because it felt like I was never going to get better. And also, I was scared I was going to end up in the hospital. And what happens if it knocks me out for months? You know what I mean? It's terrifying. This shit is scary. And so you start to think about it. And one of the things that made me very viscerally realize is that, and I know this is going to sound like the boomerest take that you can possibly imagine, we all move too much. We all move too quick. We have forgotten in the world of instantaneous communication that our bodies don't work on internet time. They literally don't. We will die if we try to put our bodies on internet time. And so, I know sometimes perhaps my slow video upload schedule or my slow streaming schedule or whatever might leave gaps. Yo, thank you very, very much, Vermin. Holy shit, thank you so very much. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. Literally means the world to me. Thank you so much. Demon Mama Deathbed stream. I don't think you understand. I don't know if you know me, but my rule number 1 is don't fucking die. If there's a deathbed stream, it is going to be the most intense thing that you've ever seen in your entire life. If there is a Demon Mama deathbed stream, it's probably because at that point, I've had to pivot my stream into war journalism. And then I'll get blown up on stream by a mortar. That's the sort of shit that you're going to... That is the way that I approach life. You understand? And the one thing I have going for me is that I am the hardest motherfucker to kill. Do you understand that? So, yeah. And you might think that that's extreme, but I've lived through a lot of shit. I have a lot of scars. Yeah, or maybe some shrapnel will hit me in the top left of my head and then standing on the edge. Anyway, so yeah, I've just been thinking about it a lot. I've been thinking about how I can infuse my stream with more artistry. I've also been thinking, here's another thing. This is where it's going to get a little bit feely. Okay. Are you all ready? A little bit of feels. I have been looking back at my life a little bit, not like I had a complete existential meltdown over having COVID, but I have been looking at my life and thinking and going, wow, damn. When I was younger, I used to truly, truly love art. I used to believe that art was basically my purpose for living. And I think that's still true to a certain degree, but maybe over the years I've gotten a little jaded as to the possibility of making art. And I don't want to be jaded about that anymore. I think that art is incredible. I think that writing, film, fucking streaming even, YouTube videos, video essays, these things are fucking incredible. And I just want to appreciate them more and do more of them. And also, I've been thinking a whole lot about getting back into writing for 100% for myself. Not for I will never do freelance again. I will never take commissions ever again. Those were very, very difficult tasks to do, and I wasn't very good at them. Well, I was good at them, but I wasn't happy doing them. I am very proud of what I wrote in the past, but I was not happy at all. I was very unhappy. So I think I'm gonna start getting back into that slowly and surely. Is the first step of streaming just doing it? Like, even you have a potato set up? Yes, 100%. I know that that's a meme, Killjoy. I know that people say that's a meme, that like the just do it, but literally you learn so much from just streaming, even to nobody, because you look at your stream and you see things, you pick up little things you wouldn't otherwise, and you get good really fast. It is actually the fastest way to do it. And obviously you have to have an approach of like always improving, because otherwise you'll stagnate. But as long as you have that approach to it, yeah. It's more about continuing to be a cultural icon. You know, the thing is, I don't know. That's one of the things I've been thinking about a lot. I don't really care about like a broader cultural impact, but I want to give those of you who do give me the attention, those of you who have taken the time to hear my voice and have been entertained by me, all of this, I want to give you guys the best of what I can make. And I know I'm a god tier writer. That's the thing. Almost no one here, a handful of you who are in the audience, have read my writing, and you know that I'm good. But anyway, so I've been thinking about that a lot. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I can't make any promises. This isn't really a stream-related thing. This is just a personal thing that I wanted to talk about. But I also... speaking of JazzDog, JazzDog says, speaking of, how do you maintain the idea of constant improvement without limiting yourself through perfectionism? By abandoning perfectionism as a whole. It sounds, that might sound silly, but I want you to think about this. There is no such thing as perfect. There is literally no such thing. In fact, it is the imperfections in things, that make them unique. Think about it like Elden Ring. There are lots of people in the world who think that the message system in Elden Ring is is like an imperfect design choice. They think it's like obnoxious, that it distracts from the rest of the world. But I cried writing a message about an NPC that I cared about and leaving it for other people to discover. I literally cried because that was a special experience. Discovering other people's left behind messages asynchronously that they left, their impressions, even if they're small, is a beautiful experience. And some people would consider that an imperfection, but it isn't. There is no such thing as perfect. You have to abandon the attainment of perfection. Perfection is literally non-existent. There is no perfect anything. There is only things in relation to their other things. That's it. Like Elden Ring is like a pristine game, but there's no such thing as a perfect game, because what perfect is depends on the context of the thing existing in. Elden Ring can't be the perfect game because for some people it's not going to be enjoyable. So that's one of the first things that you have to do. And the second thing is to, once you've recognized that perfect doesn't exist, realize that constant improvement is an eternal process that you will be able to do even when you are the grandest grandmaster of your craft that you have ever become. You will still be able to discover new things. Your mind, none of us live long enough or have the capability to know all things about everything. We can continually discover new things. And guess what? There might be things that haven't even been discovered yet that you might discover, which will mean that once again you will be proven to be the student and not the teacher, which is a fucking amazing thing to think about. That even when you are an ancient, wrinkled up expert at whatever it is and you have seen all the wisdom, you will have moments, even when you're 99 years old, where your breath goes and you can't believe what you saw. That is one of the main things that keeps you going creatively. It's one of the things that keeps you going in life, and it's one of the things that staves off perfectionism, in my opinion. It's the fact that I know that no matter how long I live, I will always be able to be surprised by something I didn't know. So, yeah. We have a troll in chat? It's okay. We haven't streamed in so long. Let's see. Yeah, you can give them a chud tag if you want to. It's all good, though. It's okay. It wouldn't be a stream if we didn't have a troll in chat. Yes, perfectionism. Okay, that's an interesting thing. Big Orange Jew brings up. Also, in my experience, perfectionism drives shame. I actually think, I don't know if they drive one another, but I think that they are linked. They are in a loop, because our society is, like it or not, most of the liberal democracies of the world are strongly built around Christian concepts of guilt and shame. God damn it, why does this thing keep coming loose? Sorry about that. There we go. There we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Most of the sort of social democracy, quote unquote social democracies of the world are strongly influenced. A lot of us live in those. Are strongly influenced by Christian concepts of shame and guilt, which ties into our work, which ties into our craft. Of course, in a world that says there is a perfect and you aren't it, you're going to be driven to perfection at all times. You will be made to feel ashamed of the things that you create, usually because it's not making enough money, quote unquote, which is a vague, psychologically manipulative way of getting you to do more work. So, oh yeah, this Papa Pack person was like mauled posting in the empty offline chat while I was on my break, because they're like apparently severely attached to one tweet that I made. Yeah, it's really funny. But dude, you've been mad about this for 2 weeks. Go ahead. Somebody pull up the stock. Use the stock command, and you can see that I'm telling the truth. Who's really mad? You, who like a week and a half ago were rage posting in my chat and you came back now to still be mad about it? Or me, who took 2 breaks, played video games, got my dick sucked like 15 times, and then came back to stream? Which one of us? Anyway, yeah, first reply was on the 15th. How long ago was that? Oh, was that almost 7 days ago? Wait, I counted? No, that was just a rough estimate. I probably lowballed it, honestly. Yeah, well, yeah, I was sick, Posadas John. I know my count's a little low, but Jesus. You become a wizard when you reach 20? Well, in a week or in whatever. Listen, it doesn't matter. And no, that's not true, Hanubia. Don't feel bad. Mid-ass mouth instrumental. Lamau. All right, you maidenless husks. All right. Oh, boy. So, what else? That was like the welcome. That was our 45 minutes welcome before I have what's planned. By the way, do any of you recall, does anybody remember what the title of this stream is? The title of this stream is Mama is Back. Vaush and Hugh Grant Doctor Who cancel ContraPoints in Russian meth explosion. And the reason why I called it Vaush and Doctor Who Hugh Grant murder cancel ContraPoints in Russian meth explosion is because I wanted the title to be as relevant to reality as most of the things that people have been saying about me for the last 2 weeks. So I think it's fair. Yeah, you know, right? I will talk about Vaush and ContraPoints. I will talk about Russia. I might mention meth labs, and I might mention canceling. So I figured, why not put them all together into a title that is definitely very based on reality? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Merrick! Thank you very much for the compliments. Happy to see you, Merrick. Wonderful to see you again. Sorry I've been so poor at communicating with all of the people who are really cool to me. I have been totally incapable of keeping up with my communications. However, you crushed the hippy dippy? Fuck yes. You deserve it. Hey, that's not nice. You can't just come into my chat and call people demon tards. You're in my chat. That means you're a demon tard. Is Kat Blaque going to be mentioned? Probably yes. Probably yes. What was there? Anything else I was going to say? Oh yeah. One last thing. Okay, guys. Okay, this is a poll. Attention. Imps, wake up. It's interaction time. I'm going to put a poll down here, okay? But first, you have to listen first, okay? Listen first, okay? We are thinking, okay, we have not shot the podcast. Me and Xanderhall have not yet shot the podcast because both of us have been sick and on and off. However, we are still doing the podcast, but we want to change the name. Originally, we were going to call it the Outcasts, but we've decided that another alternative name is You Should Log Off, which I think is a fucking fantastic title for a podcast. So I'm going to do a vote, and I want to see what you all think. Which title? Hold on. Yes, we will, Jazz Dog. Bam. Vote. All you in the chat, up on the website, vote. Hey, thank you very much on YouTube chat, Tilly. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, YSLO. We like the name The Outcasts, but the problem is it's really hard to search. That was the issue that we ran into when we started putting out like feelers. the outcasts makes it hard because there's all kinds of things called outcasts or the outcasts. All right, we got it. We're doing You Should Log Off. So this makes sense because one of the things we're going to talk about a lot is random internet culture shit. That's one of the things we want to talk about a lot on the podcast. So, yeah. Yeah, You Should Log Off doesn't flow well, but what about YSLO? Yeah, and the cool thing is it gives us the opportunity to do things like, well, I'm Demon Mama, I'm Xander Hall, and you should log off. Those sort of things. See, like yeah. Yaslo, yeah, exactly. See, but that becomes hard to search, Susie Clem. Yeah, I think we got this one. Yeah, it could be short, it could be called log off. But if it's just log off, it might not be clear, whereas you should log off is like very, very careful. All right, so that's cool. All right, thank you, everybody. Oh, don't forget to cover the Lucky Carter. I heard our wonderful game Inscription has gotten some updates. I got it open here. Thank you, Rhodes. If I get to it, I will do my best. We probably will a bit later. Yeah, I think it'll be fun. So I know that's a bit of a distraction, but we will keep you all updated as to the progress towards the new podcast. There is already a lefty podcast stream called Log Off already. I did not know that. I didn't know that. The Outcast is a punk band. Yeah, that's another problem. Yeah. It's going to be cool, regardless. It's going to be fun. The topics are going to be fucking great, and yeah. Or it could be just Log Off. Yeah, we'll workshop it a little bit and see we go, but yeah. Anyway. You Should Log Off is very unique. Oh, it's Cormentine Brother Q? Oh, I didn't know that. Inscription feels like a oof of a price. Inscription is fucking sick. There's a podcast called We're Having Gay Sex, says Prosy Rosie. That's great. Finding the name The Rest of Both Worlds took some work, and we're thinking of doing a spin-off, but can't find a good title for that one. The Rest of Both Worlds is a really, really... in my opinion, is a great catchy podcast title name. By the way, for those of you who do not know, my episode, my guest appearance on the Rest of Both Worlds podcast, which Gayfesh is going to drop in chat right now. Gayfesh, I hope you have that link in chat. You can drop it in chat. My episode, my guest appearance on that podcast is coming out very soon. I think you all will very much like it. It is a Star Trek podcast. I love Star Trek. And Gayfesh loves Star Trek even more than I do, by a long margin. But we sat down and we talked about an absolutely fucking incredible, very political episode of Star Trek called The Measure of a Man, which, if you can believe it or not, has some transhumanist, and neurodivergence themes very strongly. So if you're interested in any of those topics, even if you don't know much about Star Trek, when that episode comes out, you gotta catch it. I'm very proud of it. I had a great time with Gayfesh and Ari over at the Rest of Both Worlds podcasts, so it's an opportunity for you to get some extra bonus stuff. Why is everyone doing podcasts? Because podcasts are still awesome and always will be. Podcasts are just internet radio, and as it turns out, audio-based entertainment is really good. Hi, Luxander. Luxander, by the way, I want to publicly thank you. Luxander did, without me even knowing it first, did a fundraiser to help raise some money to help pad my bills while I was in the hospital. And that is so fucking kind. I can't even believe it. So, Luxander, thank you so very much. Big shout out to you. That was really fucking special and really, 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 really felt good to see that. Thank you so much. It really did help. Thank you a lot. Truly. Yeah. So, streams and podcasts are natural. Oh, Cotton D-Pad, the good news is we are going to be putting this stream into podcast form soon. We've been sort of delayed on it, but we're going to be soon we're going to be converting the stream into audio podcast for people who prefer that. So that'll be kind of cool. so that people can get off YouTube if they want to. They can listen on their favorite device, blah, 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 blah. We're also still working on merch. It's just a slow process. Sam DeMan, I did get a haircut. Check it out. It's sick as fuck. I'm very proud of it. Why did your ass get scared of online politics because of lib debate streamers? Hey, Papa Pack, I don't know if you noticed this, but I am currently talking about politics and streaming right now to 500 people. So I don't think your argument is holding together very well. Panels blow, dude. Why would I do panels? I lose viewers when I do panels. I'm sorry. I'm getting... See, can you see I got rusty, everybody? I'm letting a troll steal the attention. No more. No more. Mute this motherfucker. Watch this. This is the real way you do it. Mute them. 30-minute mute. Come on. Mods. Mods, mute. Please. Please. Where's my mods? Are they sleeping? Fine, I'll do it myself. There we go. Never mind. Thank you, Gay Fish. I guess we need to fucking wake up the mods. Damn it, I've been awake for too long. Shit. Have I seen Keffel's coverage recently? She's gone hard sincerely on politics and raised 50K for... Yes, Keffel's Poglord. Just so you all know. Keffel's fucking poggers. All I gotta say, big fan. You all know I've been fucking pumping... You know I've been hyping up Keffels for longer than you all even knew what a Keffels was. But I knew. Keffels is fucking good shit. Love Keffels. Oh, that's a really good idea. I should have imp horns that clip onto headphones. That's a really fucking good idea. Yeah, it's a good idea. Keffels is part of a complete breakfast. Oh, I saw that, Gay Fesh. That's so grand. Isn't Keffels a cereal brand? No. No. Keffels is not a cereal brand. Wait, Pansabi, you're Keffels editor? Wait, for real? I didn't know that. That's sick as fuck. That's awesome. Damn. Banned. Get fucked, bro. Okay, all right. Oh, yeah. I ratioed Ian Miles Chung yesterday. It was sick. Fucking, oh my God. Yeah, Ian Miles Chung got fucking clapped yesterday. It was so great to see. Just so fucking great to see. You gotta love it. Keffels was just like, oh my God, there's so many. God damn it. Do I have cranberry sauce on my shelf? Actually, it's much worse than cranberry sauce. Somebody in chat will tell you what it is. It's the cranussy. Somebody made me a cranberry sauce Onahole, unironically, and mailed it to me. I'm not kidding you. Somebody made, after a meme about me not liking canned cranberry and me saying, yeah, it was Posadas John. It was Posadas John. I didn't know if you wanted me to out you that easily, but now that you did it, it was Posadas John. Mailed me a fucking homemade cranberry sauce Onahole. Incredible. Just the ultimate flex. If you want to flex on a streamer, send them a homemade meme that is so niche that there's no way they can't talk about it, but also they have to then explain it to every newcomer who sees it. Do you see what I mean? Now I have had to explain, I've had to do mental damage to all of you. The real question is, did you use it? I wanted to keep my dick skin. Thank you very much. I did not want to lose my dick skin. So, no offense to the crafting level of Posadas John, but I was a bit worried, okay? Yeah. Anyway, Well, congratulations, Pizzadas John. You are an artist, and you did do a good job. I look like K-pop? Yo, thank you. Appreciate that. That's a very, very there's a very nice compliment. K-pop is super popular, and they're generally regarded as attractive. So I am the K-pop. So, you just wanted cranberry sauce? Not today. Do you really think anything is immediately as it appears on a Demon Mama stream? On a Demon Mama stream, everything has, if you scratch below the surface, you'll find wildness underneath. Yeah. You have longer hair than me for the first time? Poggers! Hell yeah. Look, I had fun with long hair. I have had long and short hair multiple times in my life. It was time for short hair. In the can, the sauce comes from you. It's like a scratch and sniff. Yeah. Will the critters be coming with me on the camping streams? Abso-fucking-lutely. We will be doing camping streams, or we will be aiming to be doing camping streams in a few months. We still have a lot of prep to do. We still have to get the move done. But once we're done with the move and we get the prep done, we will be doing camping streams, which should be awesome. And that means that what you'll see instead of this right here, you'll see me holding my camera, and I'll be like, hey guys, I'm out here in the woods. And then you'll hear and then I'm going to go, isn't that fucking sick? Let's talk about politics. And then I'll put it in a little holder, and I'll talk at you near the fireside, and we'll rant about politics, and I'll check in on chat. And I won't be able to do any, like fancy effects or sound effects or that sort of shit, or do like React stuff, but I'll be able to talk to you about all kinds of stuff. And I can make food. It's going to be sick. I look like Bachelor Pathologic 1. I guess I kind of do. Whatever. Bachelor Pathologic 1 is... Never mind. Make sure you bring the guitar. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, it'll be great. It's going to be a good time. Now, of course, they're going to be... I am too tall. Yeah, Bachelor's tiny. We all know who I am. Come on, let's not play games. I literally have art... I mean, look, I have this as my fucking desktop. We all know who I am. We all know who I am. Yeah. Yeah. Now, there's an artist, by the way, named Intentions Nasty, who has done, the absolutely most incredible non-binary trans mask, adaptation of Artemy. Holy fuck. My God. Makes me... Goodness gracious. Whew. Getting a little flustered over here. Intentions Nasty. Can't link because it's not safe for work, but you can find it on Twitter if you go look yourself. Twitter.com, Intentions Nasty. I can't link in chat because no not safe for work links in chat, but you know. So, everyone, now we have to talk about the actual topics of the day. And we have a lot. We have a lot to talk about. My motherfucking God. How long does it take for me to do streamer call-ins? Oh, well, I will probably be doing call-ins soon. I don't know. I've been weird about it. I haven't really figured it out. Oh, shit. Let's hear. Wait a minute. Let's hear. Holy shit! What? That's great! What a banger! You just threw that together? Jazz Dog, what the fuck? You're so fucking talented. All right, we'll talk about it tonight in DMs. Fine. Wait, Sensei Kyle, no. What are you talking about, bro? I haven't even started this stream. You're gonna have to wait a little longer than that. Holy fuck, man. Chill. Get comfy. I don't even know who you are. Chill. We got a lot to do, okay? We got a lot to talk about. Fuck. Holy shit. Y'all are so eager. It's flattering, but God. Oh. All right. Oh, my God. No Zan memes. Sorry. am I going to be done streaming? Oh, no, I'm not going to be done streaming for like 6 hours at least. I got a long time. Yeah. No. I'm going to be around all night. Don't worry. We got a long stream in front of us. I got so much to talk about. Holy shit. Artemy would not have long hair, and the reason why Artemy would not have long hair is because it would get in the way of him being a doctor. Artemy is like one-track mind into making sure people aren't sick. That's all he thinks about. Is like, how do I get people not sick? How do I make sure the kids don't get sick? Artemy is like the most parental energy in a person that you can possibly imagine. No, not the cat Artemy. Oh my god. The character that the cat Artemy was named after me. Artemy Burach from Pathologic 2. The best game ever made that if you are a real fan, you will play Pathologic 2. Okay? You feel like you've ascended now that you've watched Pathologic 1 and 2? That's because you have. You have ascended. Yes. Yes. No, not the cat Artemy. I don't own the cat Artemy. That is another streamer's cat. There is another streamer named Vaush. Okay, it's fine, Gayfesh. You get an exception, okay? You get the pass, okay? Speaking of Vaush, I had a conversation with Vaush. I was not a big fan of it. And we're going to talk about it because I haven't really talked about it barely at all outside of my own server and a couple of people. I had a debate with Vaush. I had a lot of thoughts about it. A lot of people didn't see it, but a lot of people did see it. And I was let's just say I was very, very disappointed by this debate. And I very, very much hesitate to call it a debate. So how do I even start talking about this? Boy, oh boy, I had a lot of stuff to talk about. So I think it would be an understatement to say that the conversation bothered me. It definitely bothered me. And part of it was just the premise of the conversation. So for those of you who don't know, there was recently a massive Destiny.gg pile-on to a tweet that I made. And you know what? I'm not even going to show the tweet right now because it really isn't necessary. The original tweet was a conversation that Doe and a 6-follower account were having, and I jumped in and made a sort of offhanded comment that got retweeted into the DG geosphere, and by the time that I had woken up from my nap after tweeting it, there was 200 quote tweets on it, and by the end there was 600 plus quote tweets on it, almost all of them from DGG. As in, if you go through and just pick a random name, every single one of them follows the omniliberal, and that's about it. So, it was really funny, and it's really interesting to me because I want to talk about this because, it's really, really easy to build a straw man and make fun of someone or try to make fun of someone or dunk on someone for a position that they don't hold. So for example, imagine, I'm going to give you a small example of this. Okay. So imagine I think right now, if I was to poll the chat and I was to say, do you think, that saying, the petroleum industry CEOs are pieces of shit. If I said that statement in chat, I bet a lot of people would either agree with it, would probably strongly agree with it. But I could also immediately say, oh, wow, so you think we should just kill those people? You think that we should just delete them? What would happen to all of their employees? You want working class people to starve? So it's very easy to take a statement and go insane on it and just make things up to get mad at. And if someone is a unlikable enough figure, such as myself, other people will jump on board with it. And the reality is that in DGG, I am an unlikable figure. It is literally, as Gayfish is saying, it is the "so you hate waffles" thing. It is I like pancakes, so you fucking hate waffles? That is what it is. It is a severe lack of charitability. And if you engage with a low enough level of charitability, you can make anyone sound bad to a hostile audience. That is just the truth. In fact, interestingly, Vaush himself has made a video about this. And I think he understands this very well, which is part of the reason why I was incredibly frustrated that when Vaush woke up and went on his stream and decided at his chat's prompt to look at my tweet, I was frustrated that he seemed unwilling to look at the other things that I was talking about and was only willing to fixate on a definitively out of context tweet that was already getting dogpiled on. Now, the conversation that ensued, I think, was fucking stupid. And there was a vote in the chat, and the chat, well, that was for the second part. He started talking about it before then. You literally argued against the concept that supply chains are necessary. No, I did not. See, this is the thing. If you want to, you can twist any statement into anything else. Spyro Gal, you voted no. Well, implicitly, that means that you were you were really just trying to shut down Vaush's ability to make money off of it. You are a villain for that. So, like, again, you can literally twist anything if you try hard enough. And if you have an audience that's preferable to that, you can do that. In this particular case, my tweet was, first of all, taken out of context, and then I was asked onto Vaush's show to talk about the topic, or rather to talk with Vaush about it. And what started was what I consider to be a incredibly bad faith opener to a conversation, which was to respond to my original tweet by saying, well, what? Do you believe in supply chains? Now, the funny thing is, the conversation was never, ever about whether or not I believed supply chains were a thing or not. Supply chains have many configurations, as it turns out. There are supply chains as simple as I get my beans from the farmer's market, the farmers deliver it to the market, and then I buy the beans with money and go home. That is a tiny supply chain. Then there are big, complicated consumer supply chains. So, for example, an example of a consumer supply chain is a Chinese factory manufactures a television. That television is bought by LG, a Korean company. LG puts their logo on the TV. Then they send it to America, where it is sold in a Best Buy, who bought a certain amount of stock, and then that TV is delivered to the hands of a paying consumer. That is another type of supply chain. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when the conversation began and I was asked whether I believed in or advocated against supply chains, I said I felt like that was an absurd question to ask. And then I was immediately accused of trying to avoid the question. But the problem is, I was never talking about whether or not supply chains exist as a concept, but rather, what types of supply chains are there? What happens if you're cut out of a capitalist supply chain? How would you source medicine? It's actually really funny how easy it would have been for someone to get my opinion if they wanted to, but a large amount of people They didn't just not want to engage. They were looking specifically for something that could be taken out of context. We call this on Twitch and YouTube clip chimping. They were looking for something out of context to jump on to make sound bad. That's why when I responded to what do you do without a capitalist supply chain, I responded, you should find ways to make your own medicine and source your own medicine outside of the usual supply chain. Do you understand? I think you both were talking past each other. Yes, but there's a context that's also important there, okay? There was a sorry, I apologize. I think you were both talking past each other. That's true, but I was invited on to explain myself, and then I was actively talked past. So I don't think that I'm wrong because somebody else aggressively misinterpreted me. You understand? Sound Judgment says, he literally said, I think she said some other things that obfuscated her original tweet. He was actively ignoring the context. I like Vaush, and I have defended him even recently, but his behavior in that convo was borderline reprehensible. He was not in a state of mind to engage fairly with anyone. He basically admitted it to himself beforehand. I would agree with that reading, to be completely honest. I was baffled in the conversation, and there was a part in which he accused me of being high because I was stumbling on my words a little bit, literally because I didn't know what he was talking about. I did not ask to come on. People tagged me in chat, and I said I will come on if I'm invited, and then I was invited. So, but let's talk a little bit more specifically, okay? All right? Let's be a little bit more specific, okay? Oh, how is everyone? Psychopax, you have to go into your account, go to the account menu on the website, your user profile, and you'll be able to choose pronouns. It's a new feature. It's the account maker. Yeah. I don't believe so. I think I said I would go on if I was invited. I don't believe I don't believe I was the first one. Multiple people tagged me. Maybe I did. If I did, I'm willing to own up to that. That's a very small thing. I don't really think it matters that much. If I asked first, fine. I think I may I believe it's possible that I was like, "Oh, you should just bring me on instead." But multiple people were tagging me when I was brought on, and I said I will go on if I'm invited by Vaush. You can check the logs. Yeah. Sure. Let's check. We can see. Anyway, again, I don't really care. I can, if I asked first, that's fine. Vaush offered first. I missed him saying it. Oh, okay. That's what, oh, this is so annoying. Why does any of this detail even matter? None of it matters. Oh my God. Anyway, okay. So let's talk about what I was talking about originally. Okay? No, wait. Sorry. That's wrong order. We'll talk about that after. Let's talk about the conversation. The conversation that ensued was, in my opinion, not only just disappointing, but I don't want to sound, okay, Nomad, I hear you on that, and I'm going to get to that. Please stick around. I hear you, and I will talk about it, okay? So the reason why I think the conversation went so bad is because I did, and maybe this was the wrong decision to make, I did go in expecting that like a colleague and friend would be willing to hear out like my frustrations with being misinterpreted, especially someone who is constantly which was constantly being misinterpreted at that point. Hold on a second. I'm getting distracted. So, I don't know if he mentioned you bringing... Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to watch the VOD. Okay. Whatever. Sorry. I'm all over the place right now. Let's focus and not get stun-locked about who asked first. Whew. Point is, I was frustrated going into the conversation, and I recognize that probably made me sound a little pissed off, but I was very frustrated from the get-go because, specifically because... Vaush was reacting only to the out of context tweet when I had literally written a thread about what I thought broader about the topic and was openly willing to discuss it further, but no such thing occurred. I was simultaneously being asked questions about a 1,000-year future world, which I never advocated for a 1,000-year future world. I was talking very specifically about what we do now and in the near future if people are cut out of or if capitalist supply lines collapse. I was never talking about whatever the fuck everybody else was going on about. So when I came in, I was attempting to explain to Vaush that that my point had been misinterpreted and I wanted to get the actual point out. This was immediately assumed to be being slippery. In fact, I believe he said that I was being slippery, and then shortly after began to say that I was playing victim because I expressed frustration at being misrepresented. That was very annoying to me, and also, I think, a giant waste of time. This conversation was an opportunity for us to actually talk about real politics, and instead, it became immediately a tribunal on my Twitter behavior and on my personality. And this continued and got even worse. At one point during the conversation, Vaush misheard me. Now, I have verified this myself. I have had 2 people transcribe it for me. You can go check it yourself. There was a point in which Vaush misheard what I asked and accused me of saying that the FDA doesn't get us anywhere. I did not say that. I was asking simply where we were going with a conversation about the FDA specifically. He interpreted that wrong. He misheard me and then accused me of gaslighting him. And then when I pushed back on that, he then called me a victim again and said that I was trying to have a meta conversation about the conversation instead of as a way to distract from the point at hand, which is the most uncharitable, dickish way of interpreting somebody going, bro, you just said to your audience of 15,000 people that I was gaslighting you when you misheard. You just said that I was being an abuser to your massive fucking audience. That's kind of important to me. It's actually more important to me that you're telling your followers that I'm an abuser because you misheard me. That is more important to me than whatever stupid disagreement you have with my tweet. And guess what, guys? I think that's rational. I don't think that I am irrational or abusive or gaslighting for saying that I think that my tweet is less important than you telling your audience that I'm an abuser and a gaslighter. Lady Cuckery, get out of my chat. Please ban Lady Cuckery out of my chat. Well, here's some... If you think that was abusive, watch this. There you go. If you want to accuse me of abuse or gaslighting, I will expect you, with an accusation of that level, to come with some motherfucking receipts. But let's be real. What actually happened was that Vaush, being extremely careless in the moment, got extremely triggered about a tweet that I made, was not willing to listen to what I had to say about it, instead ran with the interpretation that DGG did, and then jumped on the dog pile, called me abusive and gaslighting because he misheard me. I don't think I'm wrong at all for being frustrated with that. I don't think I'm wrong for not wanting to stay in that conversation. When I said, how many times did I say that I think we should end the conversation? And yes, while it is true, I could have hung up. I was hoping that we could come to a peaceable agree to disagree end. But Vaush was not willing to have that sort of end. He was determined to prove me as an abusive dumb fuck at that point, which I think is a really bad faith way of engaging. And I didn't like it. And I still don't like it. And I think it was shitty. I also think it was egregiously shitty to stand in front of your audience and tell them I'm a gaslighter because your stupid ass misheard. Sorry, maybe that's a little bit asshole-ish to say, but I think I'm right. Now, if you all are interested, we can talk about what conversation could have been had if instead it wasn't about jumping on a dog pile and trying to determine me as an abusive person over a tweet. Which, boy oh boy, doesn't that feel a little hypocritical? Doesn't that feel like just a little hypocritical to like do the tweet canceling thing from Vaush, the guy who's been canceled over was actively being canceled over a tweet? Come on. Anyway, let's talk about the actual subject at hand, okay? Let's do it, shall we? You all interested? You all interested in what we're talking about? Sure, let's fucking talk about it. So I've been thinking about this. I've, believe it or not, been reading about this. And in fact, Doe has also been reading about this and sharing lots of stuff with me, which feels fucking sick as fuck. So let's actually talk about what I was talking about here, okay? So what I was trying to talk about is the fact that as it currently stands, the world, medicine as we know it, the medical institutions, the way that we get drugs, pharmacy, pharmaceuticals, medicine, is entirely built on top of the profit motive. You understand that? We have insurance, we have privatized, we have patent ownership by pharmaceutical companies, we have production owned by those pharmaceutical companies. You have no way to access medicine besides getting a job and paying for the medicine, or getting a job so you can get insurance to pay for the medicine. If you're lucky, you might live in a state that has Medicare or Medicaid, and you might be able to get on one of those, but that is not a guarantee. And those are, what those do is just have the government pay the private corporations for the medication. So it's a little bit fucking, you know, so that's the start point. That's where we're at right now. And in a world where everything is locked behind money, medicinally is locked behind money, you might go, well, then maybe I should do it myself. And you go, well, damn, medicine is very complicated. Yes, it is. But if you can't afford it, you don't have anything else. And if you're in pain or you're dying and you still don't have money and you're in pain or dying, you might not be able to get money. So what happens when you are the one who is cut out of the currently existing supply lines? Odd. Now we're in a different circumstance, are we? What do you do if you don't have the money to pay for your life-saving medication? You have a couple of options. You either steal it, you either find a miracle way to get that medication legitimately, you make it yourself, or you buy it on the gray market. And gray markets are often, interestingly, qualified drug producers in other countries who sell these things via technically not legal routes. Okay? So, isn't this the plot for Breaking Bad? No, because yes and no. In Breaking Bad, he has cancer and he sells it to make money to pay for cancer meds. So yes, there is a certain amount of truth in Breaking Bad, but I don't appreciate the Breaking Bad things because he was cooking meth. It doesn't cure cancer. Anyway. Okay, here we go. We got it. Danny Fallon says, okay, because I'm autistic, I went back and I went back to the Vaush VOD. You called into contention what he was saying about rural doctors not getting meds. He went to pee. A chatter suggested you be brought on. He then offered to let you on. You asked to be brought on because chatters were spamming you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let us continue. Now, there are some medications that are very, very, very difficult to produce. there are other medications that are not difficult to produce. Let me give some examples of this for people who are interested in this topic. An example of a medicine that is not difficult to produce is weed. Cannabis is one of the most effective painkillers in the world, one of the most effective painkillers, and it can be grown from the ground. Oh my God. So there's an example of a medicine that's super easy to DIY. You want to know what else about that medicine? It's also quite safe because there isn't a profit incentive to taint the weed, and also the effects of weed are relatively minor. So it's actually super easy to just test it and be safe. It's also super easy to cross-test. So one weed farm makes weed, tests another weed farm, and that weed farm tests the other weed farm's weed, and they both go, yep, this is clean weed, because they're doing it for the good of people being able to enjoy weed. Now, obviously, profit motives fuck this up, but that's what we're trying to address. We're trying to get rid of the stuff that fucks it up. Now, there are other medications that are not so easy to make, okay? Some of those are to treat extremely, extremely niche illnesses, very, very rare illnesses that only some people have, and therefore it's difficult to produce. Now, if there is a medication that is very, very difficult to produce, don't you think that we should reserve special supply lines for that type of medicine? Because right now, the way it works is that capitalist supply lines control everything, including niche medicine. Now, because of the profit margin, that means that we have giant drug factories and that we have extremely stringent, highly bureaucratic drug supply lines, which cut people out who then die from that disease. I think, as people who allege to be leftists and anarchists, that perhaps we should go, oh my God, this is a very, very bad situation for us to be in. This niche medicine is patented, controlled, and manufactured only by corporations, which means if you're the one who's sick, you have to pay that corporation. We should build free, non-profit supply lines for complicated medications. And it might be hard to do, but we should do it because it saves people's lives and we're leftists. No one ever said that we are going to delete all chemists, that we are going to delete all chemistry, that we are going to delete all factories. The factories exist already. The professionals exist already. The materials exist already. They are all being exploited by capitalism. And what I'm trying to say is we should find ways to break down the specifically exclusive consumer supply lines and replace them with better things, some of which might not look at all like what we imagine now. And guess what? There are chemists, specialists, shipping specialists who can figure it out and do. An example of this. Did you know that all over the world there is a black market for designer drugs? I'm talking drugs that get you high in a way that you can only produce in a lab. Drugs which could kill you if they weren't pure. Illicit drugs are a for-profit black market industry, and yet they still manage to somehow maintain purity. And if someone makes a drug that's impure, unless they got it secondhand from like a skeezy dealer, guess what? You know, more or less, who made your designer drug. And you can go and take umbrage with them, and other people will as well. And that's not a free market solution. That is a reputation-based system, which is what most of the world already runs off. Can you clarify the difference between bureaucracy and profit motives? Because I feel people get those mixed up. Bureaucracy, okay, when I hear, okay, the term bureaucracy refers to systems of government that are powered by unelected bureaucrats who oversee loads and loads and loads of paperwork. That is what a bureaucracy is. Bureaucracy is not a substitute word for any form of organization or any form of record keeping or any form of doing your homework. A bureaucracy is specifically designed to deal with legal bloat. The reason why the United States and the USSR are the most famous bureaucracies in the world is because we have extremely inefficient, unjust legal systems that require and such an expensive cost. And guess what? Some corporations function as bureaucracies as well, because some corporations are working with the government and their employees are not elected, and they are basically pencil pushers who are in partnership with the government. So to be clear for the record, you're not saying get rid of supply chains, but rather make them better. You can't get rid of supply chains. That's like saying get rid of air. You can't. A supply chain is a thing that exists. The goal is to stop using and stop relying on capitalist supply lines. Highly bureaucratic, highly centralized capitalist supply lines, which deliver to paying consumers, not people who need it. Those capitalist supply lines, those consumer supply lines deliver to consumers, not to those in need. So, if I seem a little frustrated about this particular topic, it's because I have had 1,000 people, no joke, literally, like 1,000 people tweeting the most, like, bird-brained, bad straw man of a single tweet I made because fucking Destiny retweeted it to his audience and then Vaush jumped on it. Which I don't appreciate, for the record. The point is, okay, let me offer you, and here's another direction that I'm going to go with this, okay? There is a difference, and somebody by the name of ContraPoints. I'm going to give a little tiny bit of I'm going to give a little tiny bit of credence to ContraPoints here, okay? ContraPoints made a tweet, and he said the problem with, he watched the conversation, and he said, and I'm quoting approximately, the problem here is that Demon Mama is talking about anarchist solutions in the here and now, and Vaush wants to talk about a 1,000-year anarchist project. And that is true. I don't believe in a thing like a 1,000-year anarchist project. I don't think that we can even conceive of that, because I think that all that we can really do is think of worlds that we want to aim for, and work on them in the here and now. I can, wait, but that's the thing. Hanubia, to be fair, I can see how someone could have gotten tripped up on my tweets. I can too, but I was not allowed to explain the trip up. ContraPoints, not ContraPoints. I know the name, ContraPoints. He's a smaller content creator. ContraPoints, he, him. So, anyway, let's talk about something, okay? Good Faith Actor says, there seems to be a trend of you arguing against how a thing is distributed or administered and people interpreting it as you arguing against the thing itself. Curious. I know. Yeah, here's the tweet. Let me show you the tweet right here, okay? This is a great tweet. I want to quote ContraPoints directly. And I will point out, I have had a fantastic conversation with ContraPoints specifically about anarchism, okay? Demon Mama is an anarchist and believes in the power of parallel structures. I don't think Vaush is an anarchist unless it's on a millennia-long project and ideal. That is the disconnect in this conversation. Now, I don't know that I would agree with his wording exactly, but I agree with his sentiment. Vaush and I had very, very different approaches, and the difference was Vaush didn't seem willing to consider that what the person who wrote the tweet, was talking about could have been differently than what he, having read all of DGG's shitty-ass straw man about it, was talking about. And given that he's the one asking the questions, I feel like maybe he should have offered me a little bit better faith. Come on. So, that was a bit of a distraction. Let's get back to the main point, okay? Let me ask you something. What happens? What happens right now? I want you just to do a thought experiment with me, okay? We're going to just sit here. You, right now, statistically, probably take some medications. I want you to close your eyes and imagine a world in which, let's say, a world not far from here. Let's imagine you actually live in Ukraine. And one day, Russians invade and they destroy the supply lines to the stores going into your town, okay? How do you get the medication that you take every day now? You go to the pharmacy? Well, the pharmacy's gone or closed or out of stock. So now what? You have medicine you need. Where do you get it? You ask your friends? You ask your found family? Well, it turns out in our modern world, if something bad happens, you usually just die. Yeah, that's right. Here in America, you don't have money, you don't have a home, you just die. And in a country where something like a disaster happens, like an invasion or, you know, a series of natural disasters like wildfires that wipe out your town, wow, we don't actually know where to get any of our medicine outside of the pharmacies near us. Now, if you're lucky, you might have access to a credit card and the internet, and then you might be able to order your medicine online. But guess what? There's a problem with that, because if you're in the area that's affected by a natural disaster, war, or anything else like that, how the fuck are you going to get a delivery? So do you just die? Now, when I think about that, you might go, damn, Demon Mama, isn't that a bit apocalyptic? Do you know when we live? Do you know have you forgotten that we've lived in a pandemic for 2 years in which how many people are dead in America now because of our lack of response to this disaster? How many? Over 1 million? I haven't even checked recently. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Can we see? Let's take a look. United States. Fatal cases. 971,000 Americans have died amidst the super advanced medical state of the United States. What if that's you next time? What if that's you next year? What if that's you in 6 months? You know that right now in Ukraine and Russia, both countries, which a couple of weeks ago, all of the citizens could have been peacefully enjoying their social media and playing video games, that in Russia, they are now absolutely dunked into a complete economic destruction, that the average person can't get any money and is struggling with food in Russia. That in Ukraine, if you're in one of the war-torn areas, you have nothing. And the reason for that is because we have been made reliant on exclusive systems. We sit here every day looking at other countries having mass casualty events. We sit here every single day looking at our own country having a medical mass casualty event, and then we go, yeah, we don't need to address this at all. We don't need to have alternatives. We don't need to make medicinal knowledge available to as many people as possible. People who literally aren't allowed to get training, who literally can't afford to go to medical school, who literally can't afford to pay their rent. We need to equip as many people with as much knowledge as possible. We need to find the people out there who can't afford to go to the school, who actually turns out they're gifted fucking chemists. Do you know how many people are geniuses but don't ever get to go to college, don't ever get to learn anything? A lot. It's a lot. The majority of geniuses that have ever lived will never get to live up to their full potential because it's locked behind literally the worst gamble of money ever. Money is concentrated in the hands of a handful of capitalists worldwide. Everyone else, that includes you, unless you happen to be Jeff Bezos, is gonna get fucked. And guess what? Right now, capitalism is not having a good time. Climate change is crawling up on us, and we rely on not just highly, 100% profit motive systems in order to be okay. And here's the real thing I want you all to think about. When shit goes bad in capitalism, do you know what happens first? No one is denied directly, usually. What happens first is the price goes up, and then you can't afford it. That's what happens. And if you think you're free of that, well, you're not. Because, see, there's always somebody richer than you in capitalism. So as long as they can afford it, and as long as they're willing to pay for it, you're just fucked. So let's say there's a life-saving medicine, and you, a poor person, need that medicine, but the price goes up by $100 a month. You can't afford it, but the guy next door to you, the guy across town from you who makes twice your income can easily afford it. They're still fine. It can go up $1,000 and or it can go up $1,200 per year, and they can afford it, but you can't. You just disappear. You just stop getting your medicine. Do you understand what I'm saying? This was not your original tweet. As it turns out, I don't know if you caught this, but tweets only have fucking 200 characters in them. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Gayfesh. I appreciate that. I even out of good faith, out of a tongue-in-cheek good faith, I literally made a thread about it. But this is the problem. You see, this is the problem with the way that everyone engages on this, but also the way that Vaush engaged on this, and part of the thing that made me frustrated. Yes, Chronic Cine, I really want to talk with more disabled activists and speak on disabled issues. It's one of the areas I feel the worst about not giving coverage on. It's something that's very important to me. I think about it a lot. I've talked about it a lot, but I haven't had a whole lot of people on. Problem is, the truth is, I struggle with collaborations because they take a lot of communicative effort, they take a lot of scheduling effort, and it tires me out. I've seen people cry because their insurance wouldn't cover their necessary top-shelf meds. It makes me furious. People did not ask to have these ailments. I agree. And we must acknowledge that the current system locks many people out, and that we are not done changing things. And that, in fact, so many people, that we are literally chained to a system that doesn't have to function this way. You realize that we choose to make supply lines function the way they do. We choose to build consumer supply lines where you buy things from people who buy things from people who buy things, instead of saying, wait a minute, we have a need, our population. Imagine an alternate world, guys. Imagine an alternate world where somebody says, I have an ailment. Is there a medicine that can solve it? And you go, yes, this pharmacy produces a medicine that can solve it. Here's the necessary science that proves this. And then that person's doctor can go, I need that medicine. And then that medicine gets delivered to that doctor, to that person. And we have a supply chain built for that purpose. Not for the purpose of making money, not for the purpose of preserving patents, not for the purpose of upholding the economy, but rather to deliver the medicine to the people in need, to deliver and produce it to the people in need. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been talking about. Wasn't the NHS built upon that ideal? Yes! Many, many universal systems go for that approach. Now, there are problems still with universal healthcare, but they do start to alleviate this, and you want to know what they do? Guys, here's the hot take. Ready? Ready for the hottest hot take of all? You ready? Are you fucking ready? Here we go. Building an NHS would equal blowing up every capitalist supply line in America. Oh no! Remember when Doe made that joke about blowing up supply lines? As it turns out, Doe was joking about the fact that any change that you make for the betterment of people would, by definition, destroy consumerist supply lines. They would, and they did. Other countries that have national healthcare systems were willing to destroy the existing very bad supply lines and build new ones. Lamau, Jazz Dog, that's fucking hilarious. Infernatrix Sophia says, it was motivated reasoning the entire time. There was a pretty clear push to misunderstand you. He was actively searching for a specific interpretation of straw man, and everything became a retrofit. I do tend to agree with that interpretation. I do. Sorry, but I think that's accurate. I think Vaush was very mad. I don't know why he was mad. I expressed confusion at why he was mad. I expressed confusion as to why he was calling me a gaslighter, and I expressed confusion as to why he was calling me an abuser. And then his response to that was, "Stop playing the victim. You're better than this," which I think is an asshole, bad faith thing to do, personally. But I'm not J.K. Rowling, Saberflote. I'm not. I didn't even criticize him on J.K. Rowling. In fact, we're going to talk about that later. Yeah, we're going to talk about that later. I'm not so sure about that. There's any number of reasons why someone could get hung up over trivial details, but perhaps I'm being too charitable. Well, see, that's the thing. There was no charitability given to me, and the power the power of the show was in Vaush's hands. Vaush chose to look at my tweet that was getting dogpiled on. Vaush chose to not look at my other stream, and then Vaush chose to interrogate me as if I have a history of being a bad faith actor when I don't. In fact, Vaush has a video out on his channel talking about how I'm the most willing person to die on a hill. Did he ever stop for 1 second and think maybe the argument was being, misinterpreted pretty badly? Nah, come on. I missed it probably, but are y'all still friends? I don't know. I don't fucking know. He doesn't talk to me. On his stream, he said a bunch of stupid shit about me. In another stream, he was streaming about other shit, and I happened to be watching, and he was saying shit like, oh, I should have seen this coming. I guess I let a lot of stuff slip with Demon Mama. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? What did you let slip? Like, I don't know. Whatever, man. So, like, that's on him. I mean, he's been joking about burning a bridge with me since the conversation happened. So if to him my tweet was so egregious that he wants to joke about burning a bridge, that's on him. I'm not going to meet somebody's own personal problems in that way. It's fucking stupid to me. That's not the way I do things, and I'm not going to sit there and go super nice and be like, no, please don't burn the bridge, when somebody fucking went out of their way to call me a gaslighter and an abuser multiple times over a conversation, over a disagreement about supply lines. Guys, that's unhinged and unhealthy. That is a, extremely, extremely weird way of engaging with other people that I don't want to engage with. So if he really wants to, well, then maybe he can watch that back and reflect on his actions. I don't care. Like, I'm frustrated that he said the things he did about me, not about my point. I don't care if he's a liberal and doesn't think that anarchism can happen unless you time skip 1,000 years in the future. I don't really care if he feels that way or not. I don't care if he is or isn't. I personally don't really call him a lib all the time. I think that, sometimes he's a little more willing to engage with anarchist thought. Other times he's not. I don't really care about any of that. What I do care about is the fact that somebody who I consider a colleague, who I have a history of good engagement with, decided to take an opportunity where we could talk about a political issue with some contention and turn it into a thing about whether or not I'm a gaslighter or an abuser because he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Sorry. That's not my problem, guys. And I don't really care how many DGGers or Vaushites or whatever are like, oh, you should be, make apologies, to save the bridge. I don't care. You guys are totally not healthily connected, and you don't understand what the fuck is going on. Like, from my perspective, somebody who I respect and a colleague just freaked out and performatively called me an abuser and gaslighter to their friends because they were so mad, to their friends and audience because they were so mad about an out of context tweet. Tal990 says, Vaush misheard you when he called you a gaslighter and acknowledged it when chat pointed out after the bait. Yeah, a little late. Maybe he should issue a bit of a, maybe he should say something. Maybe he should apologize for that because he went really fucking hard on that point and he didn't have to. He could have just not been an asshole, but he was. So whatever. And this isn't the first time. I still remember Kink at Pride. I still think, I still remember that this is the fucking way it goes. I am treated with zero charitability in this space. And that's not me. I'm not the only one said this. Fucking Xander Hall fucking said this. Xander Hall pointed out that every single person who fucking engages with me in this space straight up gives me zero charitability. And most of that is because of a particular creator who spent a year spreading explicit lies about me to every single person in this space. So everyone comes at me as if I'm the villain of the day. Ryoma, I'm telling you, I told you I want to make stream history, and I don't make stream history by I'm not going to make streaming history. I'm not going to make the art that I want to make by playing like stupid games because people can't keep their anger in check. When I'm wrong, I fucking apologize for it. And I have publicly. You all can go look at the fucking record. Also, I have publicly published multiple experiences of me undergoing completely unnecessary criticism just because I was hoping that my opponents would give me a chance to hear my position out. So with all due respect, the record speaks for itself. So whatever. Even outside of everything else, that was one of the worst showings for Vaush when it came to engaging with a point. I literally didn't get it. If in that conversation I sounded bewildered and confused, it's because I was. I do not know why anyone was as mad at me as they were outside of the DGG hates my guts, and so the entirety of the DGG net was jumping on that tweet because they already hate my guts. Vaush forgets that when Lil Red says he forgets he's talking to a fellow friend and not a lib. He wasn't even willing to hear you out. I hate that people want you to save a bridge that he burned over nothing. Well, Vaush, technically Vaush would have been the lib, but whatever. Like, anyway, the debate with Vaush was super hard to listen to. How do you think I felt? Like, no offense, but like, by the way, another thing I'll note, this is something that really annoyed me. I'm just sorry. Just listen up for a second. This is something that personally annoyed me, and some of you in this chat may be guilty of this. So, let me just say, the people who said that I was being, like a piece of shit and really rude, I implore you to go back and watch again. I don't think there was a single point in that entire conversation where I made any accusations about Vaush's personality. I don't think there was any point in which I insulted him or his platform. I think the only thing I said was, and I'm going to cop to this, at the very, very end of the conversation, I said, I feel like you're schizo posting at me because I felt like he was making up things completely unrelated to what I said and saying them to me. And perhaps that was a misspeak, but I will point out that it happened at the very end, after I'd already been accused of being a gaslighter and after I'd already been accused of being an abuser. So I think that when people go and watch that and they say I was being a piece of shit, that you're literally Fox Newsing yourself. If you go back and watch that, I would like to see. I asked openly on my server for people to give me clips of me insulting Vaush or of me making aspersions about his personality. Didn't do it. No clips. Didn't see fucking any of it. Yeah, and he called me literally Hassan. So what the fuck? He said that like 3 times. I do agree with everything you're saying here, but that debate was emblematic of my problem with generally debates in general. It's the reason why I switch off whenever a debate happens. I enjoy your content a lot. And that's 90% of your content. It's hard to put into words what the problem was. The debates are impossible for me to have because the fact of the matter is that the only debates that I can have that are any fun is debates against conservatives. And the reason for that is because conservatives we can just dunk on freely. And you don't have to pretend that there's good faith because the reality is that most online debates cannot be in good faith and never will be, even between friends and colleagues. And they almost never go anywhere. It's just true. And part of that is the fault of the debate bros. Part of that is the fault of the people who supposedly like to do debate but don't actually have mastery over their craft outside of making a personal brand. If that's your only goal, great. But, yeah. Oh, I'm sure it was somewhat ableist, but also, like, I think I was matching the tone pretty well. Everything is fucking censored now. I don't get it. Brain Screams says, being disabled is super weird because you both hate the current system and are terrified when it changes that you will fall further through the cracks. And it doesn't help how quick anti-pharma becomes pro-eugenics on the left, which I think fueled a lot of the overreaction backlash. Yes, but again, that's not my problem. That's other people reading into my argument. I was specifically, very specifically addressing people who I am trying to make sure people don't fall through the current or future cracks. Literally, that's the conversation I was trying to have. Fun Bun, Vaush asked you at some point if you would sue your dealer as a joke, and a little time later admitted what a stupid point that was. Oh yeah, also, sorry, not to keep ranting, but that is why you watch me. Not to keep ranting, but he also said that I was making ANCAP arguments, which is so motherfucking stupid. That made me so angry. What the fuck? I was literally making the opposite. It was such a stupid allegation. ANCAPs don't care. They believe that the supply chain should be as privatized as possible. I was not making ANCAP arguments. I was specifically saying the opposite. Let's make explicitly non-profit, reputation-based systems that check one another for the good of the stated goal. Let's find out ways to fund those things in the modern time that doesn't involve building a profit incentive. It was so stupid. Like, the idea that that's an ANCAP argument is just genuinely, that was one of the stupidest things said in that entire conversation, and no one gave a shit. Because, again, the charitability was out the window from the get-go. Which is, personally, quite obnoxious to me. Quite fucking obnoxious. Also, they immediately jumped to the ANPRIM thing, and I'm specifically not an ANPRIM. I am literally make arguments against anarcho-primitivism. It's so stupid. But again, there was no attempt at good faith at all. So fucking annoying. Are you an ANPRIM? No. Do you believe in what ANPRIMs believe? No, I don't. Can you demonstrate that you don't believe in what ANPRIMs believe? Yes, I do not. I'm not anti-technology. I'm not anti-invention. I'm not anti-science. I don't believe that we should return to being hunter-gatherers. I just think that things that we do right now are not good, and there are ways that we could do them better, and there are things that we already discovered in the past that aren't being used right now because they're not profitable that we could use. So annoying. So fucking annoying. Yeah, but have you thought about this? Monkey. Okay, everybody, bathroom song time. I need to go to the bathroom. This is the perfect opportunity. Don't go anywhere. When I get back, we're going to take a brief rant break before I go into another rant. That's right. Because of pure chance, we're going to be talking about another drama situation next. So I'm going to play the bathroom song. I'm going to catch my breath. And you all are going to like the stream and subscribe and not go anywhere. Have fun in the chat and stick around. The bathroom song is really fun to listen to, and you can take this opportunity to like the stream or throw some donations my way, which I could really use every donation that you get because I've been off for a long time. So thank you. Let's listen to the bathroom song.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Yes, non-existent queer, yes. Yeah, my hair is different. Very much. You can steal my haircut.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone. The stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over. Stop. Somebody help her out.
Amazing. Fucking incredible song. Thank you very much. I am back. Is there a bridge burned between me and Vaush? Vaush seemed pretty enthusiastic about burning the bridge. When I burn a bridge, I'll say it out loud. Pretty loudly. I don't really care. I feel pretty fucking... I feel like Vaush was really unfair to me, but I don't really, like, burn bridge. Like, I don't know what that means. Like, bridges that I've burned are people who I think have done me so wrong that I never want to associate with them again. And you all know who those people are. I'm very loud about it. I don't, I say very clearly when I'm done associating with somebody. I'm mad and I'm bothered that Vaush treated me the way he did. But it's up to him if he's not going to, like, ever address that and just pretend that he didn't do that. So whatever. You know, whatever. I don't really care. Everybody wants a closed answer on stuff, but whatever. Anyway, how y'all like Booch, huh? He was worried about it happen, not that he wants it. Well, if he was worried about it, maybe has he tried like not stepping on the gas, not calling me an abuser? Like, I don't know. I think it would be easy to fix. Okay? I'm just going to say it would be easy to fix. The Booch. I love kombucha. I am a big lover of kombucha. Also, I know that's a total distraction, but I've been drinking a lot of kombucha lately because after I was sick, I had to take a lot of antibiotics, and you know, I wanted to replenish my probiotic stuff. I love kombucha. I fucking love kombucha. This flavor is interesting. This is a lavender chamomile jasmine green tea kombucha. This isn't my favorite flavor, but it's pretty good. Noah Samson? I don't know. Like, I don't know what happened with Noah Samson. Like, I literally missed that drama, and it sounded like it was bullshit. Yeah, maybe. That's possible. It was a shitty time for the debate, but I didn't choose the time for the debate. We've now verified that. I was just like, why is people yelling about me again? I didn't do shit. I didn't do shit. I didn't rig shit. That's a joke. That's a joke. It's a reference to a show. Aiko did 13 hours of streams on the Noah vid. Wow, it was that bad, huh? Thank you, Windleby. I appreciate that. We may do some Norman Reedus. Merrick says, Noah unfollowed me because he came at me sideways and it didn't go well this week. Well, look, I don't know anything about Noah Samson. I never had heard of him before this drama, and I missed the drama because I was sick. So I don't know. He seems kind of, I don't know. He made a video that I heard had a lot of mischaracterizations in it, so it sounded bad. Damn, true, Danny Fallon. But Nuts is, see, this is why we keep Nuts around. You said you want to talk about disability politics, and if so, I'd be keen to come on and share. Absolutely, please. Yes. I have to work these things out. I'm just slow at scheduling things. He attacked Zan. Okay, this is a weird thing. There are a bunch of, like, bread tubers that really fucking hate Zan. Speaking of people misrepresenting, Hunter, what the fuck was Hunter's problem? Hunter came at me totally randomly about the chemistry tweet. What the hell's his problem? That was so fucking weird. I was like, dude, you're a week late, bro. Yeah, he came at me in Gay Fesh's replies. Oh, really? Self-loathing egomaniac says, if you get a chance to watch President Sunday go over your debate with Vaush he had on pharmacy tech with him, they were very fair with their assessment and pointed out where Vaush was wrong. It's 4 hours long, but it's worth watching. Fun fact, thank you for that, self-loathing. Fun fact, I had multiple chemistry chemists. I had a pharmacy tech email me, and I had two separate chemists email me with mild disagreements, but overall agreeing with my take, and we had super interesting conversations. Okay, so that's the same one. Okay, that's probably the same one. Yes, LB, my hair is short. It's cute, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Me and President Sunday have had a weird past, but I'm not close to talking to him. Yeah. Yeah, I want to have more conversations, but it's a lot of work, you know? Some people have been dry on content and have been waiting to jump. I didn't see Lance's Anarchy take, actually, believe it or not. President Sunday has not always been a fair critic to me, in my opinion. We had some pretty bad fights back in the day. I will say, though, that as of recently, he's been cool. So that makes me happy. We had an actual like fight because of some off stream stuff. Like I was like, dude, fucking leave me alone. But we kind of worked that out over time. So I had a conversation with Aiko, believe it or not, but it's been a while. You wanted to hear the messy, granular nuances of what we can do to solve medication shortages. It's really hard to, those questions are hard to answer, but we don't get there by not asking the questions. In fact, we guarantee the worst outcome by ceding the conversation entirely to capitalists. By the way, we cede the future to capitalists when we just say, well, we don't need anything other than capitalist supply lines. You lose. We all lose. Poor people lose. The third world loses. I know that's not the right word, but you know what I mean. Nations that are currently being like used as factory colonies lose. I know, the third world is not the word that's used anymore. I apologize. Yeah, I remember that marinara too. Am I going to talk about the Contra Cat drama? Yes, I will be. Yes, I will be. Global South? It's not just the Global South anymore, though, is it? Like, I think it's like a different term, but whatever. We're going to talk about it. We're going to take a little bit of a break to just chill. I wanted to mention some things. So, for those of you all who don't know, developing. Yeah, I got bangs now. Look at me. I'm cutie. I'm a cutie. I'm so cute. I'm a cute NB. Yeah, developing countries. I think that's the term. The developing world, which also is kind of a bad term because it implies that like they have to develop towards what we are, but whatever. Yo, Mother Mirasette, thank you so much for joining once again. Deeply appreciate that. I just don't understand why you can't apologize for people's imagined version of you in their head that made Amprin arguments, which is contrary to the Primi theories, but still maintain technology. Yeah, exactly. My hair's different. I didn't get it dyed. I got it cut. The dye all got cut off. Thank you very much, H. Darling. I appreciate that. Are we on Twitch? We are fucking not. I can say all the words, okay? Real quick, though. We will talk about the Kat Blaque and ContraPoints drama in a little bit. I want to take a short break from the topic, okay? Because there's other topics I want to talk about before that. So y'all are going to have to stick around if you want that juicy stuff. You drama frogs are going to have to sit down and become stream frogs for just a bit. You're a little late, but not that. What hairstyle have I not tried yet? I have never razor shaved my hair. I have never done what are they called? Like dreadlocks or anything like that. I have done a faux hawk. I've never done a mohawk. But it's 1 a.m. Not for me. For me, it's only 6 p.m. Yeah. We can say all the words like poodle and rigmarole and fluffernutter. Yeah, exactly. You got them. I don't really want to do dreadlocks. I don't think they would look good on me. Yeah, I don't want them. I haven't done like a fade. I've never done a fade. I've never done I don't think I've ever done long braids. Yeah. They'd go with the kombucha? Yeah, they would. Get a high top fade, maybe. Finger waves, clean edges? Yeah. Am I white? Listen, I don't identify with the white label, okay? I am a white passing mutt. That's all I care. I don't give a shit. I don't fucking... White is fake. White is a constructed category, and I reject it. Therefore, I am white passing, but I do not uphold whiteness. Fuck whiteness. Holy shit. Hell yeah. That's excellent, Lady Kalgana. Good to hear. I don't know that character, G. O'Neill. You beat the Dragon Lord? Hell yeah. Fucking good job. I think you'd look sick with a wolf cut. Yes, I want to do that. That's what I'm going to do. That's literally, not kidding you, Jaunty Horror. That's literally what I was thinking out of when I was thinking of what I want to do next. I want to get like a wolfy cut. Like, let it fluff out a bit and then, you know, I think it would look cool. Yeah. So, yeah, Ugly Pie. Good to see you. Yeah, I got new hair. Look at that. Short. How short is my hair? Very short. Look. Look. It's super short. It's so short. It's fuzzy. Did I beat the secret boss? Yes, I've beaten all of the bosses in Dark Souls. It was sick as fuck. It's gone. Yeah, but it'll be back. Does it feel nice? It feels so great. Every single day, having to brush stupid knots out of my dyed hair was so annoying. Oh, let Tal90 out of the chud pit. Let Tal90 out of the chud pit. Somebody, some mod, please let Tal90 out of the chud pit. That may have been a little premature. I don't know what Tal did. I think it was Gayfesh that got Tal. It's all good. Unchud. I did hear about the Babylon Bee getting banned. So let's talk about transphobia, everybody. You all ready for an exciting and inspiring new topic called talking about transphobia? There's been a lot of it. And some of you may recall one of the last things I talked about before I was in the hospital was talking about these bills that are currently going on in the United States. Texas passed a bill that made it so that at least on the state governance level, it would be considered child abuse to give a minor any sort of trans hormone treatments, including puberty blockers, which is designed for minors to alleviate dysphoria so they can make a healthy decision about their future. So Texas is busted, and also it has been currently held up in the federal district courts. However, it's not done yet. Even if it's delayed, it's still not done. So there is a raging war in Texas about this. But Texas is hardly the only place where we're dealing with a lot of transphobia, because some of you may have heard about people, about all of this increased this kind of like discourse about trans athletes. Hey, Grime Dango, much love, good to see you. You came in at a great time. Elden Ring hasn't ended you yet, and it won't. You will rise out of Elden Ring a stronger gamer. Because it's a sick-ass game that I love to hell and back. It's so fucking good. And don't you worry, I will be doing an Elden Ring review soon. Didn't Idaho make a really shitty bill? Yes, Idaho did. So did Florida. So did New Hampshire, which got shot down in New Hampshire, and I believe another state. Oh my goodness, Yoda's barking. But here's the funny thing. All of those bills aside, those sorts of outbursts of legislation follow on the tails of a greater culture war, a culture war that is specifically designed to encourage negative feelings about trans people. Literally, a campaign of disinformation and active misinformation that is specifically designed to increase negative prejudice against trans people. And what this has shown up as recently is this sort of swimmer discussion. So you probably have seen it going around. You've probably seen the images of a famous swimmer who just won, or not a famous swimmer, a not really famous swimmer, but an accomplished swimmer who recently won an event. And there was a picture taken where this woman who won the women's swimming event is standing off to the side in the number 1 position, and then 3 other women are standing on the other side together, okay? Lia Thomas. Yeah, let's see if we can get the photo. Let's see if I can grab the actual photo here. I know I'll be able to find it. It's fucking all over the place. Yeah, here we go. Here's the image that everybody was talking about. Let's open it up and take a real quick look, okay? Here you go. Here's what it looks like, okay? This is the image. Yeah. So, in this image, first of all, she's over here standing on a platform as the number 1, and these girls over here are standing here. Now, you probably don't know this, but this swimmer is trans. This woman is trans. Yes, and yes, that's what I was gonna say. First of all, the reason that this photo was taken this way is because, as it turns out, these people over here are friends who were on the same swim team before, and they wanted to have their picture taken together by their friends, and she was not on the team before and doesn't have shared friends, doesn't know these people outside of the competition, and so she stood over here raised up off the ground. Now, it's funny because, first of all, there's 2 things that are wrong with this image, and it's also very clear exactly why conservatives jumped on this particular image, of course. First of all, she looks taller because she's raised up on a piece of wood. And that makes them go, oh, the conservatives go, yeah, look, she's big. Get it? That's what matters. She's big because she's trans, right? That's what but she's standing on a piece of wood, and her actual literal recorded height is like within inches of these women. They're the same fucking height almost. Yes, and being big would be a detriment to your swim speed. Yes. So, there's the first thing. Secondly, this image was framed as like, oh no, look, the women over here are scared of the big, scary trans woman. That's how the conservatives framed it. But it turns out they just took a picture together because they're friends. And conservatives just lied about it. Okay? They just fucking lied. Also, this is a fun fact. Thank you for sending me this. I was thinking of this one. By the way, Lia Thomas ended up placing 8th on Saturday in the 100-yard freestyle, but no one's talking about it because people only give a fuck when trans women are winning, and then they can say that it's unfair. Just so you know, it has never been and it will never be an argument about facts. It has and always will be an argument about prejudice and hate. It has never had to do with facts. Because the facts show that, as it turns out, trans people do not have a performance advantage to any measurable degree. In fact, if it were true, we would expect that trans women would be the champions all over the place. And as it turns out, there's next to no trans champions anywhere. Because as it turns out, trans women are just a type of woman. And when they're on HRT, they have the same body functions as women. But conservatives love to lie, and they love to fearmonger. +300 student athletes signed on to an open letter in support of Lia Thomas. That's fucking awesome. The truth, though, is this is not the first nor the last time you will hear about this. In fact, we watched a video some months ago by PragerU in which they talked about another situation like this. And once again, they lied. They made it up. They always make it up. They always lie. And I wanted to share something. I was sent a really good little tweet. Not even, it's a reference to something else. So let me just bring this up and I'm going to read it to you because it's fucking good. Hold on. Let me just bring this up, okay? We're going to reach back into history, everybody, okay? Anybody heard of Sartre? Anybody ever heard of Sartre? The philosopher? Now, this is an interesting thing because this was written literally fucking forever ago. A gajillion years ago. Sartre. Yeah, so let's listen to what he had to say, okay? As a matter of fact, he will in time manage to justify his past laziness on the grounds that it really would be too stupid to prepare for an examination in which Jews are passed in preference to good Frenchmen. Actually, in truth, he ranked 27th on the official list. There were 26 people ahead of him, 12 who passed and 14 who failed. I suppose Jews had been excluded from the competition. Would that have done him any good? And even if he had been at the top of the list of the unsuccessful candidates, even if by eliminating one of the successful candidates he would have had a chance to pass, why should the Jew have been eliminated rather than Norman Matthew or Breton Arzel? To understand my classmate's indignation, we must recognize that he had adopted in advance a certain idea of the Jew, of his nature and of his role in society, and to be able to decide that among 26 competitors who were more successful than himself, it was the Jew who had robbed him of his place, well, he must a priori have given preference in the conduct of his life to reasoning based on passion. Far from experience producing his idea of the Jew, it was the latter which explained his experience. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Literally, exactly what is going on with trans people here. It has never. It's identical. This is a guy complaining that it was unfair because he felt like it's unfair to put us up against Jewish people because of his stereotypes about Jewish people, even though he wouldn't have won anyway. And one person changing in a competition doesn't change much at all, and it certainly doesn't change the quality of your performance, which was crap, by the way. And just so you know, right now, one of the athletes who performed alongside Lia Thomas in 16th place, I believe it was 16th place, is currently going on a media tour talking about how she feels biological women were robbed, even though there's no actual evidence that that has ever happened. And Lia Thomas has won definitively, objectively, has won less contests than she has lost. Oh, I didn't say any names. Maybe it is fake, but that is literally what happened with the PragerU one. We watched that video on stream. A person did do that. Was it fake? Okay. I didn't say any names. All I'm saying is there are people who have made this argument specifically, and it's a shit argument, and it's always been the same one. Hey. Oh yeah. It's not in here. It was in here, but it's not anymore. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's a lot of copium. And here's the funny thing. The more we learn about it, the more we realize that even the idea of there having been a biological advantage was largely just drummed up out of intuition and prejudice. And that's not okay. As it turns out, it isn't fucking okay to exclude someone, to accuse someone of not being who they say they are, to accuse someone of cheating, and to make all kinds of terrible statements and characterizations. Have you guys seen the way that Lia Thomas has been talked about? Lia Thomas, thanks to conservative news outlets, has been put in the spotlight of the entire Trumpo-net. Can you imagine the amount of... And just remember, Lia Thomas didn't do anything or say anything. Lia Thomas just won once. And now the entirety of conservative America has chosen her as enemy of the week. And I cannot even imagine the horrible shit that is being sent her way. For no reason. Not based on fact, based on emotion, based on hate. Irejog from YouTube chat says, sport is an example of where gender is a very bad mode of classification. Pro athletes should compete against people in the same biological categories based on height, weight, age, and muscle. I agree with you. In fact, that's the argument I've made in the past, that gender is a bad separator. In fact, it fucks up, it seriously fucks up a lot of the actual fair competition because of arbitrary gender prejudice, some women who are super strong have to compete against people that they're out there just biologically have an advantage over by pure chance, and they're not allowed to compete against men who they might have a slightly closer. I'm talking cis women, not trans women. I'm talking cis women. So the gender segregation of sports has always been stupid and sexist and irrational. And guess what? Do you want to know who else it affects really badly? Everyone, but specifically women. Trying to police trans women on whether or not they're biologically women ultimately leads to testing cis women on whether they're actually women. And guess what? It turns out that when you do that, a lot of cis women get ruled out. Caster Semenya is a great example of that. There are a lot of women who have been disqualified from competition because their natural T levels were too high. Natural T levels from their own body. No, they're not doping. They're not taking any hormones. Just their natural hormone levels are too high. That is motherfucking stupid. That is so motherfucking stupid. It is a completely ridiculous way of organizing things, and it only sticks around because of prejudice. Much like Sartre said, far from the experience producing his idea of the Jew, it was the latter which explained his experience. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. If the trans woman did not exist, the transphobe would invent her. There is, yes, exactly. Grime Dango says there is a very white cis supremacist system. Black cis women in sports have been discriminated against by this sort of shit all the time. Yes, for years. It's been a huge issue. It's really wild. So there's been a lot of discourse around this. In fact, I've seen some of the classic debate bro lefties have been weighing in on this and coming up with some very interesting prejudice-based arguments. It's super sick. Yeah, totally sick. Love it. But the reality is, guys, for all of you here, allies or queer people, the good news is their arguments have and always will be based on lies, based on hate, based on prejudice, and next to nothing else. They will always come up with some sort of concern. If it's not bone density, it's height. If it's not height, it's, the muscles they regenerate faster. And it's both sexist and transphobic because quietly, in all of these conversations is the idea that women cannot be on par with men. That is the quiet part that isn't said. This argument that, no, actually, women are just always biologically inferior to men, which is disgusting, a disgusting view. So there's a lot of issues with this. And while I think that this thread is pretty good, let's take a look. Yeah. Nope, I agree. Oh, that's a big history thread. I'll have to read that. Yeah, I want to read that thread. I'll put it in my bookmarks. I'll revisit it later. I don't think I can read it right now. So, yeah, it's a little bit ridiculous. But again, what I'm trying to say here is that you don't have to deal with it. You can just point out the fact that sports are literally unfair from the get-go. Every sport is crazy unfair, especially high school sports. Have you ever actually looked at the rules that go into high school sports? Dude, in high school, they make like people who haven't gone through puberty play against people who have gone through puberty. Like these kids who just literally haven't hit puberty getting crushed by giant kids who've already gone through puberty. It's absurd. They're from the get-go extremely unfair, and it's even worse in high school. As far as I can tell, the letter from the Hungarian swimmer is real. Virginia Tech swimmer calls on NCAA to change transgender policy. Oh. Let's see. Private Instagram account. Posted to a private Instagram account. Yeah, it looks like it is. It looks like it is legit. Oh, the Twitter account was fake. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, people, they will spew a lot of ignorance, and it's really wild because something that is hard, it's really hard to deal with bad faith individuals. It really is. It's very difficult. But let me tell you something. There is nothing more bad faith than a group of people who sit down and tell you that you're wrong because of who you are and what you are. Because you were born one way, and therefore that means that according to them, you're wrong. You don't have to listen to those people, and you can tell them that that is just an appeal to prejudice. That unless they can produce the actual meaningful, verifiable data that proves you wrong, which they will never be able to do because that data doesn't exist, you don't gotta listen. I don't gotta listen to anybody unless they produce a fucking argument. And guess what? They're losing the war. Kids these days, they know what being queer is. More and more of them do. More and more of them know what it means to be trans, and they know that it's bullshit. So they're losing, and all we have to do is keep staying strong, keeping one another alive, and teaching people that all of this shit is bullshit, and we do not have to meet them anywhere. You don't have to meet hateful, prejudiced people anywhere. There are a million other non-prejudiced people who you can engage with and teach them, and they will do 100 times better than anybody else. You do not have to sit there and take transphobia at face value from a bunch of disinformation peddlers. Manticore says, Gen Z is one of the most accepting generations. It's amazing. My brother has non-binary friends, something I never had, and we're both Gen Z. We only have a 4-year age gap. Yeah, things have changed. The internet means that people can learn things way easier. And as it turns out, kids are like, wow, actually, my friend is trans. My friend is non-binary. I like them. I don't think you're right. This happened this happens with racism too, by the way. People meeting each other, people going, wow, I just met a bunch of people who are a different race than me. That makes people less racist. And the same thing goes for queer people. That's why, by the way, I support, that's one of the reasons why I support visibility, inclusion, people being open about their gender perceptions, even if it's ones that other people find weird. I don't care. Your xenogender, your tree gender, don't fucking care. You be you. Because there might be other people out there who feel similarly, and and people should connect over that. We should be stronger. Solidarity, together. A new Gallup poll says about 1 out of 5 Zoomers identify as LGBTQ. That makes sense to me. We all know there's way more. If you're queer, you know how many queer people there are. If you've been queer for a long time, if you're queer, you probably know that you have closeted friends, deeply closeted friends. I do. I have friends who are deeply closeted. And think about that. If you do, other people probably do too. There's a lot. We know the numbers for queer people are deflated because as it turns out, when you punish people for being queer, they don't tell you they're queer. So yeah, I would bet that number is going to go up. Hattie likes horses. Thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Very generous. Thank you so much. I'm from Utah. There is an insanely closeted community. Yup. Yup. Kinsey was onto something with the scale. Yeah, I think he was pointing at something. I think way more people are bisexual than let on. I think way more people are trans than let on. I think way more people are non-binary than let on. That's a big one. Like, as in people who aren't necessarily like, I want to like transition my body with hormones, but who are like, I want to transition my existence like this. That people being non-binary and saying, no, actually, I want to actively identify and present my gender differently. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of fucking people. I know a lot of binary presenting trans folk who are non-binary and keep it secret. Yep, that happens too because because of passing politics. Infernatrix says people say there's a 0.5% trans population generally, but in the autistic community it's 4%. But sociologists think this is probably closer to the real number in the general populace, as autistic people they think are more resistant to social conditioning to repress. That would make sense to me. I don't know enough to be sure about that, but that sounds plausible. I'm non-binary, but like a lot, I want them titties. Well, get them. That's the cool thing about being non-binary. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Make your gender your own. It's awesome. The plurality is queer because it takes cognitive dissonance to fit your life and experience of reality into man and woman. Yeah. That's possible. But like I said, it seems plausible, but I don't know enough about it. I did hear that. I heard about that yesterday. I haven't been able to look into it yet. The Jaden Animations thing. I should hear. I've heard a lot of people talking about it. I haven't actually heard what happened. There aren't many queer people out there. No, you're just cishet. Yeah, that's basically how it is. Watch. Hey, here's the thing. If you right now, if you're in my audience and you're not trans and not gay, like you're just, you consider yourself like a cishet straight cishet. Be a little more openly, be a little more openly supportive to gay people in your life, maybe wear like a rainbow flag around for a little bit, and you will see how many people will open up to you. When you make an actual attempt to show that you're friendly, you're going to find out just how many gay people there are around you. There are fuckloads around you. You are surrounded right now. The queers are currently surrounding you, and you can't see them yet. Just saying. I've had people tell me they're bi and then never mention it again. Happens all the time. You're surrounded. Yeah. And of course in this chat you're surrounded, but that's because we have the fucking queerest fucking community on the internet. I don't care. Let the rightoids be scared. They should be scared. You should be scared. The queer people are rising. And let me tell you, when our turn comes, we will not apologize. We will make no apologies. And our time's coming soon. No. If you're an assimilationist in my chat, I hope that I will change your mind over time. 2s are just 3s in disguise. Uh-oh. No, they wish they were, but that's the problem, right? Assimilationism is Bruh! Never mind, Demon Mama's taking forever. Gonna try again later. Bruh! Calm down! Holy shit! People so thirsty for a debate. Holy shit! Relax, it's my first day back. Fuck! I'm female and I thought I was straight till I was 21 and tried being a bit more open-minded. Yeah, Scarlet Volcano, as it turns out, 21 is pretty young. I would have thought I was straight when I was like 19, and then it turns out not only was I not straight, but I was also not cis either. Statistically, all the 2s were misclicks. It's possible. It's possible. But they might have some things to grow on. I discovered I was trans at 27. Yeah, it happens. Did I see Jaden Animations come out as Arrow Ace? I did. In fact, a family member messaged me to come out as Arrow Ace after they watched the Jaden Animations one. So, hell yeah. Fucking hell yeah. Somebody can explain the can to Sleep and Void. Did you mean personally or community-wide radical / assimilationism? Oh, I mean they're the same thing more or less. Radicalism has to be, radical views more or less have to be embraced as a community, or else you get isolated and harassed to death. Yeah. A very good ally TM Pepe. Yeah, there we go. Thoughts on the recent Destiny videos on me? I don't think did Destiny make videos on me? I don't even know. I literally don't pay attention to him. I saw other people retweeting his takes, his stupid takes about trans shit. But literally the guy mauls about me all the time. So no, I don't know what he's been saying about me. I don't watch his shit ever. It's actively painful. Destiny's content is the most desperate content in the political space. It's really sad. It's actually sad. Yeah, thoughts on ever thinking about Destiny ever? Unfortunately, people make sure it has to come up. Yo, hey, Mr. Al the Killer. Mr. Al the Killer, very happy. You're very welcome. Very happy to hear that. Oh, yeah, I remember when he did that Demon Mama is irrelevant and has fallen off video, and then he proceeded to make like 4 more videos about me. It's really funny. It's actually wild how many people's brains I live in rent-free. It's one of the wildest things. I never expected this. Being somebody who was literally just not, like, I knew almost no one before, like, just personal friends, and, like, knew a very small amount of people, very quiet life prior to becoming a streamer. It's absolutely wild. I know, but people don't listen. People don't fucking listen. Yeah, I don't even want to say that guy's name. That's Marinara. That's been a funny one. I'll tell you what. I wish I could make use of it, Saberflote. Do I know anything about powerlifting? No. My dad used to be into that stuff when I was younger, so I'm like loosely familiar with it, but I don't know enough to be like anything else. Yeah, nah, not gonna happen. That's just not entertaining to me, Gio Neal. I'm sorry about that. Lamau. Well, yeah. Okay. Killjoy says, did you see him telling his chat he wishes he didn't burn the bridge so he could farm more content? I don't think it would work. Whenever he tries to farm content, it just fails. He just looks like an idiot. Anyway. I hope that's not the case, Bonks Daily. I hope that's not the case. I really hope not. Let's talk. Okay, everybody. We've ranted about the trans stuff. Let's talk about one other topic. This one will be very short, okay? And then I will do the Kat Blaque, Vaush, ContraPoints, my takes on it, and we can talk about it a little bit because I know everybody's been asking me about it, and I'm sure it will be fun to give my take on it. And then I think we're going to do some React stuff for a little while because I have some funny shit that I want to react to. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see, Niana. We will definitely see. So let's talk real quick, guys. We're going to talk about another topic first, which is we need to talk a little bit about Ukraine, okay? I know we talked about this a lot before I was sick. Let's talk about what's going on in Ukraine. Some of you may recall, if you watched, which you probably did, if you watched my last coverage, I was warning people that unfortunately things are going to get really bad in Ukraine really fast and really soon. And the reason why I said that, I laid out my case for that, which is that there is no way that Russia is going to back down here. The fact that they committed to a land invasion of Ukraine means that they're not going to surrender. They're not going to back down. And what that inevitably means is that as things don't go quickly for them, because the Ukrainian people are not going to lay down and die, obviously, as things start to slow down for the Russians, it's going to get very, very violent. And unfortunately, that is exactly what has happened. As of yesterday, I have been following the perpetual shelling of the town of Mariupol. Some of you may recall that in the first Ukraine streams, I had a camera up overlooking Mariupol, and I regret to inform you that Mariupol, 80% of Mariupol has been destroyed by missiles. %, of that city that we were looking at just a week and a half ago is gone. 40% of it cannot be rebuilt, ever. It's just done. And that is an incredibly hard thing to grapple with. And I also want to point out that all of those statistics, the fact that the town is fucking destroyed, also should be taken in the context of Russia deliberately interrupting humanitarian corridors. So what that means is that Russia said, okay, guys, open up make it so that the citizens can flee, and then they blew up those escape lines and said, actually, you can only flee to Russia. You're not allowed to flee west. You can flee to Russia, or you can flee to another city. And when you get there, you will be put on tribunal. That is what is currently going on in Mariupol. You can't leave unless you flee to Russia, where you will be judged for whether you betrayed Russia or not, or betrayed the independent republic that Russia declared. That is so fucking bad. That is such a horrible situation that it's hard for me to even communicate it to you. I want you to imagine that you are trapped in a city, and that every time you try to leave, either the railway gets exploded and you can't leave, or you're told, okay, come on, this train is going to Russia. Get in. The people who are invading you, you're going into their country now. And your other option is to sit still while you watch every other building in town get blown up, getting closer and closer to your building. And your choice is go to Russia, the country of the people invading you, find a black market way to escape, which could get you in trouble with the Ukrainian law, which could get you in trouble with other law, aka you become a refugee and you flee through illegal means, or you blow up. Can you imagine being in that situation? I can't. I can only loosely imagine it. And it is so bad. The situation in Ukraine is so motherfucking bad. And unfortunately, I'm really sorry to tell you this, but it's going to get worse. Russia is not backing down. They can't. Russia destroyed their economy. They have to conquer or they will lose. If they don't gain land, they destroyed their economy for nothing. So Russia will continue to kill. And as they get more desperate, it's going to get more brutal. They have to. It is the only logical path forward. This is why we're anti-war. This is why, while even those of us who are not pacifists, even those of us who believe in that we sometimes have to take up arms, we are anti-war, because war between nation states is so heinous and so disgusting and so pointless and so destructive that it should be considered an offense to all of mankind. Do you understand what I'm saying? I know that that sounds a bit like an emotional appeal, because it is. Ratman, why would I ever want to talk to him? Fuck off. Holy shit, you people are stupid. Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with people? Infernatrik Sophia says, they demanded Mariupol surrender 2 days ago, but the Mariupol forces can't do that because in 2014, Russia made a similar demand, negotiated a surrender of a city for the Ukrainian troops to leave, and then they violated the agreement to kill as many of them as possible. It's called the Battle of Yoviask. I will need to read on that. The Battle of Iloviask. Wait, let's take a look at this. Here, let's read this real quick. The Battle of Iloviask started on 7th of August 2014 when armed forces of Ukraine and pro-Ukrainian paramilitaries began a series of attempts to capture the city of Iloviask from pro-Russian insurgents affiliated with the so-called Donetsk People's Republic and detachments of the Russian armed forces. Although Ukrainian forces were able to enter the city, they were encircled between the 24th and 26th of August by overwhelming Russian forces that crossed the border. After days of encirclement, Ukrainian commander Yuriy Berezia came to an agreement with Russian commanders in Iloviask to allow Ukrainian troops to withdraw from the city. This agreement was not honored, and many soldiers died while trying to escape. This is what we call a massacre, by the way. This is called a massacre. When you agree to a surrender and then you kill the people who surrendered, that's a massacre and a war crime. But guess what? All of this is war crimes. All of this is. When will Russia ever be held accountable? You can't hold Russia accountable. Did you know that? You can't hold a nation accountable because nations are constructs. You can only punish the people in charge of that nation and the people who are captured by that nation. And by the way, when I say captured, I mean that. When you were born in the country that you live in, were you given an option for citizenship or were you made a citizen? You were, obviously. That was a, obvious rhetorical question. You were made a citizen. Everyone is made a citizen of wherever they're fucking born. Because if not, you don't have any rights because we live in a world where states are abound. The entire world is made up of all kinds of states, competing states, which capture their population, force them to be loyal to the nation in one way or another. Even the most critical people who are critical of the United States, we are all tied up and forced to benefit the nation, even if we don't agree with it, even if we're treated poorly. You can't make a nation accountable, not in a meaningful way. You can punish the citizens, you can perhaps punish the leaders, but that's the problem with nations. They are constructs. They are constructs that people are chained to and that people live and die for, that people are sent into battle with vague notions of national glory to die horrible deaths fighting other, generally young people, also instilled with vague notions of national glory. It's a big problem. Yes, we're being raided, yes. Don't worry about it. We got other stuff to talk about afterwards. Okay? But what I was trying to say before, back before I was sick, before I took a break, I know a lot of people might not remember it. What I was trying to say was that I warned you all that it was going to get worse, and I'm telling you now, it's going to get even worse. Unless Ukraine agrees to surrender, and takes the hit, takes that loss, Russia is going to keep increasing the pressure. And we need to prepare ourselves for what we might see and for who might get involved. Because the reality is, Russia is doing imperial expansionism, and we need to be real about that. Because otherwise, we're going to get blindsided. We're going to get blindsided by the violence. We're going to get blindsided by the propaganda. We're going to get blindsided by the atrocities. We're going to get blindsided by the refugees. We're going to get blindsided by the economic impact. They're not going to stop. And if they do, it will only be after the Ukrainian people have suffered so greatly that it's hard for us to even conceptualize. Do you think at this point that intervention by other nations directly within the country of Russia is justifiable in any form to stop what's happening? I know nations are going to nation, but I'm wondering what it would take to stop the bloodshed by now. That's the problem. I don't think there's anything there's not much that can be done now, right? This is part of the problem with states. This is part of the problem with centralizing all powers of violence in the hands of a few heads of state. Yes. Does Russia have like a democracy? On paper, they have a democracy. We know that there's massive corruption. We know that they don't even have like an actual democracy, but they do have one on paper. But at the end of the day, there are a handful of people who control that entire nation, who control all of the major decisions. Yes, are we better than when there was one emperor? Yeah, I suppose. But keep in mind that it's always been the case throughout history that no one person has complete ultimate power. It only takes a handful of people with ultimate power to make the world a bad place. This is why we fight against the existence of such incredible monopolizations on violence. So I don't know. Harm mitigation is all the Ukrainian people should the Ukrainian people should do their best to stay alive. I don't know. No, there's nothing that anybody can do. If there was involvement, if there was direct conflict with Russia, nuclear war would break out. Russia has been very clear that they're willing to engage in nuclear war. Calling that bluff could destroy the entire planet. You can't call that bluff. We can't call that bluff. That's the problem that we run into at the end of the day. That is the problem. Yes, I can turn on sub-only mode. God damn it. I really hate having to turn on sub-only mode. Is this for real? Sorry, everybody. Sub-only mode in chat. Everybody subscribe if you want to chat. Subscribe now. Sorry, everybody. Come to the website, chat. I don't care what fucking NF Steve is doing, honestly. Thank you, Triptych, by the way. I got your message. Saberflote says, it's times like these that generate the deep dread associated with feeling completely powerless in a system designed to strip all power from the average person within it, Demon Mama. It's the real sense of capitalist malaise. Isn't it? Isn't it? It is hard to deal with. But that is why do you think I lean into anarchist philosophy? Why do you think I find anarchist philosophy so interesting? Specifically left anarchist philosophy. The reason why I care so much about left anarchist philosophy is specifically because it talks about building ways that we can engage with one another cooperatively that can undermine our reliance on gigantic, horrifically violent, oppressive, mostly controlled by white cis people empires. That's fine, Potato Hermit. You can be an imp. Don't worry. We're just putting YouTube chat on subscriber-only mode. And yeah, like, it's just, there's a reason why. And the reason is that, guys, I don't know if you know this, but like the modern nation state is very new. And in the period that we've been existing in a world run by modern nation states, we have had so much bloodshed that our ancestors couldn't even conceive of it. The types of wars that our ancestors fought, as epic as they could ever be, as much as they're written about, none of them even come close to a modern conflict where entire populations are vaporized in the blink of an eye. We live in hell. We live in hell because we gave the ability to make all decisions, all wealth, all resources, all weaponry. We gave it up to the hands of a handful of rich as fuck individuals. We aren't that far from monarchy. We really aren't. It hasn't been that long. A lot of things, literally, some of the royal families still exist and are billionaires to this day. We have to push ourselves to come up with better solutions. We have to come up with ways to build to build systems that aren't profit-based, that are based on sustainability, on mutual growth and thriving, on taking care of one another, on doing things for one another that only we have the expertise to do, and other people doing stuff for us that they have the expertise to do. Chemists and doctors and craftsmen and artists coming together to live together and not just to exploit each other forever because of profit. Isn't it weird that, like, our system builds the conditions that it then condemns? People, when you bring up things like, we should move to a system that's less focused on profit, where we provide things for one another, and it is understood that we will be that our work and our time will be spent being happy and taking care of one another in a very direct and social connected way as much as possible. And people will go, you can't have that because everyone is selfish. And then you go, what makes you say that everyone is selfish? And they go, well, look at capitalism. And then you go, you mean the system that from the top down demands that you pay for everything no matter what, and that you work no matter what for whoever you chance upon? Wow, that system makes humans behave greedily? Geez, it almost seems like your system is the one that's making people behave that way. Chronic Cine, thank you so much for the incredibly, incredibly generous $50. Do you think ANCAPs are polluting the discussion on anarchy with their shit takes? No, because no serious anarchist in the world recognizes ANCAPs. Anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists. They call themselves anarcho-capitalists, and it's mocked because anarcho-capitalists don't have any shared philosophical roots to the rest of anarchism. They're their own hyper-capitalist offshoot that just calls themselves anarcho-capitalists. And only people who don't know anything about either think that there's much overlap, because there isn't. Anarcho-capitalists literally believe that people should flex their wealth, that might makes right in the most ultimate sense, and that the only thing that matters is this idea of the NAP, which they don't even think through. ANCAPs think that if you take something and prevent somebody else from getting it, that is okay, that you're not hurting them, even if that person is starving because you took the thing. Anarcho-capitalists are irrational. Their worldview is not anarchist. It's just capitalist. They just took the term anarcho and slapped it on. It's ridiculous. So, in short, no, I don't think ANCAPs give people a bad name, because most people who are seriously engaging with the topic will realize that it's just like how Nazis were National Socialists, but they weren't even socialist in any other way except for on the most surface level. They could say, yeah, we're gathering, we're taking over businesses that are Jewish run for the state. That's socialism. It's the same shit. Just because it's in the name doesn't mean that there's any shared history or any shared philosophy, and there isn't. Anarcho-capitalists are not anarchists in any way. They do not actually challenge any existing hierarchies. They do not propose answers that help prevent hierarchies. They don't even care about it. They're perfectly fine with hierarchies existing so long as they're quote-unquote fair, which by their logic is if you get there first or take it. It's very, very stupid. It's very stupid. They challenge the limit of human stupidity. Okay, the funny thing is, like, there are types of right libertarians who do actually draw on some anarchist critiques. It's just not ANCAPs. Like sovereign citizen types, those people, as deranged as they are and as bad as I think most of their opinions are, they do actually pull from anarchist conversations. They just don't call themselves anarcho-capitalists. They call themselves sovereign citizens. They call themselves sovereign citizens because they want to signal to others that they don't like the state. They are crazy, and like I always say about sovereign citizen types, the sovereign citizen types, they only ever become sovereign citizens because they're late on like alimony checks to their ex-wife, or because they have a DUI they don't want to pay for. But they do actually pull from some anarchist principles sometimes. It's yes, Mixed Dizzy. Mixed Dizzy says, oh my God, are the sovereign citizens just trying to rules lawyer anarchism into existence? Yes, they are. But wait, there's a funny thing about that, which there's a certain truth that does come from actual anarchist thought, which is that the abundance of law is the law's undoing. If the law becomes so complex that no person can realistically be expected to understand it, everyone will just stop giving a shit about the law, except for when they're immediately in trouble with the law. Then they care about the law. So the sovereign citizens are actually pulling on a real anarchist critique. It's wild. Because it is true that if there's so many laws that nobody can actually understand what the fuck you're supposed to do, like you, right now, you're probably in violation of a fuckload of different laws. American tax code, American legal code is so insane, you have to literally hire somebody with money to help them understand whether you committed a crime or not. It's insane. Because that's what happens when you have a legal code that is so complicated that it can't be actually understood by anybody. And that actually just means that the law functionally doesn't exist until you come into conflict with it. Because nobody can know what the law actually says, so everybody just does whatever they want until they get in trouble. It's a terrible way of living, and it's perfect for a police state. You see? It's perfect for a police state. Exactly. As Northside Star says, you can't not understand the law, but you're also not allowed to understand it. You can't actually understand it either. If you don't know the law, that's not an excuse. You can still go to prison. But if you then say, there's no possible way I could have known this, that's not their problem. So is the phrase, it's only illegal when I got caught, just true? There are states where being gay is still illegal, on the books, where sodomy is illegal right now. So yes, it's only illegal if you get caught and if somebody presses charges. It's really fucked. Mixed Dizzy says, in Washington state, there are laws that conflict with each other about whether or not it's legal to walk along the tidelands in front of private property. Isn't that wild? Isn't that fucking wild? Hey, thank you, Shadow Stalker. Of course I don't mind. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I like my haircut. Okay, everybody. That's all I had to say on that's all I had to say on this particular topic, okay? States are the thing that makes it possible for us to keep having world wars. If you're tired of the world constantly being at war, we have to find ways to do good things for one another that actively avoids the construction of and the empowerment of state entities. They are what is causing all of this. Okay? That's the conclusion from this segment. And I need to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to play the bathroom song one more time. All of you who are here are going to like the video. You just click on the screen, press the like button, join the Discord, discord.gg/demonmama, and consider subscribing to my channel and also shooting me some donos on my website. This show is 100% viewer supported. I'm not sponsored by anybody. I pay for my shit. You guys pay for what you want and get what you want. And so there's your opportunity. Don't go anywhere. When we get back, I'm going to talk at long last about the drama that everybody wants me to talk about, which is the ContraPoints, Kat Blaque, Vaush situation. And we got to talk about it because if not, no one's going to ever stop asking me about it. So we're going to talk about it, okay? Now, I'm going to play the bathroom song, and I will be right back. Enjoy the bathroom song, like the stream, and don't go anywhere.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Wait, I don't lock the door when I go to the bathroom. I close the door, but I don't lock it. I don't trust, I trust my housemates. My housemates don't like kick the door open and shit. Everybody's pretty polite. Yeah, I don't need to lock the door. I don't think anybody's going to walk in on me. Whatever, it's their loss. If they walk in, their loss. I mean, I'm sure some people do. I just don't. I don't really need to. I mean, occasionally maybe, but... Anyway. Yeah, everybody's already seen my dick. That's true. That is true. And more. Everyone. Oh, it feels good to be seated back down. That was a fun song, everybody. See, I got to catch my breath for a few minutes. I want to go too hard. Okay, not everyone's seen my dick, but yeah. See my mama destroying bathrooms? I don't know, maybe. I don't feel like I destroy them. I feel like that's a little unfair. I look like a skater boy without glasses. Do I? And she was a skater boy. She said, say you later, boy. Something like that. I don't know. Thank you. I'm glad you like my haircut. I like it too. Yo, 1852D Derek, thank you so much for the incredibly generous tier 2 sub. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Navundra. Damn. I'm really, really appreciating it. Do a real Mainer skater boy? Hold on. Fucking, yeah, bro. Fucking, that's fucking fat, bro. Oh, like that's the way that Mainers with like skaters talk. Oh, hey there, bub. Oh my God. Fucking bro. Fuck. That's it. That's so fucking fat, bro. Oh my God. Oh, we gotta go get some lobster, bro. It's so weird. I can't do it. It's like, I've never heard that combo. You gonna bomb a dart? That's the Canadian. I can do the Canadian, but the Mainer. Okay, so Mainers sound like this. This is how a Mainer sounds. Like a down east Mainer sounds like this. Hey there, bub. How you doing today? You gonna get your car up there, bub? That's what a Mainer sounds like, okay? I just did the Mainer voice. But a Mainer skater is like, eh, like they gotta be like, oh, that's fat, bro, fucking whoa. And they gotta say fuck all the time because real Mainers say fuggin all the time. Fuggin. Fuggin. Yeah. That's more of like, the ayah is more of like, well, yeah, okay, the ayah is definitely a thing, but that's more upstate Maine. Fucking, oh my God, fucking, oh, you see that trick, bro? You see that trick there, bub? Am I familiar with the craziness of the Harry Potter game? I have heard about that. I'm going to talk about it more. I've never been to Maine, and I'm afraid to go. Maine is fucking awesome. Go to Maine, okay? Yeah, older folks have super heavy accents. Yeah, they sound like that. They go, hey there, bub. You going up to camp there, bub? Annie? Annie, you in the dooryard? That's what it sounds like up in Maine. But Maine is fucking sick. It's like a forested wonderland. It's hard to live in Maine because there's not a lot of work or money. But if you're visiting Maine, it is like the coolest natural wonderland to visit. There is so much shit you could do. The fishing in Maine is fucking incredible. Boating in Maine is unbeatable. Also, there's just massive untouched nature reserves. It's incredible. Bahaba. It sounds like a foreign language? Yeah. It's like a small corner of Maine has like a very distinct accent that they're very proud of. Sounds like fucking Simlish. Bahaba there, bub. Hey there, bub. Hey there, bub. You going up to camp? Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Yeah there, honey. It's okay. It's okay there, honey. Literally Simlish. Look, I can do the voice. I'm telling you. Oh, yeah. Posadas John. Far Harbor. The sign for Far Harbor is literally the Bar Harbor sign. I took a picture when that launched. I took a picture next to the sign and was sending it to everybody. I'm like, having fun in Far Harbor. Yeah, they used the actual sign. They actually based Far Harbor off of Bar Harbor. Yes, unironically. That's why it's called Far Harbor, and it takes place in New England. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Does up to camp mean what I think it means? Like going up to your cabin or going camping? Yeah. Up to camp? Okay. So there's a thing in Maine. In Maine, it is very common. Lots of families, like lots of old Maine families, Mainer families that have been there, their family will have a cabin where their family used to live, and then they will also have like a house near in the suburbs or in the city that their kids usually bought. And there's lots of these things called camps, and they're basically a cabin or a house up in the wilderness of where people used to live back when the logging industry existed. And then when people moved to cities, these little cabins would stay in their family, and then they would get passed down. So up to camp means you're going up to your camp. Your camp being your house in your cabin in the woods or your house in the woods. And the thing is, it's not like, it's very common in Maine for if your family doesn't have a camp, that you will probably get invited to camp by another family that does have one. So like, it's like it's sort of a unique thing in Maine, because like a lot of people who aren't like super rich will have a camp just because it was like unwanted property that's in their family still. So many cabins. Yeah, there's tons and tons of cabins. Some of them are in good condition. Some of them are in rotten condition. It all depends on the family. But lots of people's families, like older Maine families, have those. It's really interesting. Anyway, everybody, do you want to talk about the spicy issue? Do you want to talk about the issue that everybody's been barking about? Huh? Do you want to do that? We talked about Maine. We talked about Ukraine. We talked about trans stuff. We want to talk about some fucking stupid bullshit. Do we have to? No, we don't have to. No, not Elden Ring. Drama. We don't really have to, but I don't know. You know, I thought about doing a drama mama on this, but I'm going to be completely honest. If I did a drama mama on it, I was a little worried that people would accuse me of being like spiteful or whatever. So I think I'm just going to basically do like not a drama mama, but I'm going to talk about this drama because there was a lot of things I had on my mind about it. But I really don't want people to get the idea that like, and part of the reason why I specifically went out of my way to talk about these two issues separately is because I would like people to try and think about them separately. Okay? It's not worth a drama mama. It is actually worth a drama mama. It is genuinely worth a drama mama, given the names involved. But like, I also don't want to like, I don't know. I just don't feel like doing it. I don't feel like it's going to be worth, I don't know. It is worth it by pure like people involved and people affected by it. But at the same time, like it's very, very difficult for me to meaningfully keep my neutrality as the Drama Mama platform. Because like the whole thing with Drama Mama is I really do my best to like be as unbiased as possible when it's possible. Yes, and that is the other thing. I don't really want Drama Mama to all be streamer drama, and this is streamer drama. So like, you know. Anyway. Yeah, we're just going to talk about it. So I'm just going to talk about it with no expectation of it being a drama mama, and I'm going to talk about my opinions about it all. Okay? Have slime mama. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, we're going to talk about the Vaush cat thing a little bit and the ContraPoints thing, because don't forget ContraPoints was in there. I actually was prepping to do a drama mama on it, but like, I don't know. It just kind of sucks. And also, here's a funny thing. I can already tell you, some people are going to get very mad at me about my take on this. And okay, that's fine. I know some of you are going to be very mad about this, and you're going to be very angry that I'm not coming out with the exact same conclusion as you did, but I have my opinions, and yeah, I don't care anymore, really. So yeah. All right, everybody, let's talk about this. So what are we going to talk about? That's right. We're talking about the Vaush, Kat Blaque, ContraPoints drama. And boy, was it a drama. Boy, oh boy, it got spicy really, really fucking fast. And there was a lot, like I actually took some notes on this, on my thoughts on this. And I really want to talk I want to try and break it down as close to a drama mama as I can without it actually being a drama mama. So I guess let's start with the source, shall we? Do you want to start with the source? The beginning of it all, where it all began. And that is, let's see, it is the let's take a look. Let me just get the original one. Does anybody have the original tweet? I actually didn't do this. Can I get does anybody have the original tweet, the one at JK Rowling? If anybody has that, that would be amazing. Let's take a look. I want to see if we can find the original one. I want to find the tweet that went out. The one that everybody was talking about. Okay, doesn't matter. The joke was, oh, here it is. Thank you. Thank you. Gayfesh, thank you so much. You're amazing. I didn't put this one. This is the one that I didn't. Right here. Here we go. Where it all began. All J.K. Rowling had to do was shut the fuck up, and she could have been the most uncritically beloved for like a century. Women be quieter and start apologizing. Challenge. So, this was also, just for context, this was tweeted. Thank you, Posadas John, for the backup. Appreciate that. So this was tweeted on International Women's Day, which was a decision that was made. And also, it is edgy. It is indeed very edgy, okay? If only he'd said white women, I don't think that would have done it. I don't think that would have done it. Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge. Now, I'm going to be completely honest with you all. I don't think the joke is that bad. I also don't think it's very good. It doesn't make me laugh. Like someone saying women go make me a sandwich doesn't make me laugh at all. Like I just don't find that type of humor funny. I don't actually know who finds that funny. Maybe some people do, but whatever. I also don't think, well, my parody was funny because it was the reversal and it's a checkmate move. To do the reversal, I mean, I tweeted men be quieter and start apologizing challenge in the middle of this and it blew up. Like as in it got as many, I think it got as many likes as the actual original tweet. Vaush's got 3,935 and mine got, let's find out. What did it get? Hold on, let's find out. 3,315. Fucking close. Damn, fucking close. Stolen Valor from Penness, Maine. Penness, Maine gave me permission. And also, it wasn't Stolen Valor because I said it with my own mouth as opposed to a fake screenshot. I know he retweeted it, which is great because it is hilarious. It was a funny ass. See, the reversal is always funnier. Well, not always, but it can be funnier depending. Now, let's continue with my actual take. I don't think the joke is that funny. I don't care about, like, I don't know, like, joke being funny is, like, a huge perspective. Is the joke misogynist? Yeah, it is misogynist. It is a misogynist joke. It is about telling women to shut up and stop speaking their mind in a society where women are already discouraged from speaking their mind. So it is definitely misogynist. There can be no, like, argument about that. For sure. Now, this is where things get very weird, okay? So because this was a tweet about J.K. Rowling picked this up and quote retweeted it, okay? So, or screenshotted it, I should say. So Vaush said something, an edgy misogynist joke, ironic misogyny, but nonetheless still misogyny, fired it at J.K. Rowling, and J.K. Rowling picked it up. Now that's kind of a risk that you do when you make a joke of this type of edginess, of this type of sort of low-brow, low-hanging fruit joke humor, okay? That is a risk, okay? And what ended up happening is when J.K. Rowling picked it up, this gave a lot of ammunition immediately to right-wingers to sort of go, look, see, trans activists hate women. See, look at this. These people who are arguing for trans rights, they just are misogynists in disguise, which is obviously motherfucking stupid. Incredibly motherfucking stupid to say that, oh, because one streamer made a joke that is, but this is how dishonest politics online works. That's just how it goes. If you tweet something about a famous person, there is a chance that they could retweet it and it could be used as ammunition against you. That doesn't make it okay. That doesn't make the backlash okay. It doesn't affect the sort of like good decision involved. It's just a genuine strategic risk. That's how Twitter works. Okay? So this is where it gets really weird. Okay? So when this tweet from Vaush exploded, this sort of got blown up by J.K. Rowling. When J.K. Rowling blew up this tweet and pointed out that, hey, this is a misogynist joke, and people started turning against Vaush, a lot of different people weighed in, okay? And some of them weighed in very stupidly, like conservatives. Some of them weighed in very milquetoastily, and some of them weighed in fervently, but I would consider this like not necessarily stupidly. Like they had a strong opinion, an opinion I don't necessarily agree with, but that they worded it relatively well. Now there was a lot of opinions on this, on both the online right and the online left, as is to be understood. J.K. Rowling is one of the main figureheads of transphobia in like liberal spaces. Like J.K. Rowling is the like idol of a lot of these sort of Harry Potter liberals, which is a lot of them. And so it's a big deal that she's putting out lots of transphobia on a regular basis. She does a lot of harm with this. So it makes sense to me why, first of all, lots of trans people would care about it, why lots of right-wingers would care about it, and why lots of liberals would also care about it. And so before anybody else's takes get in, let me give my take on the actual joke, okay? I don't care at all. Is it a misogynist joke? Yes. Is there some problematic elements of that should be analyzed and critiqued? Yes. I also listen to Chapo, and I have listened to Cumtown. I've listened to some of the most edgiest motherfuckers you can imagine. I listen to a lot of edgy content. I don't actually really like Cumtown that much. I do like Chapo. And Chapo makes jokes that I don't like, that I think are like irresponsible and whatever, but that doesn't mean that I think they're irredeemable people. Nor do I think that Vaush is an irredeemable person for making a misogynist joke. And also, I will point out, he did own up to it being a misogynist joke. So, for the record, let's be clear about that. He didn't ever contest the misogyny in it. He just contested whether that misogyny was as bad as other people said in this context. But there's two sides to this sword, which is admitting that you did a misogyny still means you're admitting to doing the misogyny, and we all can agree that misogyny isn't really the best thing, even ironic misogyny. So, yeah, you done still did it. Exactly. However, it did not end here. Not even close. Not even close. This isn't even the beginning. You might think, oh my God, J.K. Rowling fucking retweeting Vaush, everybody getting mad about it, that's gotta be the drama. It's not. That wasn't the drama. And this is where a number of things happened where I think that this situation really went out of hand and a lot of mistakes were made. This is just the prologue, okay? Vaush did an ironic misogyny. I personally don't care. And the reason why I don't care much is because A, Vaush does ironic misogyny on a regular basis, and people critiquing him for it have made this critique clear multiple times, and it just seems like something he tends to enjoy doing. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. Do I think Vaush is like an actual misogynist? I can't see inside of his mind, but I don't think so based on the politics he advocates for. I don't think so based on most of his behaviors. I don't think it's very helpful to categorize most people like this unless you're like definitively don't like them. Like for example, if you are arguing with fucking Matt Walsh, I have no problem calling Matt Walsh a fucking misogynist. He's a fascist. Obviously, he's a misogynist. But the fact of the matter is that Vaush does make ironic misogynist jokes all the time. Everything from the femoids get out to other things. This one just got blown up in front of a ton of people. I don't find it that big of a deal. People make problematic jokes all the time. Some of them irk me. Most of them, I don't think they're that bad unless there is a continual continual reinforcing of those jokes or those actions with other things. For example, while I don't necessarily care whether people make problematic jokes, as long as their advocacy is generally good, that doesn't mean that I think that that person should run a hate campaign based off of transphobic jokes on a trans person. Do you see? Do you see? I don't know that he said that. So hold on a second. Let me grab a drink real quick, and then I want to continue here. Booch finished. If Kat cared about trans issues such as Vaush tweet, I wonder why she'd sexually harass him, which is worse optically for trans people. Hold on a second. Wait just a minute. Now, because this isn't a drama mama, I don't have to do anything in any order, but I have to talk to you. And I know some of you here are Vaushites, and I have some reprimands to issue for you. Because, I know it's easy to get, excited. I know that it's easy to jump on board of a big drama in your community. But you Vaushites have been spreading a lot of lies. A lot of them. I follow and pay attention to a lot of you Vaush fans. And you motherfuckers have spread a lot of lies. And it's not cool. And it's not justified. And it is definitely a horrible look for your fucking community. It's real bad. You guys saying that she leaked the sects, which, by the way, I saw large content creators repeating the fact that she leaked the sects, which never happened. That did not ever happen. No sects were ever leaked by anyone. All that Kat Blaque ever did was say that the greatest extent that they ever engaged was to sext a few years ago. Lying about that is a pretty big deal. Revenge porn is way worse than mentioning you had a fling with somebody. Okay? Okay? You guys have been spreading that lie all the fuck over the place. And honestly, that's fucking shit. So, sorry. Just fucking misinfo. And it is, I'm seeing it now, by the way. People perpetuating this, and this is how you start to build up a cancellation profile for someone who didn't even do the things you're accusing of them. Fucked up. Don't do it. That's fucking weird hero worship shit. Do not do that. And I'm fucking pointing you all out because it is you. It is your community. And if you see other people spreading that, don't. Fucking shut them down. All right. Now, that was the out of order thing prompted by somebody in chat. But we're going to actually continue discussing the drama from where we were. So, to resume discussing the drama. Vaush tweeted this thing about J.K. Rowling, saying, "Women be quieter and start apologizing challenge." This got quote retweeted by J.K. Rowling, and a lot of people had opinions about it. Now, a lot of lefties denounced Vaush. A lot of lefties did. Some of them are lefties who are have VDS. They are people who hate Vaush and look for every opportunity to shit on him and make him look worse. That is certainly some of the people involved. Most certainly. In fact, I'm sure there's quite a few of those people involved. But there are also a lot of people who simply had genuine critiques for the use of misogyny in defense of trans people. Do you understand that? Okay? As in, there are a lot of people with genuine good faith concerns about the idea of using misogyny as a tool to try and defend trans people, which I myself have some questions and concerns about. Many, many people do. It is a rational thing when you are a leftist who ostensibly disagrees with misogyny to then use misogyny in defense of another group. And keep in mind, not as a member of that group. Okay? That is a key piece. Not as a member of that group. So, for example, if I was to go call myself a faggot on the internet or call someone a faggot, I live my life every day as an open faggot. I would be using that as a member of the group, using a term that refers to me, using mutual, appealing to a sort of mutual sense of oppression to take down somebody else. And that is contextually different than someone who does not belong to that group using it. Is that a little bit of identity politics? Yes, but some identity politics is valid. Yes, some identity politics. Yes, obviously, basing your entire viewpoint off of identity politics is not valid. But there is truth to the idea. We know this is true about the N-word, right? People who have to live with the effects of the N-word because of their skin color are allowed, generally, socially allowed. Nobody bats an eye when they use the N-word because they have to deal with the N-word. That is technically identity politics, but it also is totally sensical. Idpol has become a dirty word that people fear, but no, identity politics is, there is important things to be discussed about in identity politics. So, a lot of people reacted to this take. A lot of people. And some people were in what I would consider very, very performatively offended by Vaush's joke. And I think most of those people are a little bit silly. There are a lot of people like that, you know. You all know the people. You all know the regulars. The people who freak the fuck out over little identity politics things. Yes, there are a bunch of people doing that. But guess what? There were also a lot of people not doing that. A lot of people not doing that. And there were a lot of people who were simply saying, hey, giant content creator got retweeted by one of the richest women in the world, and now their ironic misogyny is being put in front of lots of people, and that might make it harder for me to advocate. That was an argument a lot of people were making, and they're not wrong. They're not entirely wrong. It actually kind of is difficult when you're involved in a struggle for your own rights and somebody else from outside of your group that you're trying to advocate rights for comes and does something very, very, very optically bad, and it gets used as ammunition against you. There is a legitimate complaint there. That is a very frustrating experience. Now, I don't think it's the strongest complaint. I really don't think it's the strongest complaint ever. But there is an argument there. There's an argument to be made that, hey, like, I am a trans creator, and it really fucking sucks that you are saying that you're trying to do trans advocacy, but you basically just engaged in misogyny, something that I, a trans person, also opposes. I also oppose misogyny, and now I am put in a position where I either have to pretend that I'm okay with misogyny, or I have to denounce you because you did misogyny in defense of trans people. Do you see what I mean? That is not a difficult position to comprehend, that some people would feel very frustrated about that. And so a lot of people responded, and then it got really hairy really, really fast. And specifically, one of the people critiquing Vaush was a content creator by the name of Kat Blaque. I have a lot of respect for Kat Blaque. I really like what Kat Blaque has done. I really like, I have a huge amount of respect for the amount of harassment that Kat Blaque has had to tank through in order to continue having a career on YouTube as a black trans woman who talks about black trans issues and sex and other things like that. I really think that people have done, regardless of where your opinion is on this drama, I think that a lot of people have gotten on board with a personality-based conflict and have, as a result, ignored genuinely incredible fucking work and a genuine fucking incredible history from Kat Blaque. I don't think that Kat Blaque is a perfect individual. We all know now about some tweets that were said in the past, many years ago. People make terrible mistakes. People say terrible things. And to be fair, Kat Blaque owns up to it and apologized for it, which, hey, there you go. Now, Kat Blaque was talking about Vaush sort of in a indirect way. I read some of the threads. Kat Blaque was talking about J.K. Rowling, was talking about how it's her opinion that that misogyny, like ironic misogyny, doesn't actually help. And this resulted in ultimately Vaush DMing Kat Blaque. Okay? I agree with you, Grime Dango. Yeah, I agree, Grime. Yeah, exactly. Grime Dango says, I love when people own up and apologize. I wish people would be willing to do that more often. Yeah, it would solve a lot of problems, because if people were willing to sit down and talk to one another. Anyway, let's not get there, okay? We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Vaush DM'd Kat because he seemed frustrated by some of the things that Kat was saying in the thread. And this is where I think the most of things went wrong. Okay? Like, basically everything went wrong at more or less at this point. This is where I think everything went wrong. And let me talk, before we go into this and before I tell you what happened, no, actually, I'll just tell you what happened, and then we'll go back, okay? So what happened was, Vaush DM'd Kat and opened by saying, hey, I saw your tweets about me. It seems like you're frustrated with me and my takes, but I wanted to reach out instead of dragging you on stream, so maybe we can talk. Now, I think that is a very weird way to open a conversation. And I'm just going to be completely honest. I think that people were very uncharitable to Kat Blaque when Kat Blaque responded not well to that. Because at least from my perspective, that I can see why somebody would interpret that as a threat. Hey, I'm DMing you because the alternative is I drag you on stream. Do you want to correct your statement? Like, it is very easy for me to understand why somebody could easily interpret that as a threat based on that wording. And unfortunately, the follow-up seemed to make that even more clear. Now, you might be wondering, how do we know what happened in the DMs? Well, we know what happened in the DMs because the DMs were leaked. Okay? And this is where it gets complicated. So, Vaush and Kat Blaque went back and forth in DMs. And the DMs, in my opinion, we're about to get there, Painful Possum. Don't worry. Vaush went back and forth in DMs, and Kat Blaque got very irritated, and Vaush got very irritated. And and they both said some really fucking stupid shit in those DMs. So what happened after that was that Kat Blaque made a very, very big thread, okay? Honestly, a hilariously large thread. I will say it is funny to make a giant thread about anything because Twitter is stupid. However, I will also note that Kat Blaque always makes big threads, okay? It was comically large, but Kat Blaque makes lots of big threads. Every topic she talks about is a big thread. That's like her thing that she does on Twitter. When she's on Twitter, she's live blogging in tweet form, which is like, I don't like that. I hate reading tweets, but there's nothing inherently wrong with that. When this was discussed by both Vaush and the Vaushites, it was framed as though Kat Blaque was doing something way out of the ordinary, was like going out of her way to make an attack thread on Vaush, when in truth, it was just Kat Blaque doing what Kat Blaque has always done on Twitter. I've followed Kat Blaque for years. She's always written huge threads about everything. It's boomer, but boomer isn't the same thing as malicious. She literally is known for writing huge threads. She's a blogger. It is boomer shit. But whatever. That's not the same thing as maliciousness. So she wrote a thread. And in this thread, she said, more or less, I had a conversation with Vaush in DMs. It was unpleasant. I felt like he was doing white savior stuff. I didn't like it. I don't agree. I don't really want to continue engaging with Vaush, but these are my thoughts on the conversation we had. And this, of course, was responded to by Vaush. Now, it gets pretty messy, but what I can say, a short summary, is that Vaush immediately after this point started tweeting a lot of what I would consider to be pretty bad faith and pretty cruel things about Kat Blaque. A lot of insults about her intellect. I believe that it was immediately after this point that he tweeted a old tweet of hers that was problematic, which to me is a pretty clear, like digging up somebody's old out of context tweet and tweeting it on your main as if to like cancel somebody. That is a cancellation. Okay? That's a cancellation attempt. Sorry, that's a cancellation attempt. Of all people, Vaush should know better than to do that. But he did it on his main. And Kat responded by leaking the DMs. Okay? Now, there was a lot of other things that Vaush was doing. Vaush was commenting a lot on Twitter. It started to get really spicy really fast. However, I don't know. Let's wait. I want to get through all this. I'm sorry. This isn't a structured drama, mama, so you'll have to forgive me for a little bit of distractions. So, those DMs make her look horrible. I do not agree with that. I do not agree with that statement as it's worded. Kia by the Bay says, but Kat tried to cancel Vaush by talking about her convo with him. I disagree with you. I don't think that's a fair characterization of events. Kat wrote, as in typical Kat Blaque fashion, wrote a big, rambly blog about her feelings about a conversation she had with another public creator. That is not a cancellation. Bringing up somebody's old tweet out of context and being like, wow, Kat Blaque is a real piece of shit. That is a cancellation. Writing your thoughts about somebody you don't like in a blog format on Twitter is not the same thing. These are not the same thing. I don't believe you can characterize her thread as a cancellation. She literally said, I don't care about Vaush. I don't want anybody to go after Vaush. I just disagree with him multiple times in the thread. So I'm sorry about that, but I disagree with the characterization of that. Now, the DMs. is the next part we need to talk about. So I don't think many Vaushites know this is her format. That's fine, but if they're going to make allegations and stuff, they should probably know that stuff. Writing your thoughts is pretty vague and can absolutely be a cancellation. It can be, but I think it's a stretch. I think claiming her like long, boring thread, when we think about what a cancellation is when usually a small, viral, out of context clip or action is used against somebody to damage their career. That's usually what we think about when we think of a cancellation. It's not, I wrote a well-worded critique of you. You know what I mean? Like, cancellations are like when people try to manipulate you into hating somebody, as opposed to, canceling someone is not when you bring legitimate critiques against them. Canceling is usually when somebody has an out-of-pace critique that they want to destroy you over. So anyway. But Kia by the Bay, Vaush does that all day, every day. He's a streamer. He goes on and turns the camera on and shouts to 10,000 people his feelings about all kinds of people all the time. You are not being rational or fair here. If you think tweeting your general thoughts about a conversation you had with somebody, when Vaush every single day in all of his streams regularly vents his thought about it to 10,000 people, and we're going to get there. Parasocial shit. Yeah. This is parasocial shit. Okay, so let's continue. So the DMs get leaked, everybody. So I know people don't think about it because we normalize streaming, but you have to be careful with what you say, and we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Okay? So, the DMs. After Vaush started posting what I would consider to be like cancellation material or ironic cancellation material, I don't really care. I think that at that point, Vaush was at least from what I could tell, he seemed very frustrated and was willing to go basically full gloves off. When he started doing the canceling stuff, Kat Blaque responded by leaking their DM conversation. Now, a couple of different things happened here. Just Duffy, are you for real right now? I just said that. My God. Kat Blaque leaks the DMs, okay? Now, we got to talk about this a little bit. So first of all, let's be clear about the facts. The DMs that were leaked was only the conversation that they had just had that both of them were talking about publicly. And when I say that, I mean that. Both of them were talking about this publicly. This is a matter of objective fact. You can go and you can see both Vaush and Kat talking about the DMs, okay? Yeah, so here's the one. We don't have to be sure of the dates. You can go verify this yourself. This is why I didn't do a drama mama. I know, but it's really, really simple. It's not hard to verify this stuff and see what happened when, okay? I don't think there's no, like, there shouldn't be major there shouldn't be a major issue about the timeline. The timeline is not all that important, okay? Listen, both of them were talking about the DMs, okay? And it was Kat Blaque who decided to leak the DMs after both of them referenced it, and after Vaush started retweeting some things about what I would consider to be cancels, like saying, "Here's an old tweet that makes you look bad. Let me call you stupid." Now, this is a thing that people have made a lot of disagreements about. Okay. So I want everyone, okay? Everybody, listen up. Imps, those of you who are here, let's take a deep breath together, okay? We're going to take a deep breath together, and we're going to try to not be parasocial for half a second. All right, everybody. All of the parasociality is out of our system. If you are engaged in a conflict with somebody, and both of you feel like the other one is lying about a conversation that happened in private, and the records of that which exist, it is a logical conclusion to consider divulging that private conversation. However, that is not without considerations, okay? I would not be surprised if there was a situation much like this that we could find, and I'm not sure about this, but I would be surprised if there was not a situation in the past where Vaush was going up against somebody who was lying about what was said in private. In fact, I know this happened because this happened at least to some degree with Mike from PA, where Mike from PA claimed one thing, Vaush said, "You're actively lying about what was said in private. I'm going to show the DMs." Vaush has made that call. As it turns out, sometimes you divulge DMs to counter somebody lying about them, lying about you. Now, it can be very difficult to post hoc justify whether it was enough of a lie for you to consider it justified to leak the DMs. However, I will note that DM leaking becomes a little bit less egregious when no actual private information is leaked, right? So one of the problems with leaking DMs is that your privacy is invaded. However, if you both are already publicly talking about the conversation and your stories aren't matching up, which they were not, both Kat and Vaush were making claims about the conversation that they had privately that no one could see. I'm not going to lie. That seems like a situation in which making the DMs public is the right idea, provided that no actual private information is leaked. And I will note, no private information was leaked. None. Kat did not leak anything other than the conversation they had, which both of them were publicly talking about and accusing each other of doing things simultaneously. Both of them were engaging in public discussion of their private conversation. Kat cropped out irrelevant parts that had nothing to do with the actual topic at hand, did not show their old DM history, and I will note, was then accused of leaking sects by a lot of people. So I am being very careful here in pointing out that no, private information was not leaked. The only thing that was leaked was the conversation that both parties were talking about. Okay? Yes, I saw multiple people accusing her of doing revenge porn. I have seen her accused of sexual harassment in this. And I think that desperately we need to do a little bit of a fucking a mental check here, because we're spiraling into massive disinformation. So, about the leak. I don't think the leak was a good decision. I'm just going to be outright with that, okay? I do not think that leaking the tweets or leaking the DMs was the correct path here. I think the correct path would have been to let it go. Let the whole thing go. However, I can also understand why when Vaush started posting let's just say, some pretty aggressive tweets, public tweets towards Kat Blaque, that Kat Blaque would feel that it was important to put those DMs in public once this shit started picking off. I don't think it was the right decision. I personally would not have made that decision. However, I do not think that it is the sin that many people have been saying it was. People saying that she leaked DMs unprovoked, that is a lie. There was absolutely justified provocation for something like posting censored DMs. We have seen all kinds of situations where censored DMs have been posted for much, much less. So while I don't personally think that's the right option, I can also understand why somebody would come to that conclusion. Okay? Just Duffy from YouTube chat says, after she leaked their private sexting info unprovoked, I can understand Vaush going nuclear. Wrong! I am calling this out right the fuck now. Wrong! She never leaked any private sexting info. You are actively lying and spreading misinformation exactly in the way that I'm talking about as we speak. Right now. Sorry, you're lying. Now, it's really funny. There's something happening here. Hold on a second, Windleby. Wait a minute, Windleby. Hold on. I want people to think for a second. And I told you all to take a deep breath and get rid of your parasociality for just a second. Mixed Dizzy brings up a great point. Vaush himself has literally mentioned having flirted before with Patricia Taxon. Vaush has mentioned flirting with lots of people. Vaush has on regular cases told stories about him fucking people in the past, dating people in the past. As it turns out, very frequently we talk about our sexual lives, and actually saying that you did something with somebody at some point is not sexual harassment. It just isn't. I had a fling with X person in the past. That is not sexual harassment. It isn't even doxing. It isn't anything. Just mentioning that you had a relationship in the past is not disclosing private information. Now, I will say Vaush's reaction to this, which I saw live, was, in my opinion, rather extreme. Saying that you were divulging private information by saying that you once sexted in the past, I don't agree that that is any sort of violation of privacy. Unless you explicitly agreed to secrecy, it is literal, normal social behavior to talk about the people that you've been in a relationship with and the people that you've done stuff with, unless it was explicitly stated not. So, while I do think it was a little bit weird to bring it up, I don't think it was that weird, and I certainly don't think it was as bad as a lot of people were making it out to be. Just saying you sexted in the past doesn't mean anything. That's not, there's no violation was done there. Yeah, it's gauche at best. Now, if Kat Blaque had started divulging like what they did, how they sexted, what they sexted about, but just the fact that they did, she was a participant. Are you telling me she can't talk about her own sexual history? That's ridiculous. Is there not an expectation of privacy? Yeah, but the expectation of privacy being we pretend that we never did anything ever? No, come on. I think that's silly. That's extremely silly. So again, let me just summarize so that we don't like let's keep track of this so we don't get lost. I think leaking the DMs was a step over. I don't think that was the right response. That said, I also don't think it was the egregious, unforgivable sin that most people said that it was. I just don't. I think it was not a great decision. I think that it didn't help anything. It certainly didn't help Kat Blaque, I don't think. But now that we're there, and now that we've discussed it, now we can talk about what happened, okay? There we go. All right? Neo Animus says, I think it's also fair of her to believe that she had to reveal the DMs before they were used to paint her "I don't care about you" comments even worse. That's what happens when both participants in a private conversation go and publicly talk about it. You understand me? Both participants did this. Vaush did it. Kat did it. They both were talking about and making claims about a conversation that none of the audience could possibly have access to until Kat leaked the DMs. The mistake that they both made was ever talking about their private conversation if they weren't ready to both have their side leaked. If Vaush wanted to show the DMs after Kat wrote the blog on it, I think it would have been silly, but I think he would have been just as justified, and I think it would have been just as much of a mistake. Not yet, but we will, Killjoy. Yes, I know, but Windleby, the reason why we're making a big deal out of it is because it's important that I'm being methodical here. Because I told you, I know there's going to be a lot of people who are very angry about various things that I say here, including possibly the creators involved in this. But what I'm trying to do is be as even-handed and fair as possible. But it's very difficult to do sometimes. Sometimes we have to spend a little more time on things. Who leaked the DMs is almost irrelevant. Yes, it was probably not the best decision. Yeah, I get you, Windleby. Was it the best decision? No. Was it the worst decision that's ever been made? No. I don't think it was optimal, okay? And this is where things get really, really, really messy, okay? Really fucking messy. Because lots of people get involved at this point. If Vaush leaked the DMs, he would have been crucified. That you say that, but also Vaush's community is crucifying Kat Blaque. So everybody, yes, if you do a thing, people will get mad about it. I don't think that that matters. There are more more things to talk about. Yeah, of course, crucified by who matters. Yeah, but what the fuck? Anyway, let's continue. So, at some time after the leak of the DMs, Vaush went live. And he went live on his stream to talk about the drama at hand in an emergency drama stream. And guys, that stream sucked. I'm sorry. That stream fucking sucked. I'm just going to be straight up. And there's a number of reasons why it sucked, okay? First of all, it sucked because it was entirely about Twitter drama, which is impossible to keep track of, and it also sucked because Vaush made the decision to live tweet multiple times while also doing live commentary on his stream, and he didn't seem to think that the things he said on his stream would be as important as what he tweeted, but he was saying them to 15,000 or so people live while trying to workshop his tweets, which were shown on the screen. And what this resulted in was Vaush saying a lot of things that I think to some of his viewers are going to come off as him just sort of shooting his thoughts, thoughts brainstorming, but he was recording it and sending it out to 15,000 people, including 2 of the people who were involved, which changes things a lot. You can go watch the stream in which he's live workshopping his tweets, in which he makes some mistakes, I would say, things that would be horrible to tweet, but he types them on the screen and he talks about them with a lot of people in his chat. That does... Do you realize how that changes things? If you're sitting at your desk and you're very angry and you type up but do not send a tweet that says something horrible to somebody else, nobody sees you do that because the tweet never went out to anyone but you. But when you write that same tweet on camera to 15,000 people, they saw that tweet even if you don't send it. This is not the level of charity that you have been offering for Kat's actions. Laween, Kat did not live stream her response to multiple people, and we haven't even gotten into the ContraPoints part yet, which we have to do. Maybe she did a stream. Wait, when did she stream? When? Way later. Yeah, last night. Yeah, you little weasels. You little weasels. You little weasels. I hate it when you people do this. This is why I do Drama Mamas. Because you little fucking Weasley liars. You people are the reason why the internet is like this, you know. Anyway, let's chill. All right? It's all good. So, it's okay. It's okay. I'm sorry. I'm having a little fun. Let's not be too serious, okay? I'm having a little fun. I'm making fun of my chat, okay? We might, Rhodes. We'll see. It's a first stream back. If not, we'll get to it later. Okay? So, Vaush went live. Now, this is where things get extremely messy and almost impossible. It is almost impossible to 100% verify when things were said. But a lot of things were said. Now, if you all want to, we can go and watch the Vaush stream. In fact, I think he deliberately posted it to his main channel because when people told him to take it down, he was angry at them, and he said, please, let's post it to the main channel. Now, I have a feeling that a lot of you Vaushites, if I was to watch that with you right now, you would come away a little bit red in the face. Because Vaush said a lot of things in that stream. A lot of things. As in, he repeatedly called a prominent black trans woman a retard. At one point, he said that he believed Kat Blaque was physiologically incapable of understanding his arguments. He called Kat Blaque an abuser. He accused her of gaslighting. He accused her of a lot of things, and he called her a retard a lot of times. Now, I don't know if you all know this. I know my chat knows this. I don't know about the Vimps and the Vaushites who might be here. But to anyone who isn't in your community, booting up a stream to see a white guy screaming at one of the only like well-known black trans women content creators and calling her a retard repeatedly and making jokes that I know he didn't mean to be racist, but that were nonetheless racist. I also recall another joke. Do you want me to talk about that? I can restate the joke because I remember going, oh my God, and putting my head in my hands when I heard it, which was, yeah, Kat has the intelligence of a 16-year-old. Wait a minute. Don't trans women have to have 2 puberties? Well, yeah. And then he looked at the camera. Guys, come on. Can we be real for just a second? Can we be real and point out how fucking stupid that is to say that live when not only is there a ton of eyes on it, but like you're rage streaming because someone wrote a thread about you? Okay? It's pretty fucking stupid. It's a pretty terrible joke to make. A lot of people, I knew a lot of people the reason why, first of all, I reacted to that and I immediately saw my live stream discussions chat on my Discord where people regularly discuss, popular live streams that are going on when they don't want to be in a site chat. I saw a lot of people react the exact same way I did to that. Isn't it funny that all of this was about whether or not ironic misogyny could be used, and it ended with unironic transphobia? And ableism. Are vimps still allowed? Of course you are. I would never discriminate against vimps. What the fuck? So, there was also multiple discussions about, he made a joke about having seen her tits. He made some jokes here and there. Now, the other big thing that happened, oh, yes. Thank you, Manticore. I forgot about that one. I do recall that one. Someone in Vaush's chat joked about how it was bad that Vaush sexted Kat because she's 50 IQ, implying that it would be rape to have sex with somebody who was, the implication there, mentally retarded. And Vaush laughed and agreed, saying, yeah, that's the real cancellation. I think that's a pretty cruel and shitty joke. There's a lot of that. But keep in mind that Vaush has outright called Kat verifiably on video retard multiple times for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people to see. All because they disagreed in DMs about each other. So, has someone done a scrub of the stream and clipped everything? All of Vaush's enemies have. All of Vaush's enemies have. Just so you know, that stream is going to be used against him for years, unfortunately. And I'm sorry to tell you that, but that's true. Everybody who has ever wanted yeah. Is it the new Thought Slime stream? It certainly felt like it watching it live. It looks like there's going to be a lot of clips from there that are going to show up at inconvenient times. Of course it has. Of course it has. All drama does. But let's continue and let's focus on this, okay? So Vaush did the stream. During the stream, and again, the timing on this part is very difficult to determine because it was a live stream comparing to tweets, and it's hard to get timestamps. Somewhere during the stream, Kat Blaque made a tweet that is now deleted that went something like this. I am generally okay. It said, I find white dick generally okay. In this particular case, I was not impressed. That was the joke that Kat made, referring very vaguely to her not being impressed with Vaush's dick when they sexted. Now keep in mind, this was tweeted during the stream in which he was calling her, a retard, was saying that she had subhuman IQ, was saying that he's probably in danger because he sexted with somebody who is legally mentally ill or whatever other jokes. He made all these jokes during this stream, and that was the joke that Kat Blaque made and then apologized and deleted. So, So I don't know. Do you see how the accusations of body shaming ring a little bit hollow in the face of all of the other shit that was going down during that stream? Yeah, that's fine. He can listen if he wants to. That's perfectly fine. I don't think I'm saying anything here that is like particularly unfair. I don't think I have a hot take. I'm just giving my genuine impression having watched it. Okay? And I have some advice. If Vaush wants to have it, what I think could have avoided this entire situation, and obviously it's retrospect. But she responded to this part of stream specifically. Hold on. Let's see. So, it is true. Hold on. Let's see. It is true that I made a comment about his penis. I said it was underwhelming, but that was after he said this about me on stream, not before. That's why my tweet explicitly references white dick. Okay, let's see the context. Let's see the context. This seems very realistic. Does anybody have a reason to believe that she was not explicitly responding? Let's listen.
About that, but yeah, Vaush, pretty much exactly what Kat states season 2. All right.
Okay, hold on. We got to boost up the fucking audio because it's Twitter audio. Let's try. Come on, let's hear it.
About that, but yeah, Vaush, pretty much exactly what Kat states season 2. All right, are you guys ready for the universe? Okay. Super idpol, like lefty black women who are like really condescending to white people in terms of their ability to engage in political discourse. Love fucking white dudes. It's the exact same reason that racist white guys all watch interracial porn to jerk off to. It's the exact same thing. It's identical. There's no difference.
We're gonna watch
it's
it again.
Literally the exact same goddamn thing. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. People who have like racist thoughts tend to like weirdly fetishize like interracial race shit for like probably reasons they should be more critical of. If any of you people think that this is like controversial, then I genuinely wonder why you think. Do you think, for example, that black people and white people are like fundamentally different species? About that, but yeah, Vaush, pretty much exactly what Kat states season 2. All right, are you guys ready for the mildest hot take in the universe? Okay. Super idpol, like lefty black women who are like really condescending to white people in terms of their ability to engage in political discourse. Love fucking white dudes. It's the exact same reason that racist white guys all watch interracial porn to jerk off to. It's the exact same thing. It's identical. There's no difference. It's literally the exact same goddamn thing. It's true. I'm sorry, guys. People who have like racist thoughts tend to like weirdly fetishize like interracial race shit for like probably reasons they should be more critical of.
Okay. So, do you see why I say that people complaining about Kat in a now deleted tweet, by the way, Kat deleted her tweet. Doesn't it feel like those critiques ring a little hollow when Vaush's stream is still up containing all of this stuff, including all of the calling her a retard and all of the other things? Like, those critiques, like, oh, Kat Blaque body shamed and sex shamed. And by the way, the Vaushites I've been seeing this literally all over the place, including in my chat tonight, Vaush fans saying Kat sexually harassed Vaush, when Vaush was actively engaging in things that are on par, if not worse, with whatever was put forward by Kat, and they both were engaging in this very clearly from the get-go. I just don't think these critiques, yeah, it's a double standard. That is a double standard. So Vaush fans and everybody else, this is why I asked us to take a breath and try to look at this from the outside. Okay? Because I don't know. It's really hard for me to think that saying like, oh, I found his dick was a mid or whatever, to be particularly bad in the greater contexts. It was dick shaming? Yeah, it's dick shaming. That's fine. But it appears that there was kink shaming going on right here. So there was kink shaming, and it was responded to by dick shaming. And in the midst of all of that, there is also the rest of this stream, which was a lot of calling Kat Blaque a retard. A lot. For hours. Which, okay, if that's what you're into, if that's what you think is effective, then all right. This is what has frustrated me about this discourse, has been the attempt to frame Kat Blaque as like the worst person who's ever lived, that she did all these things that she didn't actually do, a huge amount of dishonesty as to what actually went down, when in truth, what I see here is two people antagonizing each other from other sides of the internet over an issue that barely matters. And what resulted, though, okay, was the result, the final sort of the actively calling her a racist. That too. The stream, though, guys, the stream's still up. The stream still got seen by a lot of people, and what the stream contained, I'm going to be completely honest, was worse than basically anything that Kat said. To my knowledge, Kat never even like called Vaush a racist. I don't think that she ever called Vaush an abuser. To my knowledge, I don't think any of that. She was very critical, but to my knowledge, there was no such allegations. Now, I could be wrong. Well, that's very unfortunate to hear, Manticore. Manticore says, everyone in Vaush's chat is laughing at the 50 IQ rape joke. I'm so fucking done. It's not that funny. But okay. If you find that funny, that's okay. So, we're not done, though, okay? Because there's another aspect to this, okay? Which is that during this conflict with Kat Blaque, ContraPoints got involved. And you're so incredibly lost, Just Zach. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry you feel lost. I'm doing my best. I told you this isn't a formal drama mama or anything like that, okay? All right? Well, I mean, whatever. I'm sure, whatever. If he wants to get mad about it. It's really funny. If Vaush is going to call me a woke scold after I opened this segment by explicitly saying I didn't think the joke was as big of a deal as people made up for, I haven't even fucking finished. But all right. If that's true, that's unfortunate. But all right. Whatever. Won't be the first time people have completely, have completely misinterpreted what I've said and literally presented the opposite of what I advocated. Okay. Well, that's not my problem, Posadas John. He should do his work. Do his homework. Come on, man. Stop jumping the gun. Okay. Let us continue, everybody. Okay? All right. Let's fucking continue. So this is the part where ContraPoints gets involved, okay? And I think this is the area where I am willing to most sort of openly critique Vaush. I think Vaush did some friendly fire on ContraPoints. And the reason why I think that's the case is because, first of all, when ContraPoints commented on Vaush, I would consider it to be quite even-handed and very mild. The initial responses were, and I don't remember the exact wording, but they were somewhere along the line of, I don't feel like you're making arguments here. I feel like you're getting very personal, and I also don't think that all of this being in the context of an argument about ironic misogyny is a good place to do it. Okay? So, do I think that there were certain comments by ContraPoints that I don't think were super fair? I think when ContraPoints got pissed off and responded by being like, you shouldn't try to be the savior of all trans people, that was probably a little bit of a low blow. But at the same time, remember, Vaush was live streaming his response to these tweets and his untweeted responses to ContraPoints tweets. And he was live joking, which we know ContraPoints was watching because anybody who was there knows that she showed up in chat. And he was saying, well, you know, maybe I'm going to burn the bridge with Contra. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. He might have even called ContraPoints a retard. I don't know. All I'm saying is that ContraPoints' tweets out the gate were not particularly aggressive. Certainly not aggressive enough to justify jumping into a bridge burn. So I feel there may have been a little bit of friendly fire there. And I feel that the, you know, sort of performatively joking about how you're burning the bridge with people who seem to otherwise be kind with you didn't do Vaush any favors here. He wrote about her addiction. He didn't tweet it, but it was still on stream. With how many people were watching? Over 10,000 people were watching? Come on. I did my best to put myself in ContraPoints' situation, and I can completely understand why ContraPoints would not want to engage, given all of that, especially given that ContraPoints was probably watching the stream in which Vaush was repeatedly calling her friend, who she happens to agree with on this topic, a retard. All I'm going to say is, I think that was not just like poorly handled, but also out of line, and friendly fire against ContraPoints, it just wasn't necessary. It really wasn't. I do agree that you can't spill gasoline all over the bridge and then get mad when others light the match. Well, specifically, pouring gasoline all over the bridge and then taunting others to be the one to light the match, well, some people are just going to choose to light it. Do we have a clip of that, Gayfesh? Did that actually happen? What are you talking about? Anyway. So, this whole thing was very frustrating to watch unfold. And it was frustrating to watch unfold because, as it turns out, like, I really like ContraPoints, I really like Kat Blaque, and I really like Vaush and all of his content. I've liked all of their stuff for a long time. But also, in the greater context, looking at the issue from the start to the end, it is, what a disaster. What a fucking disaster. Here it is. All right, let's take a look at this. This was a clip provided. All right, let's see.
Don't get complacent.
All right, here we go.
All right, thank you guys. Keep it up though. Don't get complacent. The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on this. All right, thank you.
Dude. I wouldn't call that... Chatters, please keep in mind I have literally not mentioned or named what this is. I specifically, when I saw the claim in chat, I asked for a clip. So whatever you all are arguing about is not what I've said. Okay? I think let me go back to what I was saying before. If you zoom out of this issue and you look into it from the beginning to the end as an outsider, this shit looks horrible. As in, the not just an optics loss, but a total loss, okay? If you go back and you go, what did this start with? This started with an argument about whether or not ironic misogyny can be effectively used to help trans people. And the end result And the end result is that there is now like a 7-hour live stream of one of the major content creators on the left calling one of the other content creators on the left a retard for 7 hours over a DM disagreement that nobody can parse out. And then there's also a clip of him specifically saying that ContraPoints should be publicly shamed for disagreeing with him. And like, I don't know. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal that he said reply on Twitter. That's the problem with Twitter. Twitter is fucked. ContraPoints has a huge following. Vaush has a huge following. I do agree that bringing it up during a stream in which there's already a bunch of fervor and telling people to go literally dogpile, well, it is a dogpile. I don't know if I would categorize it as harassment because I don't know that it was like, I don't know. That's hard for me to judge. Okay? Oh, well, hello. I think I can understand why some people would. I have certainly had issues with the way that people engage on Twitter, and I have certainly said that certain other types of engaging has been harassment. I do think that telling your followers to keep it up and keep going until she is publicly shamed. Let's listen to it. Can we listen to it again? I'm sorry. Let's listen to this again. I need to think about it. From what I can tell, haven't you been fine with him saying retard before? No, in fact, I've criticized him for it. I'm one of the people who doesn't say retard on stream, and I criticized him for it. I just don't think it's like a deal breaker. I don't think that people being edgier than me is necessarily a deal breaker. I think how they behave is more important, but that's neither here nor there. Let's listen to this again.
All right, thank you guys. Keep it up though. Don't get complacent.
Don't get complacent.
The more of you are in the replies being like, that's not what's happening right here. Like, this is necessary, okay? Publicly shame her into changing her mind on that. All right, thank you guys.
Publicly shame her into changing her mind on it? I don't know. I don't know. It feels shitty, okay? It feels shitty. I'll say that much, okay? This particular bit feels particularly shitty, but also it feels bad from me trying to criticize it and come to a conclusion about whether this was okay behavior or not. But let me tell you what, it's shitty to me, but to everyone the fuck else, it looks atrocious. Can we acknowledge that? Can we acknowledge that every single person who sees this that isn't involved deeply in this drama and doesn't have the time to sort it out, that it looks so bad, especially if it is ever, especially with the rest of the stream, with the other things that were said on that stream. Like, I don't think anyone has really talked about that aspect of it. The fact that this stream ultimately stemmed from whether or not ironic misogyny can be effective as a tactic, whether or not it's okay to do, whether or not there should be a backlash to it, and has instead turned into all of the eyes on the online left watching one of the biggest creators on the online left, oh, and beyond, every liberal, every single person who knows who any of these people are, a large percentage of those people who have their eyes on it because of the J.K. Rowling drama are going to see the stream in which, to their mind, Vaush just calls a black trans creator a retard multiple times. Well, I know that, Swagatha Christie. I openly said that at the very beginning of this. I said that very, very much at the beginning. Thank you, Seska. I appreciate that. I said that at the beginning. I don't really care about the ironic misogyny that much. Do I think that it should be analyzed and critiqued? Of course. But the whole thing that I was talking about is that really none of this has anything to do with the original topic. It started like World War I with the assassination of Franz Ferdinand. This whole thing started with a tweet about J.K. Rowling getting blown up on. But what has it become? And what does it look like to everyone involved and everyone not involved? And I'm going to tell you, I don't think it looks good. I don't think it is good. I don't think it's productive. I don't think it got what Vaush wanted out of it. I don't think anybody gained anything from this. I don't even think anybody had any fun. And it frustrates me because I don't even disagree with Vaush on the original point. But it is impossible to pretend that any of this was good. Any of this response was the way to respond, even for an edgy boy. So now that we've talked about some of this, now that we've gotten the main part out, there's a couple of things I want to talk about. One of those things I want to talk about is what I think, literally, what I directly think that Vaush could have done better. Okay? And it starts, this response starts all the way back at the beginning. Okay? Have any of you here heard the term, I disavow, I disavow? Have you guys ever heard right-wingers joking about the term, I disavow? You ever heard about that? Come on. If you've said it, say yes in chat if you've heard that. You've all have heard that. The I disavow thing. It's a literal joke on the right. That what happens is that Fuentes will say something horrifically anti-Semitic, and all of the conservatives will go, I disavow, I disavow. Oh, disgusting. Nick Fuentes is disgusting. There's no room for Nazis in our wake. And then they go, and then in the background, they're like, here's some money, Nick Fuentes. Keep doing what you're doing, buddy. But publicly, they go, oh, I can't believe he said that. And what does Nick Fuentes do? Nick Fuentes goes, my opponents are cucks. My opponents are cucks. You see? And then he moves on and continues doing his thing. It's that simple. Vaush made a joke that was intentionally edgy, intentionally offensive. And some people on the left don't like that type of joke. He knew that lots of people weren't going to like that joke. That's why he made it edgy. That's the thing, that edgy jokes piss some people off. That's why they're an edgy joke. So when the lefties get mad, when the lefties go, I disavow, what does the dirtbag leftist do? Well, the answer is, my opponents are cucks. And then you move on. Because it avoids this. Can you guys imagine how differently this all would have gone if it had stopped at the DMs? If, like, not even at the DMs, if it stopped before the DMs. If Vaush had just said, Kat Blaque is a woke scold cuck. Let's go back to having fun on stream and let's go talk about other things. And of course, I know hindsight is 20/20, but at the same time, this isn't just like one small mistake. There is a 7-hour stream out there with very, very blatant, extreme cruelty being directed at somebody over Twitter drama. No one is ever going to look into that Twitter drama besides me and the Demon Mama viewers who are here right now. No one is going to care. But the people who already have a narrative about Vaush being bad, and the people who have yet to discover Vaush, which, given that he was beefing with J.K. Rowling and ContraPoints and Kat Blaque, are all going to be able to find the stream. They're never going to dig through the tweets because that's impossible. Twitter is impossible to go back through unless you do a show like I do. But what they can go see is all of the clips of him calling Kat Blaque a retard, of him saying, well, boys, I guess we're burning the bridge with ContraPoints. I guess we're burning bridges tonight. They're going to see the clip here. And they don't even have to be out of context to be considered bad. I'm not policing that I'm not saying that they're bad because they look bad. I'm saying that this is a bad response to this type of disagreement. Even 1 or 2 times would have been yikes, but this was a lot. This was 7 hours of fixation with a lot of people watching and a lot of pretty bad things said. And I don't think the math is going to work out in Vaush's favor here. And I don't even know if it should. There's something to be learned about live streaming drama. I do think there's something to be said about that Seamoth, but I don't know how serious I'd take it. I don't know. So I don't know. And also, there's the effects above and beyond this, which is that every person involved is now going to be getting a lot of harassment from one another's fan bases, and some fan bases are going to be worse than others. And yes, I do think that streamers have a more active audience. This is why streamers can pull off Twitter ratios and other things, is because they have a live audience. Right now, I can tell you all to go do something, and a lot of you will do it because you want to have fun. You want the stream to keep going. You want to participate in something that's happening now, which means that, yes, the capability for harassment is indeed greater from Vaush's side. First of all, because his main opponents here are two already heavily harassed trans women, which doesn't mean that by the way, being trans and being harassed, as we all know, doesn't mean that you're excused from all the bad things. I'm not saying that that's what it is. Don't misinterpret that, okay? However, it is a fact that because he did a live stream with lots of people there and actively told them to go jump on these tweets, to go get personally involved, those people are going to stay personally involved, which means, in my opinion, I think that the harassment direction is coming more from his side of things, given the contextual calculation. However, he's going to get some too, and that stream is going to be picked through. And it is going to look bad, not just because it is optically bad to do a stream in which you repeatedly call a major black trans woman on the left a retard, which is I would say you shouldn't do that no matter what. I would say that is not a good thing to do. But also, that's one part of it. But also, it does look bad. It does look like, to every outsider, that Vaush is just beefing with all the trans people who told him he was wrong. And that's not correct. I don't think that's fair. But that is, because of the nature of the way that this was handled, the takeaway a lot of people, the takeaway that a lot of people are going to have. And I can't entirely blame them, because to parse this through, you have to wade through days old, weeks old Twitter drama. And nobody can do that. You literally can't do that. It's so hard. So the takeaway here is, what the fuck, everybody? What was anyone thinking with this? Did anybody get what they wanted out of this? Or was this just an explosion of pointless cruelty? There was a lot of overstating of harm all across this event. But what I have tried to do is not overstate harm and instead analyze what's going on. Manticore says, is it possible that ContraPoints saying, I haven't seen any arguments, that line was her saying she hadn't seen any substantive arguments? Yes, that was how I read it. When I read the tweet, now one of the tweets that people got mad at was ContraPoints saying, I'm not seeing it, I haven't seen any arguments. I thought that what she meant was like, I'm not seeing arguments in this thread. Contextually, that's literally how I read it. I read it like, I'm not seeing any arguments from you right now. I'm just hearing explanations. DM Vaush is covering you right now about this? Okay. Fine. Let him. That's literally fine. If he wants to cover me, if he wants to take his time to cover me, I think I've been very fair here. I think I've been really fair. So whatever. You know what's weird, guys? Isn't it weird? Isn't it weird how many people re-stream my streams? Thank you, Gayfish. I'm sure people in chat were being weird. By the way, his chat during the conversation with me was toxic as fuck. By the way, this is, just so you all know, all of you imps who are here watching me right now, this is how you know I'm going to make streaming history. Just so you know. The fact that I haven't streamed in 2 weeks and I come back, and the day that I come back, 2 streamers, like 8 times my size, are both glued to my stream, that's how you know I'm going to make streaming history. Just so you know. Yeah, the number of people in chat who called me, who said that I was literally retarded, that I was autistic, that I had subhuman IQ. I get it. I get it. Maybe. I might talk about it with him at some point. Probably not today, though. I'm currently covering drama. Yeah, people ask me about it. Yeah, sure. Of course. Lots of people cover drama. I'm the one you watch. Lots of people talk about drama. But Demon Mom is the one you watch. Marinara says, what I saw was Contra doing exactly no different what Vaush was doing, publicly stating her opinion and then being told that she crossed a line by chiming in while being repeatedly invoked, while Vaush gets unlimited airtime. That is another double standard I noticed. Did you notice that multiple people said that ContraPoints was bad for getting involved at all? Even though it was all public stuff, the stream was public, the Twitter was public, the DMs at that point were then public, but somehow ContraPoints is in the wrong for getting involved at all? That's weird. Well, yeah, obviously, Kadama. I don't care. I would like just one pathologic stream. Now that I know what pathologic is, maybe I can deliver that for you at some point. The thing is, there was so much here. And again, I'm going to say it one more time. I already said this once, but yes, I'm going to repeat myself. I think the answer here is to learn to just call your opponents cucks and go away. If you have a personal friend that you have like a disagreement with, I mean, yeah, talk to them in DMs, of course. Of course. Life can be so simple. I know, Poe on Head. It's wild. Without excusing Vaush's behavior, can we agree that aside from his community, he's been the target of an insane amount of attacks and mischaracterizations that might affect why he acted so aggressive so fast? Yes. And in fact, let me be as fucking clear as possible. Okay? I'm going to be super, super clear about this. It is fucking impossible to ever make anyone happy on the internet, no matter what you do. There will always be people who say that you're the worst person ever. And honestly, we should really try to cool people down from engaging in that type of hyperbole when it's really, really out of line. And let me be clear again. Vaush has dealt with a fuckload of harassment, especially in the follow-up of the J.K. Rowling shit. I have no doubts that there are a lot of unhinged freaks who have sent things to in Vaush's direction, and that shit is incredibly fucked. None of it excuses taking out the frustration from that on other content creators, and none of that excuses making blisteringly, in my opinion, bad decisions about how you decide to cover drama. It's very difficult as an online figure to ever take criticism because everyone is always criticizing you. Guys, I don't even look at my comments anymore. I can't, for my own mental well-being, spend time in my YouTube comments, because 90% of my YouTube comments are people saying, you are a fat, ugly man. You should die. You are a fat, ugly man. You will never be a real woman. You are subhuman. It is so crazy. And then even when you filter those out, then I have my DMs are always full of people wanting to come argue with me, to nitpick me. And some of them are in good faith, some of them are in bad faith, but you don't get to know that until you spend time engaging. So yes, in many cases, I think that it's almost impossible to ever have the perfect response to online drama or stress or anything like that. And people who treat Vaush like that are engaging in a bad thing. Yes, absolutely. And again, none of that excuses handling the situation like this. Simply doesn't. Northside Star, gotta admit that your Shark and Eris's coverage have been the most measured I've seen, and mysteriously, all of you didn't jump straight away in the drama and waited for the dust to settle a bit. Maybe waiting might be the key. As it turns out, hot tempers make fools of us all, okay? They really do. Hot tempers make fools of us fucking all. If you jump into a drama, the reason why I do drama mamas the way I do them is because you can calm everybody's tits down about fucking whatever their parasocial nonsense is and look at the facts of a situation before we draw any conclusions. The whole point is to calm people down. But, yeah, I mean, I don't really have a side on this, except, oh, yeah, let me give this conclusion, okay? Oh, somebody, what the fuck? So somebody is trying to, somebody is doxing Gayfish. Somebody's trying to dox Gayfish in the Vaush chat. Get that shit taken care of. Yeah, I don't have a side in this, except that I care about the issue at hand a lot. I care a lot. Oh my God, so he's just an idiot, but the attempt is still there. I remember when Hugh was the controversial one. Yeah, me too, Poonhead. Me too. It's an attempted dox. Yeah, it is. If somebody lists my hometown in my chat, that's an attempted dox. Yeah. That's bad. Come on. Okay, real quick, everybody. Before we get too distracted, I want to put a little cap on this particular section, which is to say, real quick, I don't have a side in this. I really like all the content creators involved. My side is, if any, that I really, really want trans people to not be the victims of trans misogyny and transphobia anymore. That I really want trans men and trans women and non-binary people to live free lives. And the thing that frustrates me about this situation is that it has resulted in two trans content creators and one trans positive content creator fucking fighting each other in the stupidest and worst way imaginable. And it just so happens that the final decisions, the final going nuclear decisions were in this case made by Vaush, but we all know how this really goes, which is that at the end of the day, this is just weakening everybody involved. ContraPoints and Kat Blaque deal with more harassment, this time from some other lefties. Vaush deals with more harassment. Vaush's stream is going to get clipped forever. That shit is going to be referenced. There's going to be a lot of trans people who are going to, without any context, because they can't get the context because it's Twitter drama, who are going to come across that stream and clips of that stream, and they're going to go, damn, I don't think Vaush is an ally. And that blows because I think Vaush is an ally. I don't always agree with his decisions. I really don't. I think some of his fucking advocacy is motherfucking stupid sometimes. You all know what happened in fucking Pride Month. And so it just fucking sucks. And the other thing too is I know that like you guys are all here watching this. Thank fuck. Thank you to all the imps who are here. Much appreciated. Please subscribe. Please consider joining, my membership and all that shit and supporting me and pressing the like button. Appreciate that. But 500 people is a huge number for my stream, but not a lot in the broader context. Vaush's stream went out to way more people and now is going to go reach far beyond his audience, and what they're going to see is that fucking stream. And I don't think that's a good stream. I don't think it's a stream that particularly shows off the best that everyone here has to offer. And it's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. Okay? Hi, Sigma. You are a white name, yes. Post on Patreon? Yeah, I gotta post on Patreon. I know I need to do an update. You looked at Vaush chat? It's bad? Is it bad? That's unfortunate. I don't know. I don't get that. I'm still pretty annoyed that she won't explain why what happened wasn't sexual harassment, but I think I'll stick around for now. Okay, hold on. I will try to explain this. When I think of sexual harassment, I don't think of saying a joke that says stating openly that you had sex with somebody at some point in the past is not sexual harassment. That is definitively not sexual harassment. Now, people who said that, people who say that the dick comment was sexual harassment, is that sexual harassment? I don't think that generally meets what we consider sexual harassment. Could it meet a broad definition? Maybe. Maybe, but I don't think that it meets the definition. When I think of sexual harassment, I think of directed sexual comments about someone, like, "Hey, honey, I know you'd love to get my cock." That is sexual harassment. "Oh, come on, you know you want to fuck me. Come on, that sexual harassment." Northside Star with the $10. They might be good prospects in fireproofing for bridges. Might be the right time to invest. Thank you. Ursula V with the $200. Holy shit, Ursula V. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, thank you very much, Ursula V. Holy shit. Thank you so much. That is an incredible amount of generosity, and I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. It's possible. I think that some people could categorize a dick-shaming comment, like an offhanded dick-shaming comment, to be sexual harassment. I don't think it qualifies as sexual harassment. Especially given, and I also, even if it does count as sexual harassment, if what she said counts as sexual harassment, then Vaush saying that she's secretly into race play, that is also sexual harassment. So if you're willing to admit that what Vaush did was sexual harassment, then I think it's consistent to say that both were. But I don't really think that either of them were what I would consider to be sexual harassment. I just think they were weird and uncomfortable statements that neither person should have said. Does that make sense? At least the way I think of sexual harassment, I think of directed comments. I think of not taking no for an answer. I think of wolf whistling and other directed things that are harassing you, not just sort of like offhand comments. Like, I mean, if I said that am I doing sexual harassment if I say I think that Matt Walsh has a small penis. Is that sexual harassment? I don't know. I don't know. Can we just say that it was weird? It was weird. There was a lot of really weird shit. But I don't know why are people so married to the term sexual harassment? If they did sexual harassment, they did, but that's not really what this was. They were both making jokes about each other's appearances and their sexual proclivities. It's just, I just feel like it was bad. And also, in the context, Vaush was doing it too. Lenoira 13, your coverage on this has been genuinely upsetting as an abuse survivor and victim of sexual harassment. It's been dishonest and uncharitable and has been outright apology of abuse and sexual harassment, and really disappointing, has affected my enjoyment of your content and my view of you as a person. You probably don't care, and that's fine, but I wanted to put my criticism out there in the ether and make it known. Lenoira, I feel like that is way... What? Are you for real right now? Lenoira, do you want to talk about this? Do you want to have a conversation about this? Do you want to come on here and have a convo about it? Bitewise Marissa with the $75. Hey, thank you very much. Holy shit. Thank you very, very much. It does help. Thank you. Oh my God. Thank you for helping me continue making my show. Bitewise Marissa, thank you so much. Thank you so, so much. Holy shit. Apology of abuse and sexual harassment is certainly a strong claim. I don't think I've done anything like that. I really don't think I've done anything even approaching that. I think I've been very careful and tried to be very fair. Cat stream should be looked at. Okay. This cat stream happened yesterday. Do we really want to react to that? I don't feel like at this point that there is anything that I can say like about that will add anything to what I was talking about. Like, I don't think any, I don't know, maybe, but I don't think so. I mean, that's unfortunate. I wish they would. I wish they would, Strigix. I mean, Lenoira, can you give me an example of sexual assault apologia that I've done? Was that what you said? Hold on. Let me see here. Let me get your words correct. Hold on. I don't want to misquote you. As an abuse survivor and victim of sexual harassment, I've been dishonest and uncharitable and has been outright apologia of abuse and sexual harassment. Can you please show me where? Lenoira, can you give me even a single example of when I did apologia for abuse or sexual harassment? Please? Can you give me one example? Vaush tried to settle this thing in private and Kat Blaque decided to leak the whole thing. No, dumb bunny. I'm sorry, that is not... Lenoira 13 says, I don't think us talking would amount to much. I'm going to say it's dishonest. You're going to say it's not. Well, that sounds like a cop-out, Lenoira. See, that sounds like you made a bunch of allegations that you can't back up. And now you're expecting me to just look the other way because, whatever. But you said that I did apologia. So I think you should cough those things up or retract your statement. Personally. Vaush tried to settle it in private. That is an objective fact. I don't know that he tried to... I mean, yes, I think he tried to settle it, but I think also Kat tried to settle it, and that they both did... And that they both disagreed with how it was characterized. I don't know. Whatever. I disagree with that reading, but whatever. I don't know what... Look, do you see what I'm talking for? Do you see what I'm talking about right now? Like, chat, you guys see this, right? Like, this is the thing that annoys me. My takeaway was slightly more critical of Vaush simply because he decided to do a stream about it that I think was a big mistake. But I've been very fair in my analysis of this. And one of the things that I've specifically pushed back on is people lying about the situation. And then a bunch of fucking people have... You've been going on and on about how Kat wasn't abusive and how it wasn't harassment. I feel like that explicitly downplays the harm. Lenoira, did you watch Vaush's stream? Did you watch Vaush repeatedly call this person retarded on his stream and imply that she was too stupid to legally have sex with? Did you watch any of that, or are you just totally lost in the sauce? Because I think they both engage in a lot of bad stuff, but if we're going to talk about abuse, I don't think it was Kat Blaque who was the abusive one in this situation. I think that you might be a little bit in the left. You might, out in left field, you might notice that I have not called anyone here abusive. I have not made any allegations of sexual harassment. I have simply said, I don't think those claims are accurate. Do you actually fucking care about that? Because this feels like a massive fucking pivot to something you would never... What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Alberito, as a Vaush fan, I could say Vaush thinks talking like that is 100% okay because he thinks they deserve it. I tried voicing my disagreement with how he handled it and he blocked me. Well, I'm sorry about that. I haven't called anybody an abuser here, but I find it funny that you're going to sit here and say that I was downplaying abuse when I didn't do that. I simply said I don't think anything here is usefully framed through the framework of sexual harassment or abuse. I don't think Vaush did it. So what would you call it, what she did? They were fighting with each other on the internet. They had a fight on the internet, and they were mean to one another, but they're very distant. So I don't think either one of them really particularly abused one another. I think some of the language used on both sides was abusive. I think that Vaush's language was notably more abusive than the language being used by Kat Blaque, but I don't think that Vaush is abusive or an abuser. I also don't think that Vaush is a sexual harasser, and I don't think that Kat Blaque is either. Why are you people like this? Why are you people like this? Okay, Lenoira, we'll talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation. I'm down to have a random conversation. I haven't been streaming in forever. Let's have a random conversation about it. Kat's behavior in the DM log was not great. Hot take, they both sounded stupid as fuck in the DM log, okay? I read the DM log, and personally, I personally felt that Vaush came off a little bit worse, personally, but guess what? They both sounded like fucking idiots. Kat Blaque did not argue her points well in the DMs. Hot take. But I don't think she argued her points well, and I think they were both being antagonistic. It's really that simple. Mostly the rock and roll music? I don't know. Vaush sounded like a brainjack meme and Kat sounded a bit like a narcissist. I mean, yeah, they both sounded like they were being insufferable to one another. It was really stupid. Nomad says, I just want to say this stream has really changed my prior assumptions about you, and I now see how poorly you were treated by other communities. Well, thank you, Nomad. I really, really appreciate that. Believe it or not, I am not what my opponents have made me out to be. There are a lot of people who don't like me. I am not what they say. They say I'm all kinds of crazy things. I'm just the first demon-type streamer. I appreciate that. We're not banning. We're people who are getting banned are people who are accusing me of abuse. Which I think is fair, by the way. demon tarts. Yeah. I am the first demon type streamer. Oh, thank you, Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. You heard it here, folks. Dr. Jordan B. Peterson says, I am an excellent content creator. Hell yeah, thank you. Comrade Kat Pernica says, starting off the DMs with, like, I don't want to drag you. I understand what Vaush meant, but when I read that, I went cringe. I also went... When I opened the DMs, when the DMs got publicly leaked and I went and looked in there, seeing the first DM be like, I didn't want to drag you on stream, but that made me go, ooh. It made me go like that. Not because I think that Vaush was like literally threatening her, but I can understand why somebody would come to that conclusion. I really, really would understand why somebody came to that conclusion. Well, I don't know. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I don't know. That's the problem, NB Kitsune. It was not very clear. Oh, thank you very much, anonymous user who donated $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. What are the criteria to be a demon type streamer? You'll know when you get there. It's hard to believe you actually read the DMs. I did. I read all of the DMs. Vaush seems to think I am faking my disagreements and concerns. Guys, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Please tell me that's not the case. I'm taking this position because you're mad at him. Literally, dude, are you for real? Holy fuck. Literally incapable. Oh my God. Are you... It's like, oh my fucking God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dude, stop. Stop it. That's absurd. Are you seriously incapable of thinking that me, Demon Mama, the most opinionated person on the internet, doesn't have a genuine opinion on this? Oh. No, there's not. Please. This is DGG gaslighting? Are you sure? Okay. Okay. Please. I'm not concern trolling anyone. I'm being so honest. I explicitly said that, Danny Ergo Sum. Oh my God, you people. You motherfucking people. You motherfuckers. Oh my God. I literally... All right, Lenoira. All right, let's have a conversation, Lenoira. Come on. Can somebody help Lenoira get into voice chat? Wait, maybe Lenoira already is. Are you in the waiting room already? Okay. Somebody help Lenoira get into the waiting room. We're going to have a quick conversation. We're not gonna. Good idea, Gayfish. Thank you. Yeah, get somebody. If you're on the Discord, Lenoira, just let your type in live stream chat, and people will help you get in. Just type in the live stream chat, and my mods will help you get in there. Oh, perfect. All right, let's see if this works out well. Hold on, I'm gonna have to adjust some levels. I'll bring Lenoira in. Hello, Lenoira. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hold on. Let me just test my audio levels. Can you just give me a quick test?
Test.
Okay, perfect. I'm just going to lower the audio just a tiny bit, get us like nice and balanced.
Mute stream. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. You don't want to have the echoes. Okay, hold on. Let me grab this text and let me get your name. And what are your pronouns, by the way, Lenoira?
Any, all, pretty much. They, them, he, she.
Okay.
It, anything.
Okay.
Any of those.
So, Lenoira 13, any, all. Well, welcome to the show. Happy to have you on. I saw we had some disagreements in chat, and I really hope that we can resolve these a little bit easier than what was happening via chat.
I doubt we're going to agree, but that's like,
unfortunate.
It was upsetting. So I figured I'd come on and talk it out because I'm not interested in like a heated debate, but
That's fine, I'm
I
not
figured
either.
it was better to come on and talk about it than to just get heated and chat and mauled, you know.
Yeah, I agree. So I don't know. When you wrote up your thing in chat, you said that you felt that I was doing apologia for sexual harassment and abuse, and I strongly disagree with that characterization of anything that I've said here.
Well, that would depend on us agreeing on whether or not it's abuse and sexual harassment, which is a
Yeah.
point of contention, obviously.
Okay, so but before we get any further on that, it is very likely that we will have different definitions of what makes up sexual harassment or abuse. However, even if we disagree, are you willing to admit that if your criteria also includes Vaush, that you would be willing to criticize Vaush openly on this? Because if not, I don't think there's any point to having this conversation.
Absolutely, Vaush has sexually harassed someone in the past.
Okay, yeah, but
I am
also,
well
do you
aware of
also
that,
acknowledge that
and-
he engaged in behavior that is identical to that which Kat Blaque engaged in this particular conversation? So
well,
if you're going to
yes, but
accuse
that would
her of
also
it, then he's
depend
also
on whether
guilty.
or not we agree it's identical.
Okay,
So it's
sure.
like,
So let's hear that. Okay, as long as you're willing to at least agree that you will condemn them both by the same standards, let's talk about it.
First of all, the abuse stuff. The way that Kat interacted, specifically mostly in DMs, the Twitter shit was also weird, but it's like plenty of people have been weird on Twitter. It's like the personal relationship that really fucks with it, you know? And the way Kat acted is kind of more insidious than you'd normally, like, people usually think of abuse.
Oh?
And like right off the bat, like, we know for a fact she did not listen to anything Vaush. Like, she was like, yeah, we can talk about it, and then just did not listen to anything Vaush said.
Okay. But not
And he
listening to someone
wrote-
isn't abusive. Like, that's just not listening to somebody. That happens all the
Well,
time. People
yeah,
don't listen
but
all
if
the
you're
time.
saying, oh, I'll listen to you, and then you continually say, oh yeah, I'll listen to you. Yeah, no, let's talk. And then just basically being just not reading anything they're saying and continue to engage as if you're listening to them when you're not listening. Like,
Well,
that
do you
is
think that she might have
that
felt
is
the same way
gaslighty
about
behavior.
Do you think that she might have felt the same way about Vaush?
Well, yes,
Okay,
maybe.
so then
Who knows? I can't.
Then don't you think
really
that both
guess how
of
she
them
felt.
by your standard would have been being abusive to one another? Because when
Well,
I
yeah,
read those DMs
but
as a third party,
Vaush was reading what she said and responding to her.
I mean,
and
I feel
actually
like
engaging with
that's
her
very
points.
biased, right? I think they were both engaging on about the same level. When I read those tweets, it genuinely felt like neither of them were really engaging in good faith.
Demon Mama, come on, you know there's a difference between not agreeing with someone and arguing your own points and just not reading what someone says, what someone sends you.
Yeah, but I'm not the one making the argument that one of those things is abusive but the other one isn't. I just think both of those are bad communication, not abuse.
Well, yeah, and I might agree if it wasn't like somebody, like, they didn't have a personal connection.
But they don't really. Their personal connection died out years ago, and then they reconnected via like a random message from one of them and some weird Twitter conflict.
Well, yeah, but
so I don't think that
previously having a personal connection is a personal
right,
connection.
but he
It's
had
not
one
like
too.
a
He had one too.
stranger on the internet. It is somebody you know.
Yeah, but
Well, yeah, but he
he had
also
that
read
too.
the things she was saying and was engaging in the
Okay.
conversation.
But he
She was
also
literally just being-
engaged in bad faith, in my opinion, in a number of cases. So while maybe she wasn't listening or engaging as well as you would have liked, I don't think he was engaging as well as she would have liked, or as well as I would have liked for that matter. I don't feel like categorizing either of their DM behaviors as abusive is useful here or accurate. I think that it was weird, and now that I've seen the DMs, they've been made public, I feel like there was aggression on both sides. I feel like there were parts where Kat just literally didn't care what he was saying. At one point, I think she said, "I'm not even going to bother reading that particular thing," which I think is shitty, but I don't think that's abusive. I just think that's
She
annoying.
said that about everything he
I don't think
sent.
she did. No,
she
I don't
said
think she did.
outright, "I haven't read your messages."
No, I don't think she did.
She said, like, from, like, a sentence into his first reply that she hadn't read any of it.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, Vaush read the DMs
I don't
on
think that that's a
stream.
true representation of what happened there. I don't think there was any point where she said, "I'm not reading any of your messages." In fact, I don't think that makes any sense. I think I believe that now, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm not remembering something, but I don't recall her ever saying that. I remember a part where she said, "I didn't read that message because it was too big." And I think that was kind of shitty, but at that point they had already been insulting each other. So I don't know. Do you really think that that's abusive?
I think the thing that actually happened, where she repeatedly said that she hadn't engaged with anything he had typed and wasn't listening to him and wasn't going to read his messages, yeah, I think that's abusive.
That's abusive.
And vaguely gaslighty. Yeah.
Interesting. I don't think that that's abuse. I don't think that that's abuse. I don't think it can be stretched at that at all. I don't think that creators have an obligation to engage with one another over tweets. I think that even if Kat had simply just literally ignored all of his tweets outright, I don't think that would have been abusive. I just don't think that's a good use of the word abuse. And I feel like what it feels like is that you want to call Kat abusive, but you don't want to call Vaush or any of his behaviors abusive, even though they're functionally identical. They both engage with each other very poorly, and neither of them were doing a particularly good job representing their arguments in DMs, and neither of them was doing a particularly good job engaging with one another. I seem to recall quite a lot of conversation being about whether or not Kat Blaque was insecure, and also a lot of sarcastic comments being made back and forth at one another. I don't know. I don't think that's abuse.
And that was
Just don't.
on stream after the DMs had taken place.
Huh?
That was
No, that
on
happened. No,
stream
that happened
you're
in the
talking about.
DMs.
And
that happened in the DMs.
like later in the DMs?
Yeah.
Because
You read the DMs, right?
The beginning of the
Did
DMs,
you only read the beginning of the DMs?
I
did.
I
You only
I
read the
watched
beginning
the
of the DMs.
stream. That's about
Ah, how fucking interesting. Okay. I just feel like perhaps you might not be fully informed
it. I don't
on the
think
whole
being
situation.
hostile to someone after they've like gaslit you and been abusive and been really shitty when you have a personal relationship with them and you expect
They
better of
don't.
them.
That is not factual. It is not factual that they have a personal relationship. They both openly stated that they haven't talked in years and that this was their first contact in a long time. That's not a personal relationship. That's like
That
two people.
is a personal
No, it isn't.
relationship, you
That's
know?
absurd. No, that's parasociality talking on your part. There are people, there are exes that I was with for years who, if they came and talked to me now, it has been so many years since the last time that we talked that we would functionally be strangers. If my ex, who I was with for 7 years in my early 20s, came to me now, I would know nothing about her and she would know nothing about me. Almost guaranteed. We would be functionally strangers. That's not the same thing. I feel like you're stretching a lot here to specifically with the purpose of trying to portray what Kat did as abusive, but Vaush not as abusive. When in reality, first of all, I don't think abuse is the right framework for any of this, but also you accused me of abuse apology and you still haven't provided evidence of that outside of me thinking that Kat and Vaush were both mutually rude to one another.
Yeah, and like I said, that's gonna depend on us agreeing about abuse and harassment.
Right. So what you think is abuse is Kat not reading Vaush's messages. But you actually don't.
And shitty
wait,
treatment
gaslighting.
towards
Wait,
someone you have
gaslighting.
a personal relationship with.
sorry.
Yeah, I think that's abuse.
Gaslighting?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know? Can you give me a definition of what gaslighting is, please?
Making someone feel crazy or like their perception of reality is flawed.
Mm-hmm.
A method of manipulation in a
Mhm.
personal encounter.
No, it's
I
in a
know
personal
what
relationship. but
gaslighting
yeah.
is.
I
I've
don't
been
think you do.
gaslit a lot.
You have gaslit a lot, or you've been gaslit a lot?
I've been gaslit a lot.
Okay. Well, okay. Just wanted to be clear on that.
Yes.
So, I'm very sorry.
Can you tell me where that definition is flawed?
Yeah, I think that your definition in saying that making someone feel crazy in a personal interaction is not accurate. Gaslighting almost always refers specifically to protracted personal relationships where various conversations have the opportunity to be denied or be outright lied about. So the traditional example of the traditional example of gaslighting is a husband and wife. And, you know, the wife says, "Why did you throw that plate on the floor?" And there's a broken plate on the floor. And the husband goes, "I didn't throw the plate on the floor." And then the wife goes, "Yes, you did. There's a plate on the floor." And then the husband goes, "Oh, well, that's weird. It must have fallen when I wasn't looking." And then the wife goes, "You threw it. I watched you throw it." And he goes, "No, I did not." That's gaslighting. Disagreeing with somebody through Twitter DMs cannot be gaslighting. Especially a 1 hour conversation.
Isn't what happened.
But it is what happened. They disagreed with each other
it is what
for a couple of hours in DMs after not having talked for years. And the maximum of their engagement was one argument in Twitter DMs. There isn't even enough time for gaslighting to occur there, unless your definition of gaslighting is just disagreeing or like feeling like somebody else lied.
Yeah, no, that is very clearly not the definition I have given. And I feel like the definition I've given is pretty standard and fair.
Wait, if I was to accuse you of gaslighting me right now, would you agree that you're gaslighting me? Because you've said things that I don't think are true multiple times in this conversation. And now me having what I consider to be a much more functional definition of gaslighting would say that you just are disagreeing with me and we have disagreements about the wording of things. But I think you would have to agree that I would be right to say that you're gaslighting me. Or at least you can't prove me wrong. And
do you think that disagreeing about the interpretation of an event is different than saying, "Oh yeah, I'll listen to you," and then not listening to a person repeatedly?
But that's not gaslighting. That's just generally lying. Like, I'm going to listen to you, and then not listening is just a lie.
And
that's not
then
gaslighting.
Replying as if you've listened to the person and then later saying, "Oh yeah, no, I didn't listen to a word you
That's
said
not
after
gaslighting.
you said you'd
That doesn't
listen to
even
them."
fit your definition of gaslighting. That doesn't even fit your definition of gaslighting. That's just somebody saying that I listened when they didn't. That they're saying that they listened when they didn't. It doesn't fit your definition. It's not somebody undermining the sanity of another individual in the name of setting a narrative in a personal interaction, which is approximately the definition that you gave. Not exact wording, but very, very close. And I don't think that somebody saying they listened when they didn't is an example of that. It's just somebody just not listening and not telling the truth. That's not the same thing as gaslighting.
Making someone question their sanity or their perception of reality.
Did they? I don't think that applies here. I don't think that applies.
I did say vaguely, so
Okay, well, I feel like that's a pretty major backpedal. You started this whole thing by saying that I was doing abuse and sexual harassment apologia, which, to be honest, is a huge claim, and you didn't provide any evidence of me doing that. And now we're just trying to relitigate whether or not you think that Kat Blaque not listening to Vaush is gaslighting or not. But it's just not gaslighting. Telling somebody that you listened and then not listening is not gaslighting. Now, maybe if Kat was like, yeah, Vaush, didn't you see? I replied. And then Vaush went, I don't see a reply. And there's no reply. And then Kat goes, yeah, see? There's my reply right there. And he goes, I don't see it. And then Kat replied with a photoshopped image of her replying when she hadn't replied. That would be gaslighting. That right there, deliberately insisting and falsifying information so that somebody's sanity is undermined, would be gaslighting. Just disagreeing or even just lying is not the same as gaslighting.
I'm pretty sure Kat did repeatedly say, "Oh no, I responded to that," when she factually hadn't responded to the thing
Well,
several
I feel like you should.
times.
I
The
feel
thing
like you
you're
should.
saying.
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, I'm sorry. Can you explain that again? Like, can you clarify what you mean there? Like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like
Like
saying,
Vaush had asked her to answer
okay.
questions
I felt like
and
in
or
my reading
respond
through
to
of that,
certain points, and she said, "Oh no, I did," and she factually hadn't.
do you have a screenshot of that? Because I think for it to qualify as gaslighting, you'd need to provide some like evidence that there was a deliberate attempt to deny his sanity. I don't work with this definition of gaslighting. By this definition of gaslighting, every single disagreement I've ever had with anyone would have been gaslighting me, and that just doesn't feel like the right way. Like, that's not the right way to talk about gaslighting. Gaslighting is a serious issue that tends to happen in personal relationships, between friends, between parents, between partners. It doesn't really happen between random people on the internet. It's not just
Okay,
gaslighting to disagree with somebody.
again, not random people off the internet.
They are random people off the internet. They haven't talked to each other in like years. They openly both admitted that,
Like
and they only
3
talked.
years.
Yeah, 3 years is a long
3
fucking
years
time.
is not a long time.
Okay, honestly, I'm just gonna be completely honest with you. I think that you have that you're unable to see past like your own bias towards a content creator in this. Like, if you think that Kat Blaque, like disagreeing with or lying about whether or not she listened well enough, which, to be honest, all of this feels like a stretch in and of itself, because I bet that if I went back there and read those tweets right now, in fact, I know because I remember what was in them, I know that there were points in which Kat Blaque did engage with things that she was being asked. So she was clearly reading some of the tweets, even if she wasn't doing a good job with it. But even if she wasn't doing a good job with it, that's still not abuse or gaslighting. I just feel like your definition of abuse and gaslighting here is very, very convenient to slice out the behavior from the content creator that you like, while simultaneously like containing almost every single action that you could possibly consider online if you actually applied it fairly. If you applied your definition, almost every disagreement would be gaslighting online.
And I feel like this conversation has gone exactly like I thought it would.
Okay. But I mean, you made huge claims and didn't back them up. And then
I stated my feelings on the topic, Demon
Well,
Mama.
I generally prefer facts over feelings, believe it or not.
Oh, that's cute.
It is cute. Maybe
But no.
maybe cavalierly accusing me of doing abuse and sexual harassment apologia wasn't the best move, especially when you didn't have any examples of it, and then also when your case
Again,
for
I said it would depend on us agreeing on the definition of abuse and sexual harassment, which
but your
clearly you're not
definition is
willing to.
huge. But yeah, because I think your definition would also include things that are in the conversation that would be provable. But your way of
mistreating someone you have a personal relationship with.
that's
Like,
not
that's my
wait,
definition
that
of
is
abuse.
wait, that's your okay. So that's your definition of abuse is
Like,
anytime
chronically
you miss,
doing
I'm
that.
sorry. Chronically. How
Yeah.
can it be chronic if they only talked
Throughout
for
a
a maximum
conversation,
of 3 hours?
and then going on Twitter and
Do you know what
like
Vaush did on Twitter?
unhingedly ranting about them
you-
and
Oh,
making
wait,
racist
you mean-
comments about their dick?
Oh, you mean like Vaush also did? At the exact same time, sometimes before Kat
Vaush
did.
didn't make any disparaging comments about Kat Blaque's
We
appearance.
just
I was
watched-
there the entire
We just watched
stream.
a clip in which he said that she is probably into race play because she's a woke black woman. I think
He
that is
said that
easily.
racist
I think
black women are
excuse me.
commonly
I was
into.
talking, but thank
You've
you.
been talking most of this time. Can I please
It's
have
my
a second?
motherfucking show. Would you like to spend the rest of your time back in chat? Because we can do that too.
If that's the conversation you want to have, then
The
okay,
conversation I
Demon Mama.
want to have is one that's based in words having some sense of meaning and not going out the gate with accusations about me that aren't true. And then also when called on those rather large accusations, actually having things to back that up. That's the conversation I would like to have. But it's been you who's not been willing to engage in that type of conversation, to be completely honest.
You've been talking most of the time, and I have honestly, I don't really want to argue too heatedly about like, oh, is it valid to not like people treating you like is it abuse for people to treat you like shit? Like that, yeah. That's my definition of abuse. And yes, an ex deciding to publicly make disparaging sexual comments about you,
They both
about
did
your genitalia,
that. Mm-hmm. They both did
while
that.
you're having a disagreement with them,
Mm-hmm.
like, just to be like, oh, they're bad in bed anyway, fuck them.
Wait,
Like,
do you think that Vaush making a joke? Do you think that Vaush like repeating and making a joke about like about it being what was it? What did he call it? He said it was what, like sexual abuse or something along those lines because she's sub 50 IQ and they sexted, so that was probably illegal, and then he laughed. But do you think that was sexual harassment, or do you think that was okay?
well, that's not what he said. He made several
Oh.
jokes to that effect.
Ah, okay. So
However,
do you think
that's not
either of those
exactly
were
what he
sexual
said.
harassment? Or do you think, was that abusive or was that sexual harassment?
You mean the same way he talks about everyone he disagrees with?
That's not an argument in your favor.
It kind of is.
No, it is not, actually.
Yeah,
You-
he treated
you
her
saying-
exactly the same as
you-
anyone else he would disagree with.
Okay. Lenoira, what you just stated, if you actually take the time, and I know you didn't mean this, and I'm really trying not to be like mean about this, but the argument that you just made is that it's okay because Vaush is abusive to everyone by your definitions. That doesn't make it okay.
If we're gonna say calling people dumb is abusive, then
It's
yeah.
not just dumb. That wasn't
you
just
also
dumb.
say the same things about people.
I am not the one making an allegation of abuse. You are. This stream, I never accused Vaush of being abusive. I never even accused Vaush of being sexual harassment. I simply said...
I never accused Vaush of not ever being abusive or shitty
Okay,
to
but you
random people
said-
he disagrees with online.
Okay, let's remember the conversation. You specifically came on here to say I was doing apologia for abuse. But now when confronted with the fact that Vaush did things exactly like you are saying it's okay because he does those things all the time, that isn't logical. That doesn't even line up. In fact, that just means you have a double standard. You excuse it when Vaush does it because it's Vaush. That's what you are admitting to right now.
Did I ever criticize Kat for calling Vaush retarded? Sorry, are we on Twitch? That might be a no-no word.
Do you think that like they literally would have to say the exact words to one another in order to have committed the same act? Is it not possible to be abusive by saying one thing and also by saying another thing? So for example, if I called you mentally retarded and said that you were sub 50 IQ and I screamed that at you and to my audience or whatever, do you not think that would be equally as abusive as somebody making a joke about somebody's appearance? I feel like both of those things are equally abusive. I think, like, if we're going to use your definition of abusive, which is mistreating somebody that you know, aren't those both equally abusive?
I'd say sexual harassment is generally worse than calling someone who is abusive to you in DMs retarded for their disagreements.
I don't think it was just for the disagreements, though. I think there was a lot more that went on there. I just feel like you're making
And
many
her
excuses.
inability to engage in the arguments and actually have a conversation about the disagreement. Yeah, I'd say sexual harassment is much worse than that. Personally, that's just my opinion. I suppose
So
other
sexual
people
harassment-
might have other
Wait,
opinions.
But it is sexual harassment. But let me also get this straight. I just want to be clear before we end this, because I can definitely see that there is no possible way we're going to agree, because it appears that you are incapable of actually criticizing your favorite content creator, which is a little bit awkward.
Demon Mama, you're my favorite content creator.
I
That's why
appreciate
this
that.
is so upsetting.
I really don't think you should be this upset, and I appreciate that I'm your favorite content creator, but what you are doing right now is a blatant and obvious double standard. You are excusing things that Vaush did that were equal to or worse than what was done by Kat Blaque. And guess what? Hold on. But wait, there's another part of this which you've forgotten. which is Kat Blaque deleted the tweet about the dick. Vaush did not delete the stream.
Yeah, erasing
Kat Blaque apologized
the evidence
for the joke.
of your
Vaush did not.
behavior does not make the behavior okay.
She apologized for it. She publicly apologized for it. She made a tweet about it and said that was out of line.
Yeah, and my
Vaush
mom
didn't do that.
apologized so many times about how she used to treat me.
Okay, all right. You know that you're not being honest now. Surely.
Come on. Really?
Okay.
Somebody apologizes and that's automatically just it?
The other one
like, they didn't do anything wrong?
You have a blistering double standard.
Vaush really
You have a blistering double
wrong.
standard. Okay, well that's fine.
He
your
engaged with
your
someone
opinion is that
the way
people,
he normally does.
People who disagree with Vaush, that Vaush, according to you, and this is not my words, this is your analysis of the situation. Vaush engages abusively all the time, and that's okay because that's how he always does it. When Kat Blaque was abusive to Vaush, it was bad because it's Kat Blaque. That is the argument that's put on display here. When I give you examples of behaviors that they did that are very similar, that fit your definition of abuse, you say that it's bad when Kat does it and it's okay when Vaush does it. That is just a double standard.
I feel like that's a really dishonest framing.
You think that's dishonest
and I
framing?
don't think it's really gonna help if I argue against it, because you're just gonna say the same thing and say I'm wrong about it. So I don't know if we're gonna get anywhere with this.
Have you considered maybe you are wrong?
I've considered it, and I feel it's unlikely, but...
Okay. Well, I don't think there's any way that I can win when you say that even when somebody deletes and makes a public apology for the tweet that they were wrong in, that you say that it doesn't matter, and that's just further evidence. It's just...
Has she apologized to Vaush, is the question? Has she DM'd him and been like, I'm sorry I treated you like this?
How could anyone know that? Nobody could know that.
I mean, Vaush could know it. She could know it. She could say, hey, I apologize to him, instead of just making a public apology.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. All right. Well, it's been very interesting to hear this view of reality. And I wish you the best. And I hope that you don't consider this conversation to also be abusive and gaslighting, because it wasn't my intention. But by your definition, it feels like you might come away with that.
No. It hasn't been pleasant, but, you know,
Oh, the feeling is certainly mutual when you opened it. Well, I would say the same for you, but I also didn't accuse you of doing apology for abuse and sexual harassment. So, yeah. Have a nice night.
Affects the love, but...
It definitely does.
Have a good one, Team Mama.
Yeah, have a good night. Bye. Wow, that was fucking cringe. But all right. Okay. Hey, Psychopax. Psychopax in YouTube chat has been very interesting. Honestly, this is Demon Mama dismissing everything Lenoira, period. DM just proving that 2016 is coming back and she'll lead the way to the compilations. I think you're assuming the Screaming SJW compilations. Interesting, my friend. How curious. Man, people are really fucking weird, aren't they? Thank you, Joe Biden. Appreciate that. I'm glad that you think that I will be leading the SJW fails compilations. I'm sure you are certainly going to be on the side of the SJWs, aren't you? I'm sure you're going to be on the side of a better future. Yeah? Yeah, that was wild. That was a bit of an interesting one, huh? All right. Yeah. You'd rather be banned than have a convo? Sounds sick. Watch this. Do, 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 do. Goodbye. You have been banned. You got your wish. Goodbye. That was an interesting conversation. Isn't it weird? Damn, I hope that you guys never do that for me. I hope that someday you will never go into an argument, that none of my imps will ever walk into an argument and go, well, yeah, it's okay because when Demon Mama does it, it's okay. But when other people don't, when other people do, it's not okay. Please, don't do that. Okay, guys. Would you talk to Vaush about it? Wait, does Vaush really want to talk about this live? I don't know, man. Honestly, the last conversation I had with Vaush was fucking shitty. I don't know. If he wants to talk about it, sure. Sure. If he really wants to, okay. I tend to agree with you, Stillwater. I think that if we're going to accuse somebody of abuse or accuse somebody of gaslighting, we should probably we should probably have some evidence of that and have meaningful definitions, because that's an accusation, you know? Maybe. Yeah, I know. I'm a little worried, but whatever. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that, Jack Nicholson. A lot of people don't think this is a good idea. That's really unfortunate. Isn't it sad that this is the state of affairs, that when a conversation is proposed, between two colleagues who were formerly incredibly friendly? It's sad. What a sad state of affairs. I don't think I'm gassed up by chat, but maybe. I've been genuinely trying to be as even-handed as possible. By the way, I will admit, when this was unfolding, I was very displeased by what I saw from Vaush. But I've sat on this and thought about it, and I wanted to make sure that when I talked about this, that not only I talked about it specifically separate from my own disagreement with Vaush, but also that I was honest about my opinions. I do not think you two should talk right now. This is not mini drama mama is not nearly important enough for another intro left split. I agree, Sock Done Left. Yeah, maybe. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. Well, good luck. A lot of people are telling me not to do this. But all right, maybe I'll take chat's advice for once. I don't know. I feel like I've been super even-handed. I was frustrated by the accusations of doing abuse apologia and gaslighting apologia, and I thought that argument was really weak. But yeah. Oh, I'm not putting it up to a vote. Fuck you guys. Are you kidding me? Do you really think that the Demon Queen of Hell is going to actually run like a chat democracy? Are you kidding me? You people have bad judgment. It's my career on the line, not yours. It's my life on the line, not fucking yours. No way am I giving you the right to vote on my life. Fuck you. Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not. No. Jesus Christ, no. When has democracy ever failed us? Yeah, true. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Alora. I do appreciate that. I'm doing my best. I recognize that some people are not going to be happy with my takeaways. Maybe. I don't know. A lot of different opinions in chat. A lot of different opinions in chat on this. I don't know, everybody. I don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. We're on hour 6 of the stream, and honestly, I've been having a good time. About 20 minutes back? Well, that's fine. Oh, that's unfortunate. So he's going to watch this conversation? Well, all right. Okay. He should have watched my coverage and not the conversation with this random other person. Thoughts on yogurt? Yogurt's great. I fucking love yogurt. Oh, you watched all of it? That's good. I think I was fair. Oh, I don't know what your message was, Neo Animus. I don't know why it got cleared. I don't know why it's muting it. The bot's... Oh, the bot's getting you because of the links. Let me see. Let me see if I can look at it. Hold on. I don't know if the convert vote, but when Vaush... Hold on. Let's see. Here we go. Oh, we got receipts. Oh, here we go. We're doing the receipts thing. Okay. Hold on. Ah, fuck. Here we go. Hold on, everybody. Let's take a look. Come on. Hold on. 2, 3, 4. And what was the actual comment? I don't know if that conversation is already too over to bring this back up, but here's when Vaush accused Kat of not having responded to his hypothetical, and here's where she did previously respond to his hypothetical. Here we go. I already read these once. I don't, it is about neither me nor misogyny. I don't think you're able to even demonstrate that harm, but I can pretty quickly show you how your tweets are currently being weaponized against trans people, not even trying very hard. I'll read it when I get the chance. Also, you don't need to. Kat, would you ever say by writing misogynistic lyrics into this song, a black man has given Ben Shapiro ammunition for calling black culture stupid and degenerate? Answer this and explain why you arrived at that answer. No. You asked me politely, so I'm going to. I've already answered that. She is directly engaging here. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I feel like I really, really feel the aristocrat. Hold on. Let's finish this. No, you explicitly did not. It's a yes/no. Just type yes or no. It's less effort than any other response you can give. Your premise is flawed. This is Kat directly engaging. That's not an answer. The question does not state the parallel. Come up with a better hypothetical that's more accurate, and I'll give you a yes or no answer. I'm asking in a vacuum. Wait, do you not think that happens? Please don't be condescending. Do we really think this is the way we want to talk about this? Yes, I don't like your answer does not equal no answer. Demanding someone ask a yes or no answer is not like, this is aggressive and many people are not going to I don't know. This is stupid. All of this is to show that no, actually, the portrayal of Kat Blaque as some sort of sinister gaslighter is ridiculous and not fucking accurate. Thank you for the receipts on that. I'm happy to now see that I was, in fact, correct in my recollection, and that the person who was accusing me of doing abuse apologia had no clue what they were talking about. Oh, well, I'm sorry about that, Susie Clem. Okay, somebody here says, I think your idea of fair was saying he was right on his initial point pre-drama, and I think that was an aesthetic you took to look impartial. Aristocrat, you people, please do not project your own mental illness on me, okay? Please? Please do not fucking project your own weird paranoia about whether or not people are being honest or not onto me. For the love of God. Just because you don't think that I was being honest in saying I agreed, you can literally ask Doe. Doe and I had a conversation. I said I don't care about the stupid misogyny joke when it happened before there was any drama. Come on. The aristocrat? Okay. If you think so, I don't know what to tell you. Whatever. Oh, okay. Sorry, Nemo Animus. Let me try and show. Wait, did I close those? Hold on, I may have closed them. Oh my God. Hold on, I gotta close. I have so many things open. Hold on. Let me see if I can open those up. Sorry, I didn't mean to not show the right ones. It's good to have those, though, in my history. Yeah, here we go. So this is earlier on in the conversation. Yes, and she directly engages in this. Look, you can see it fucking right here. I hate this. I hate you people just, like, You lying to my face when there's evidence here is much closer to gaslighting than any original disagreement. Like, come on. You're still projecting. These are not analogous examples. This is an engagement saying, I don't think this is an analogous example. I'm glad we disagree. Here we go. I think it's bizarre that you think this has to do with you specifically. You're still projecting. I think, and then I'm glad we agree. I think that the criticism that Ben Shapiro makes is incorrect. This is her explicitly engaging right here. Right fucking here. Come on. I don't think anybody was gaslighting anybody. I really don't think anybody was gaslighting anybody. I just think this was a stupid disagreement that got very, very cruel towards the end. I do think that you could make the argument that calling somebody like names on on your live stream for hours is abusive, but not in the way that most people mean when they say abusive. When they say abusive, they mean like an abuser. I do think that it's very cruel and unnecessary and uncalled for to call somebody a retard on your stream for hours and hours on end because you disagreed with them over a misogynist tweet. I do think that's stupid, but I don't think that that's like a good example of gaslighting or abuse. She pretended she was going to listen so she could weaponize her trauma. What? What are you talking about? Bro, log off. Go take a nap. You're way lost in the sauce here. You are so lost in the sauce. Go, log off and take a nap. Oh my God. Play some Elden Ring. The largest evidence for Kat not taking Vaush seriously was not in the DMs, but in a reply to a tweet that happened later where she said so. I don't care. If you really think that changes anything I've said here, if you think there's a single tweet that is going to undo all of the other things I talked about, please let me see it. But honestly, I just don't think that you're being honest here. Not taking someone seriously is not abuse. This is so frustrating. Whatever. That's Neapolitan ice cream, Annie. The 3-flavor ice cream? Yes. Can we delete Twitter? I wish. I truly wish. I wouldn't say it's abuse, but it's bad faith. I think I'm going to be hot take here for the 5th time. I think both of them were engaging in very bad faith with one another. I think both of them were really, really dumb towards one another. I just think that Vaush, by streaming about it, made the worst decision. They were both being assholes to each other. I don't think Kat was engaging very well with Vaush, but Kat didn't choose to live stream the drama and call Vaush a retard 45 times or whatever. However many times it was. 16, 120. I don't know how many times it was. A lot of times. Oh, I have no idea, Chloe Marie. There's no way I could do that. Yeah, but okay, but Taco Cat, Cat's 100 tweet thread about it. Okay, I'm gonna be completely honest here, and I'm gonna be 100% real. Okay, with you. Okay. All right. Are you fucking ready? A 100 tweet thread is definitionally less impactful than a 7-hour stream. You want to know why? Because no one will read after the first 3 tweets. Only the most niche people will keep reading 100 tweets in. No one's going to read it. Also, in a 100 tweet thread, you can go and make edits and addendums and whatever. They're not the same thing at all. Didn't Demon Mama go off on Destiny for him calling trans folks mentally ill? I did. And part of my problem in this conversation is that Vaush, whether he meant to or not, spent a lot of time making what I consider to be not good jokes about Kat Blaque because they were having a personal beef. If people listened to my coverage, you would hear me say this. In fact, I think I might need to be a little bit harsher on Vaush about that particular aspect. Because if I want to be consistent, it is true. even if he disagrees with Kat Blaque, because of the fact that she's a public trans woman, calling her a retard a whole bunch is pretty bad. Implying that she's mentally ill and that she can't think is actually pretty fucking bad. And it does play on the exact same stereotypes that I was talking about in my conversation with Destiny. But that was you asking that and not me. So there you go. You want my opinion? Do I think that I should be harsh on Vaush for the way he talked about Kat Blaque? Yes, absolutely. In fact, I think there was a couple of moments in his engagements in which I think he was unironically, unintentionally being racist, saying that you think a black woman is physiologically incapable of understanding your position. That's racist. Do I think Vaush is a racist? No. But I think that his rhetoric deserves critique. And I do think that his rhetoric was more extreme than Kat Blaque's. Over 7-hour video streaming versus Kat's usual tweet style long threads. How often does Vaush do 7-hour streams? About 1 hour. I don't think it matters. The behaviors are independent. It doesn't really matter who does what. I mean, it does a little bit, but not that much. Based in consistency pilled? Isn't that the word that the Vaushites love? They love being based in consistency pilled? Well, if we're inconsistent, I correctly critiqued Destiny about calling trans people he disagreed with mentally ill and instigating harassment, and now I'm criticizing Vaush for doing that. Now, do I think that Vaush is as much of a repeat offender as Destiny? No, not even close. Do I think that Vaush behaves like Destiny? No, but I do think that in this particular circumstance, he was wrong to stream and call a black trans woman with a large platform that he was beefing with retarded many times and many other things that I've already talked about earlier on in this stream. Okay? Can we really... Why are you all so driven? Oh my fucking God. Sorry. Well, Diamond King, I'm sorry to disappoint, but this isn't how I came back. I did a lot of other things. You just didn't tune in until now. You can be sad all you want. I'm sorry that I talked about something I wanted to talk about. What do you guys want? Like, this is so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. I'm apparently bad for talking about the debate I had a week ago, and now I'm bad for giving my opinion on it when people are actively asking me for it? The fuck is wrong with you people? You know, I wonder if it's not the fucking chatters that make this whole place such a nightmare. I should call chat cucks and move on. You all are fucking cucks. Little fuckers. Make the show. You make the show. You fucking make the show. You make the show, you fuckers. Of course you are, Lady Calgana. That's okay. No shamery, no. And the teacher going, you teach class then. Fuck it, we'll do it live. By the way, somebody should get Ellaby a non-white name. Ellaby has been very politely asking for a gifted sub, and I'm gonna do it. I'm doing a dark thing right now. Some generous person should give LB a sub. Look at how happy. Look at how happy LB is. LB really wants one. I'm just kidding. I fucking love my chatters even when you make me mad. I'm serious. You guys are great. Even the ones that make me mad. It's okay. I would gift too, but until tonight I was literally broke. But it's okay. It happens. Sometimes you get broke. Sometimes you get sick and you just... Well, Mabel Pine says, I don't necessarily agree with Vaush's use of the R word, but I don't think it was because they were trans or black. I don't think it was because of that either. But Vaush himself has made the argument that it doesn't really matter if you do it because of that reason, because social context exists. So if you're calling somebody a name, thank you, Brawlerella, absolute champion, absolute fucking champion. Thank you, Brawlerella. Sorry, I got distracted. I don't necessarily agree with Vaush's use of the word, but I don't think it was because of it. I don't think it was either. That's why I said explicitly, I don't think he was trying to do that, but we can't ignore the context. We can't ignore the fact that these lines of attack are the same ones that are used, and that it reinforces other behavior. You still up to talk to Vaush? Everyone in my chat is telling me that I shouldn't do it. Here's what we do, okay? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to put on the bathroom song, and I'm going to go to the bathroom, okay? And I'm going to think. And then when I come back, I'll think about it, okay? And then when I get back, I'll give you my answer, okay? I agree with you on that, Marinara. Okay, everybody, don't go anywhere. Like the stream, stay comfy, subscribe, join the motherfucking Discord so you know when I go live. The Discord is where all my announcements go out, and it's where all the coolest people hang out. All right? It's time. Actually, wait, no, we can do Fauntent, can't we? What? Will you do Fauntent? Will you give the imps Fauntent? We might have Fauntent. Semi-Mighty Duck, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Fauntent! Yay! Here you go. I'll be right back. All right, give them the Fauntent they've all wanted. Make sure you're talking to the mic, though.
Into the mic.
Yeah, make sure you're talking to the mic.
Hello. It's fun. It's been a long while. I have literally done nothing but play Elden Ring for weeks because I've had recovering from a lot of tooth pain and stuff like that. Right now, I have tooth pain, but that's because I literally got my teeth drilled this morning. And hello, imps. It has not been a long while for you. That's true. For you, gay fish. I've been using dual great eppies. Great thrusting swords. That's a cool thing. And yeah, I got new earrings and whatnot. Testament was already hot, and they made Testament already hot, so. I got, what was it? 4 wisdom teeth pulled out on the 25th of last month. Well, thank you for the 5 gifted subscriptions, Ada Stardust. And also, thank you for everyone who's here dealing with all this shenanigans, and for watching and liking, subscribing, and being good imps. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I got 4 pulled out, and I didn't go under for them or anything because I'm strong. I don't like being unconscious for things like that. I'd rather deal with the shenanigans, because they, what is it? I wasn't prepared, anybody. Yes, Novocaine. The Novocaine wears off on me really quickly. Thank you. I put a bell on it. I've really liked the bell. Well, that's why you don't have to go under if you're afraid of the loopiness. Because instead, you just get the numbness and the intense pain, spitting blood out. It's great. Nah, they didn't let me see my teeth. I was going to ask them, but I was just like, my mouth is full of gauze. Oh. I got something cool. One sec.
You got something cool? Oh yeah, they're right there. They're right next to my mouse.
Did you show them?
Didn't show them yet. No, but Vermin wanted me to show them, so please do.
So, Vermin gave us these gifts. This
That
one
is a possum fetus. Oh, it won't autofocus. You gotta hold it back. Yeah, it's gonna be hard to show.
Anyway, it's a possum fetus in a
It's
jar.
a preserved possum fetus.
It's very tiny. It's very cute. I took some good pictures of them. So.
And then you want to show the heart? Show the heart.
Oh yeah.
That's a heart. That's a rabbit heart. Preserved.
There we go.
Yeah, Vermin does taxidermy. So Vermin gave us some extra taxidermy samples, and they're really cool.
The possum is so cute. It has little nostrils and little claws, and it's like, whoa, it's a baby. Anyway, I'll get you back to the person who knows what they're doing.
No, that's fine. Okay, so I have someone in chat here. First time chatter. First time chatter says, I can discuss it if you want because I have an extensive history of being gaslit by people, but here's a quick definition. What Kat was doing is gaslighting, and so is this, Demon Mama. How gaslighting works. This is a very well-mined blog. This is none of this. Gaslighting is a form of manipulation that often occurs in abusive relationships. It's a covert type of emotional abuse where the bully or abuser misleads the target, creating a false narrative and making them question their judgments and reality. Ultimately, the victim of gaslighting starts to feel unsure about their perceptions of the world and even wonder if they are losing their sanity. Gaslighting occurs primarily in romantic relationships, but it's not uncommon for it to occur in controlling friendships or among family members. Thank you. In your attempt to call me a gaslighter, you gave the definition that I gave, which is that gaslighting mostly, almost exclusively, occurs in intimate relationships, not in Twitter DMs. What is... it makes me so fucking mad. Everybody says base Fauntent, by the way. Yep, out you go. Into the trash you go. The author isn't even a psychologist. Yes, it's a blogger. Yes, this is a freelance blogger. Come on. Guys, come on. For real. For fucking real. Look, take this as a sign of what's going to happen if you debate with Vaush. They're just going to call me a gaslighter. They already did that. I just feel like, there's an unbelievable amount of hostility around this. And I don't think I've been particularly harsh. I do not appreciate having been called a gaslighter and an abuser before. It sounds to me like this is the new thing that they're all carting around, like the word they learned yesterday. But gaslighting and abuse are real things that have real effects. And they don't happen... They happen, I should say, very rarely in Twitter DMs. Okay. Well, I'll take your advice then, Sure Shot. You tend to be a pretty even-handed person. Literally every person right now is telling me it's not worth it. So maybe we'll have another conversation later. I mean, I don't even have an that's not what I meant to say. I do have arguments, but I don't have like an attack against Vaush. He doesn't need to be on the defense. All I said is I think this particular situation was a mess on both sides, but I feel like his decision to go and make a stream about it where he repeatedly engaged in extreme hyperbole that, in my opinion, crossed some lines was probably a bad decision. Yeah. Gayfesh says, gee, sure was nice of Vaush to call you an abuser last week. I'm sure that won't ever come back with everyone calling me that forever and ever like they are right now. Like multiple new first-time users are here to call me a gaslighter and abuser tonight. I'm not here for taking... If Vaush is in a position where he is incapable of seeing this as like for what it is, which is not me denouncing him or canceling him, just me saying that this was a big mistake that's going to come back to bite him and that he should probably be more careful about that, and also acknowledging that Kat Blaque did not do a good job engaging, but also that Kat Blaque did not do a 7-hour public stream to 10,000 people in which she engaged in the language that he did. That's not my problem. That's not my problem. How is you're saying misogyny is a justifiable tactic to fight for trans rights, not gaslighting, when that was never his argument, trying to make him believe that he ever made that argument? You are projecting here. Some people interpreted what he was saying as that. In fact, I do think at certain points he was saying that... Wait a minute. Hold on just a second. Did he not put out a video that was titled, I Would Do It Again? Why edgy humor and misogyny is sometimes justifiable? Did he not? Am I misremembering? Let me double check. It was very close to that. The moral necessity of I'm sorry, Vaushites, come on. I regret nothing. The moral necessity of being sexist. Hey, that's Doe. Hey, that's my Doe. Hi, Doe. Doe comes up on screen. I don't know why Doe is in that video. Anyway, I did watch this video, but I don't remember why Doe comes up. Why did Doe come up? I don't remember. The moral necessity of being sexist to J.K. Rowling and why I do it again. His argument, at least, I mean, do we need to? It's clickbait, but the argument is more or less the same, right? It doesn't really matter. The whole point, it was him saying nice things about Doe. Good. You should always say nice things about Doe. Doe is wonderful and doesn't hurt nobody. Already talked about supply lines. Don't judge his entire argument by a video title. I'm not, Cherry. I watched the whole video. I'm not. Somebody in chat said he never ever made the argument that it was okay to do some misogyny in the name of trans rights, but he did. I'm not saying that what he didn't argue. Hold on, let's be clear. He didn't argue that that he didn't do misogyny. He owned up to the misogyny. I have said that from the beginning of this conversation. I know he did. But that doesn't mean that he wasn't arguing that some is okay in the name... Something about the conservative? Yeah. No, that is not the argument that I... The whole point is somebody in chat was being ridiculous, and now... Did we desire against talking to Vaush tonight? I am not entirely closed to the idea of talking to Vaush, but everyone in my chat is saying that it's not going to go well, which makes me think that there might be some very, very high, very, 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 very high temperature posting going on. Bitewise, Marissa, here's my main issue with this is that we're spending so much time and energy on it. It feels like he ends up centering himself with his behavior. Whatever he's advocating for falls victim. I don't know. I think we've done a good job talking about these things. Sophia CL says, I don't have anything imaginative to say, but I appreciate you and everything you do. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very, very much. And also, thank you very much, Bitewise Marissa. I deeply appreciate that. To be fair, before we talked about this drama, I spent hours talking about other issues, all 3 of which were very substantive. The argument, going over my position on on like how we build non-capitalist supply lines was done explicitly to move beyond the argument. Then we talked about trans issues. Then we talked about Ukraine. Only now are we talking about drama. So I'd appreciate it if y'all get off my ass. Okay, worshiper of the Olympians. I appreciate those $5. I appreciate that. Joni has said, hey, DM, I'm a Vaushite, but I've really appreciated your coverage of this. He's being a tad cringe. Either way, your drama coverage is always great, and it's good to see you back on streaming. Hey, thank you very much, Joni. I can understand why a lot of people are frustrated, but also I don't think it's the end of the world. I don't think this is the end of the world. I do love this meme. This meme doesn't fully answer it, but it does. It is funny, and it also brings up the point. Pears grown in Argentina, packed in Thailand. So here, the pears are grown in Argentina, shipped to Thailand, packaged in Thailand, then shipped to China, then shipped all the way to the east coast of the United States. This is the most efficient capitalist supply line because this is how you make the most money from peaches, even though it isn't necessarily the most efficient or healthy way to get peaches. Yes, sea shipping is actually incredibly efficient by and large because of economies of scale. I recognize this argument isn't the perfect argument, but it is funny. It is funny. Update on the Texas bill? Oh, yes. A Texas appeals court. Wait, here. That's really good news. Yes, this is what I was talking about earlier. I told you it got frozen. One of the appeals courts, a Texas appeals court, has reaffirmed a statewide injunction blocking Governor Abbott and DFPS's invasive investigations of trans youth and their families. It is unconstitutional and wrong to target parents for providing the best possible health care for their kids. True, ACLU, and also based of them locking it up, as they should, because that shit was fucking unconstitutional and gross and genocidal as shit. Thank you, Exiliad, for the $5. Thank you very much. I also missed all of you very much. I'm sorry it took me so long to get back to stream, but yeah. Exiliad, not Exiliax. Different. The Jaden animations I've heard was very good. I might save that for Wednesday. I might do React content on Wednesday because I have a video, guys. I have a video about gender I want to watch on Wednesday that's really fucking good. It's really good. It's a video about gender and mathematics. It's amazing. Like, as in one of the best videos I've ever seen on gender, and it is super, super good. The entire point is to talk about how mathematics, which is largely considered to be the most objective science, the most purely objective science, literally is just as complicated and just as unknown as the concept of gender, and that you can't just apply math to gender, and that in fact math will work against you if you try to do that. It's really, really good. It's actually fucking amazing, and I really want to watch it, but it's probably going to be on Wednesday just because other things seem to be going on right now. Are we ever going back to the weird cult? Yes, we are. I have that on my list. I've been keeping an eye. He's done some crazy videos, so that will possibly be on Wednesday. We'll do some React content and laugh about that stuff because, oh my God, do we have some wild cult shit to dive into. And it's going to be really fun. For those of you who are here watching now, most of what I do is not drama content. Most of what I do is extremely fun commentary, React, political discussions, and stuff like that. So you all should come around during my other streams because you're going to have a fucking great time. I'm telling you, there's a reason why 400 people tune into my streams every single day. And it's sick. We got to do Cooking Mama too. Maybe you joined during the drama wave. Well, there has been a lot of drama lately, and also I haven't been streaming as much as usual. -1 hole in topography because the has 3-hole theory thing. Oh my God, that sounds great. I have 73 dislikes on this VOD. I don't remember seeing those when Destiny was restreaming. Well, that's unfortunate. Why are people why are people disliking my video? That's so mean. Why are you all so angry? What the fuck is wrong with you people? I was really even-handed. Shame. What a shame. Full Metal Socialist? I don't know who you are. I'm glad you used to respect me. I think you probably still should. The fact that the misogyny is being hyperfixated on, that she attacked him over and over again for it when he never defended it, then went on to call him a retard. Well, wait, she didn't call him a retard. He called her a retard. Is such a big fucking ableist double standard that saying Vaush is equally at fault is laughable. I used to respect you, Demon Mama, but this is absurd. Okay. Okay. Ooh, Ada Stardust. Oh, this sounds sick. Okay, I'm going to watch this later. This sounds sick, Ada Stardust. Update. Demon Mama is the last person on Earth to criticize bringing up personal drama as part of a broader argument. Vaush. Okay, dude. I can see you're still on a thing. Nice. Guys. This is just telephone game. It's just telephone at this point. Let's stop drama frogging, can we? Vaush can come into chat if he really wants to. It's getting late. We're on almost hour 7. Yeah? Gotta stop with the fucking telephoning. I understand what you're trying to do, but that's my response, okay? Just talk to Vaush in private. Yeah. I already did that, believe it or not. But, you know, we don't leak DMs here, so... That's okay. You're not doing anything wrong, Satanic Cabal. I just understand. It's just... there's not much I can react to. The name of the froggy? Listen, drama frogs are a special type of frog. They're an invasive frog. They're an invasive frog. Okay, this is a good tweet. Somebody just sent me this meme. I gotta show you this meme. This is a good meme. Look, this is a dough meme. We can all appreciate a good dough meme, can't we? You made it political. God damn it. Listen, this is a good dough meme, okay? I love me a good dough meme. I love me a good dough meme. Did you guys see the dough meme I made? It's so good. It was accurate also. Look at this. It was this one right here. Look. Dough whenever there's drama afoot is what the caption says, and then it says absolute theory field, and it's the cat with the AT field. Straight up, this was Dough. The entire time the drama was happening, Dough was just reading a book. It was amazing. Genuinely amazing. Dough is the wisest of us all. Like I said, no one has any excuse to be mean or mad at Dough. You should be mean or mad at me if you really have anyone. Oh, by the way, just so you're aware, that one of the people that we banned from chat is still going at me on Twitter now. Now they're tweeting at me on Twitter. This is really simple. Watch this. You want to see something else fucking insane? You ready to see something else fucking insane? Watch this. Never mind. Demon Mom is taking forever. Gonna try again later. Dog, I've been sitting in the waiting room for like 4 hours, lol. Who are you? This is the person who was in here trying to debate me earlier. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with people? Oh, also, Vaushites in chat are currently accusing me of sneak dissing by pretending to be more fair than I am. It's just sneak dissing if she's masquerading her spite-driven shots as fair criticism. Oh my god. Demon Mama is lying by being fair. See, she's just being pretend fair. What the fuck? What the fuck? Derangement. Genuinely derange. Bro. Man, today's been weird. Do you guys see why I get so tired? Do you see why I get so fucking tired? Being a streamer is so fucking exhausting. I'm not even that big. Killjoy 40K says, oh, Demon Mama, I wanted to thank you for bringing up open insulin during the Vaush debate. I feel like biohacking gets a bad name because people think of it and national healthcare can't happen simultaneously. They can, and they are absolutely relevant. Projects like open insulin will likely be the way that we deliver accessible insulin in the future. It is only bold projects that try to make medicine free for everyone that will actually get us there. We will never get that. The neoliberal system, even if we were to get universal health care, would never push to make medicine as free as that because of the pharmaceutical industry. So yes, that shit is fucking sick. I know people need to grow grass, but... Plush Unicycle says, any criticism will make him, me, and my mom cry. Demon Mama, you really need to stop thinking mean things. I haven't been. I don't think I've been that mean. I really don't think I've been that mean. I really don't. No, I just want to make bathtub drugs. Oh yeah, totally. That's definitely a good faith interpretation of what I was talking about, was having Walter White cook up meth. Meth, the well-known life-saving medication. Anyway, sorry, I don't want to get angry about this. I already got mad about this. Yeah, I don't want to get mad about this at the moment. You want to be a sacrificial lamb. Now this sounds a bit... No, I don't need to be mean to you, Gayfish. Gayfish, you've always been nice to me. Oh my god. I want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Gayfish, listen, see, you tweet good things. You want me to be mean? Do you want to talk to Vaush? I'm seeing people saying conflicting things and I do not trust them. Okay, Cherry, I'm going to be completely honest with you. The reason why there's conflicting things is because some people have been saying that Vaush is really pissed off right now. And I really don't feel like just having him on my show to scream at me about unrelated things. So if he's like super angry at the moment, then no. But if he can at least commit to being like reasonably calm, then yes. He sent me a DM. Okay, let's see. Why can't... Damn. Do you see, Cherry? Do you see the chat? 85 to 2D Derek. I know this is against the don't be parasocial rule, but I feel like an offline convo would be more productive. Maybe. It does. You're right, Marinara. It does. Everybody, the chats are all ramping up for it. But I'm going to be completely honest. I'm at what? How many hours am I at right now of stream? We're at 6 hours and 53 minutes. We've almost hit the 7 hour mark. I'm fucking. Is this really what we? The Vaush chat is calling for blood. Oh yeah, that's another thing, guys. The Vaush chat hates my guts already. Yeah. All right. Chat really doesn't want to watch this. All right, everybody. We're gonna wrap here. Maybe a conversation on Wednesday. Who knows? We'll think about that. But I think I've talked about basically everything. Basically everything that I wanted to talk about today, and much more. I'm gonna stream again on Wednesday, and we'll talk about this. Nothing is going away. We're all gonna be here. Remember what I said at the beginning about everybody living on internet time? Well, guess what? The Earth doesn't move at internet time, and nor should we. Wednesday, as in this coming Wednesday. I'm glad you all liked my new hair. Every single one of you who supported me and donated to me today, thank you very, very much. I deeply appreciate your support today. Maybe we'll talk about this on Wednesday. Yes, they are screaming for blood. Of course they are. It's really interesting though that my chat is saying we should have a calm conversation and his chat is pushing for blood. I will do my best to stream this Wednesday and that we can hang out, and I will probably be doing we will be doing wild ass react content on Wednesday. We got to react to the cult shit. We got to catch up on some news, and I got to do my Metal Gear Solid review finally. Okay? So, maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see a conversation in the future, but for now, I think I made my opinions and thoughts relatively clear. Y'all can sit on it and think about it for a bit, okay? Much love to all of you. I hope you all will come back on Wednesday so you can see more fun stuff that isn't just, well, we talked about lots of other things, but a lot of you came in at the end. Regardless, doesn't matter. Listen, I missed streaming. I missed my lovely imps, and I know you all missed me because to be completely honest, you guys sent me some really nice messages. So thank you, and I will see you very soon. I'm going to go nurse this headache and rest, and then we'll see what happens from there, okay? Much love to all of you. Mwah. See you soon.